Lisa Jones. And I'll have it up on the screen.
Welcome, everyone, and thank you for joining us this morning. If we could please begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Welcome to the second week of Club 20 Summer Policy Committee meetings. We are extremely excited to be hosting these in Rangeley. We hope you all, those of you who went to the car museum last night, we hope you really enjoyed that experience. I know Britta, wherever she is, really had a nice time. So thank you all for making the trek to Rangeley today. And we are so honored to be welcomed this morning by the president of this incredible school that we are in this morning, President Lisa Jones, here to give us welcome remarks.
So much. Normally I don't use microphone, but I'm going to. I'm not sure the acoustics. It's a little warm in here, and I hear that y'all are tough enough to take anything. So we're just going to sit real tight and not move too much, until the air conditioning kicks on. But I am just pleased that you all decided to have your meeting here. I became acquainted with Club 20 a couple months after I started here at the college. My first day was July 15th, a year ago. And I fell in love with this particular community immediately after meeting the people. And it really is all about the people who are part of the environment. And for me, it's just an organic thing. People love the environment. People love our natural resources, and they respect it. They want to preserve it. I have a great respect for that. I came here directly from Dallas. I worked at Dallas College for some years, but I'm originally from Michigan, and I probably worked at 8 institutions across the country. And this is, in terms of the people that work here, and the people that live in the communities that we serve, which is pretty vast. It's about 8,000 square feet that we serve and about 22,000 residents. The one kind of binding thread is the respect for values, ethics, family, hard work, all of those traditional values that I was raised with, and came from my parents down to me, who were from small communities in Mississippi, and my dad in Riceboro, Georgia, outside of Savannah. And they were raised on a ranch and a farm. And I know we're going to hear a lot of wonderful things today. I pay close attention to issues and decisions being made at the legislative level, at the state level and at the federal level, because it really impacts the day-to-day. And in my role, I'm not supposed to be political. I'm an educator. But what I like to do is educate our students and our employees to pay attention and to make a dang difference. Because I talk to our students about, just a few things. I mean, the most important thing and the most valuable thing that they own is their name. The most valuable thing they can give is their word. You can do well, but it's more important that you do good. And so we want them to pay attention, and we understand, whether you're political or not, that you have to work with everyone to get anything done. And that's what we try to do here at CNCC. Proudly, we're in our 60th year. Woo-hoo! I know, right on. Got the little pin and everything. And it shows that we are. And again, one of the things that I absolutely fell in love with was people having values regardless of what they look like, who their family members were, how much money they had. There's a common thread, and nobody cared that I was a Black gal coming here from Dallas and prior to that from Michigan. They didn't. They cared whether or not I cared about them in this community, that I wanted to be a part of the community. And they cared that I had respect for who they were and the values here, and I embraced it. Now, you know, this place may not be for everybody, but for those that it is for, we want to preserve what we have. And I strongly and fiercely fight for that every day. So what we're trying to do at CNCC is to really look at and kind of what community colleges do. One of the things that we do is provide access and opportunity for people who may not have had it at a university level for whatever reason, or those that are trying to stay back and work with their families and get an education while they're working or whatever. But our other responsibility is to ensure that we are being responsive to what is going on in the community, to be a part of solutions. And again, that is what we want to do. This community, and I say this, community has been incredibly good to us. This college was founded by some of the smallest number of people in terms of a vote who came up with the largest amount of money to get this college started from anything I've ever seen. And again, we started 60 years ago, but in Craig, we opened our campus there in the 80s. And community college for us is everything. When this college was built, and again, in respect for the natural resources, utilizing it without damaging and destroying it for future generations to enjoy, there was a call put out for people to haul moss rock up the hill, and you'll see the rock around here. And we have employees and students whose parents and grandparents on Sundays after church haul those rock up here to build this college. So when we say people contributed to building this college, we really mean it. And so what I'm looking to do through our work, through our agriculture program, through our animal sciences program, oceanography program, is, and through the thought leadership and the hard work and just the muscle of members of our team, encouraging our students to engage in community service and get involved. We want to hear what's going on. We want to pay attention. We want to listen to you. And we also want to hear where there might be goals. Where do we fit? Because our job is to fit and then to create programs and services and initiatives that help walk alongside of you. And we walk alongside each other. So that's what I'm going to be here listening today. And I'm just so incredibly grateful for those of you leaders who are doing things to make a difference. And your sponsors, I've been reading some of the background and backstory of the sponsors and that, I mean, just incredible stuff. Hi, Ray. Anyway, thank you so much. Welcome. And if there's anything you need, please let me know. I've got our IT facilities on speed dial. Anything else you need, just let me know. And we'll see you at the park.
Thank you, Dr. Jones. The gal who was running the car museum last night had shared that she was from Rangeley, went to school here, and then for auto restoration, and then is now running the car museum. So it's a neat story of somebody who is able to be from this community, go to school in this community, and then stay in this community for employment. I think that's what we all kind of hope to see happen in our communities across the region. So thank you so much for your leadership, Dr. Jones. Next, we'd like to call on one of our fabulous county commissioners from Rio Blanco County, from District 1, Ms. Jenny Love. Jenny, thank you for hosting us in your county this morning. We're so glad to be here.
Thank you. Good morning. as I look out across over here, I noticed that probably a lot of you had to get up bright early this morning. And so my mom used to have a saying that you look bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. So here's to all our moms who said that. Whenever you're too young to remember that, you missed out. So first of all, welcome to CNCC, welcome to Rangeley, and welcome to Rio Blanco County. We are very excited to have Club 20 here and to show off a little bit of our county. This is what we call the West End, and I am actually from Meeker on the East End, but I have an office down here in Rangeley as well. And so I was in my office the other day and I had three words written down: water, horses, and wolves. And I thought that's interesting because there's one component that we have in that from every person here. First of all, we're all interested in that. But more importantly, we have a group of people, individuals, groups, wherever, that are trying to force their issues on us in our county that we do not agree with on all of these. And I really appreciate what Club 20 does to support those issues for us. And it was like I could have just written down my words the other day. I have no idea what the agenda was today, but boom, there it is right there. So I appreciate that. And we've been very active in also with the horse roundup. Just to kind of give you a little update on that. They have a tremendous group. They're doing that this year. Was able to go up and actually watch one of the roundups come in, and the BLM, our local BLM office, does an amazing job. They first and foremost is the care of the horses, and they have a state vet there, the state brand inspector. So the brand inspector can call and say, "Hey, did you lose your horse? We found it." So those things are coming around. Last I knew, they were almost 750 that they gathered. So that was a really good amount. I know the agriculture community appreciates it very much. Berks have had to cut 60% of their allotment just to try to get along with the wild horse issues. So that's a big issue here. Also, we are still, as always, turning around on the water, standing up for it, and with the White River beginning in Traverse Lake, we have a definite need to fight for our water to keep it here. The Wolf Creek project is coming along. I believe that the BLM now has that before them to start on their NEPA. Probably will take a couple of years from what I understand, but we are much closer than we were in the 1930s when this dream came about. So we're going to keep churning on that one. And I just want to thank everybody for coming to Rio Blanco County. If you have any questions for me, make sure you come up and ask. Jennifer sent me a text this morning at 5:30 and said, "Are you awake?" And I said, "Yes." She said, "Could you get up and give the speech because I'm not going to be able to be there?" And I went, "Yes." So that's why I'm here. And I really do have different dresses. I realize that. I'm like, "Oh, you gotta be kidding me." So unless you guys feel bad for me, you can take up a collection for new clothes. Okay, I can do that. So anyways, but thank you all for being here, and I appreciate it. And like I said, welcome to Rio Blanco County.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. I would not have even noticed had you not pointed that out. But I'll also take up a collection for new clothes if anybody's interested in contributing. We are so excited to hear some federal updates from our 3 federal offices. We're going to start things off virtually, correct? Or no, in person, with Hillary Henry, who's the Northwest Regional Representative from United States Senator Michael Bennett's office. So Hillary, are you, there you are. Good morning. Welcome to Club 20. This is your first Club 20 meeting? In person. We are a nice group, we promise. Well, thank you all so much for having me, and I'll speak directly into the.
Can you hear me?
Yes, that's better.
There we go.
All right. So my name, like Christian said, is Larry Henry. I'm the Northwest Regional Representative for Senator Bennett, and I have been in this job for almost a year, so I'm seeing lots of familiar faces, but not everyone. So if you haven't had the chance to meet, please do come up and say hi. I'd love to get to know you and to meet you and hear what you're working on. Today, I wanted to talk to you three things that are related to the agenda. First, a little bit about our preparation for the Farm Bill and the Farm Bill in general. Second, some of the money in the infrastructure plan. Can you hear me now? All right, I promise I'm gonna hold it right here. I won't move it. Some of the money in the infrastructure bill for Western Water. And then finally, an update on two of our public lands bills. So first with agriculture, I wanted to talk about the Farm Bill. This gets reauthorized typically every 5 years, and the next reauthorization is in 2023, so next year. And I think I wanted to just start with sort of a high-level overview of what is the Farm Bill. I know many of you are experts in this and deeply familiar, but I think there's a lot more in it than just farming and agriculture. So I wanted to give a high-level overview as we're getting ready to start this process again. So the Farm Bill is a package of smaller bills that are passed together as an omnibus. And it oversees the majority of federal agriculture, food, and rural development projects. There are 12 titles to the bill, and I won't go over them all, but I wanted to highlight a few. So the conservation title covers the working lands programs, land retirement and easement programs, and conservation partnership programs. You can't. All right, can you hear me if I talk really loud? All right, I'm going to talk really loud. So these are typically programs for private landowners. Another title is the nutrition title, which oversees nutrition assistance for low-income families. So think about programs like SNAP, which is also sometimes called food stamps. Can you hear me better with this one? All right, great. Now I won't have to yell too. And TFAP, which provides assistance to food banks. Oh, now it's cutting out. All right. The rural development title supports rural communities through funding for housing, community facilities, and other programs. The forestry title governs Forest Service programs, as well as programs supporting forestry on private lands. And then the horticulture title supports specialty crops, which I think is a bit of a misnomer, especially in this part of the state where we really don't have many commodity crops. Most of everything we have is what they would call a specialty crop. So that's just to name a few. Other titles include trade, agricultural credit and lending, crop insurance, and research. And if you're interested in learning more or want to know just some basics about Farm Bill as we get ready to go through this process, please reach out and I'm happy to get you more information. So what's Senator Bennett's role in the Farm Bill? Senator Bennett is on the Agriculture Committee and he chairs the Forestry and Conservation Subcommittee in the Agriculture Committee. So we're going to have a lead role in these discussions, particularly around conservation and forestry. This will be the third time that Senator Bennett has been through the Farm Bill, and he's had some really great wins in the past with programs like RCPP, and really based on what we hear from local communities and organizations like Club 20. So now we're really eager to hear from you about this. And that leads me to my final point is what are we doing to prepare for this process? So right now we're collecting feedback from ag producers, nutrition organizations, local communities, and other stakeholders across the state. And we're starting to think pretty deeply about what our policy priorities are and the legislation we want to put forward to be included in the bill. So now is really the time to reach out to us if you have things that we should be considering for the Farm Bill.
are things we should be thinking about. And I would encourage you all to email anyone on our staff or get in touch. And we're eager to talk about this and hear what you're thinking about and seeing in your community. Okay, so that was Farm Bill. It's back. Next, I know we're going to talk today about water. And so I wanted to remind everyone about the funding for Western water infrastructure that was in the infrastructure bill that was passed last fall. I know this has gotten a lot of airtime, but we are so excited that there is $8.3 billion coming for Western water infrastructure through the Bureau of Reclamation. And this was included after Senator Bennett and Senator Hickenlooper wrote a letter to the White House requesting this funding. And the money will be used for aging infrastructure, rural water projects, money for the drought contingency plan on the Colorado River, the Water Smart Energy Efficiency Program, Colorado River fish recovery, and lots of other programs, but to give you an idea of what it will be used for. And I think finally, I think sort of top of mind for everyone on the Western Slope and really the whole state is the critical condition of the Colorado River. And so we were really excited to see this huge amount of funding come out for water infrastructure. I think we realize that it's a first step and are looking to our state leaders, others in the delegation, to really think deeply about how we are going to support our state leaders in the negotiations on the Colorado River program and how we're going to protect our state's water supply and deal with the increasing drought conditions. So more to come on that, but we are deeply involved in conversations around the Colorado River as well. Finally, I wanted to talk about two public lands bills we've been working on. So the first one is called the Gunnison Outdoor Resources Protection Act, which, if you know anything about Washington, they love a cute acronym. So it's the GORP Act, like good old raisins and peanuts, but it's the Gunnison Outdoor Resources Protection Act. We just closed the comment period on the discussion draft of the bill on July 19th, and we're in the process of going through all the comments we received. I've seen a couple folks in this room this morning that I know put their time and shared their insight with us. And so I just really want to thank you all for taking the time to look over that and hear from all of you about what you think works and what doesn't. So for those that aren't familiar, this bill protects public lands in Gunnison County through a variety of public lands management tools, including designations focused on recreation, wildlife, scientific research, and conservation. The bill's is based on a consensus proposal that was created by a working group in Gunnison County called the Gunnison Public Lands Initiative. This group was appointed by the Gunnison County Commissioners and included local ranchers, sportsmen, conservation groups, mountain bikers, motorized users, and water interests. Senator Bennett really believed in this groundwork process and was there listening as this very local group put together a bill. And I think as they put forward their proposal, we also recognize that there's adjacent counties, others with interests in this bill. And so the comment period was really an opportunity for us to broaden that discussion from its very localized nature to a bigger group. And as we're putting together the final legislation, we'll be considering all the comments we've been given, recognizing that most of the designations are in Gunnison County, and then putting together a final bill. So keep your eyes out. If you've submitted a comment and haven't heard back from us, rest assured we will get back to you, but we've just got a lot of comments and are making our way through them. Can you all right, she's coming.
Yeah.
All right, well, I'll just repeat myself if it cuts out. And so then the last thing I wanted to talk about was the Dolores National Conservation Area legislation. I know if you were in the Club 20 meetings in Durango earlier this month, you heard John Whitney, who's our Western Slope Director, talk about this. He's worked on this legislation for quite a few years, but I know we're a bit different crowd today, so I just wanted to mention it again. So we just introduced this with Senator Hickenlooper. The legislation follows 2 decades of local discussions and collaboration on the Dolores River. And it comes at the bipartisan request of Dolores, Montezuma, and San Miguel counties, as well as the Ute Mountain Ute tribe in Southwest Colorado. And the bill does 2 things, and it enshrines a compromise reached between these counties, the tribal leaders, conservation, and agricultural groups. It removes the Dolores River from consideration as a wild and scenic river, but it still protects the natural values and great uses of the Dolores River Canyon through a national conservation area and a special management area. So it's a really exciting bipartisan bill, and we're excited to see it start moving through Congress. So thank you so much for the time today, and looking forward to talking with you.
So next up, we have our friend that we met down in Durango, Helen Kadich, joining us virtually from United States Senator John Hickenlooper's office. So as we pull Helen up onto the screen, Helen, good morning, welcome. We hope you're doing well in Durango this morning.
Thank you. I'm doing well in Durango. My face is so big in the room. Hi, everybody. I'm so bummed that I can't be there in person, but welcome to my home this morning. I have to actually hop on a flight down to Denver a little bit later this afternoon, or else I would have been there. Thank you for turning the camera. Good to see you all this morning. As always, hi, Hillary. The only reason I'm glad that I'm not in the room is the microphone seemed quite troublesome. So hopefully you all can hear me and I don't have to deal with the mic, but good to see you, Hillary. And thanks so much to Rio Blanco County for hosting Club 20 this morning. We were actually just over a couple months ago with Senator Hickenlooper over in Meeker and Craig, and just had amazing and really dynamic conversations throughout the county. So really appreciate y'all for hosting and having me again this morning. Great topics for the day. I'm gonna run through a handful of different things that Senator Hickenlooper has been working on over in DC, very much grounded in conversations that we've had in places like Meeker and Craig in particular, focusing on ag and water this morning. And then I'm going to touch on a couple of business pieces as well, small business pieces and workforce, because I think that's coming up a little bit later today too, if I was looking at the agenda correctly today. So first off, I imagine that this is going to be, and I think I saw it in the agenda, that this will be a good focus of conversation in agriculture. So July 19th, U.S. Fish and Wildlife submitted a notice to the Federal Register that they plan to issue a 10J ruling under the Endangered Species Act for gray wolf population that will be reintroduced in Colorado. I know that this is a very, very dynamic conversation throughout the state right now. So we actually led on this letter, on a letter over to DUI and U.S. Fish and Wildlife, asking for this very action, which I'm happy to send over to you all if you haven't gotten to see that. So this is a big win. We sent that letter over with Senator Bennett as well. So you all are going to get into much more detail around this, but basically, the 10J ruling provides more flexibility for the state to manage the animal that otherwise we wouldn't be able to, as the gray wolf was relisted as threatened. This is a big plus, particularly for our ranchers and communities that are on the ground and are going to deal with the real implications of reintroduction. So again, a really big win and very much a product of many, many conversations that we had with ranchers throughout the Western Slope in Colorado. So thank you all for your work on that. I love going after Senator Bennett's team because they cover so much around ag and the Farm Bill. So I'm going to save my breath there, but I did want to share that we are currently running small listening sessions across the state with our DC legislative team to get folks perspectives on your priorities with the Farm Bill. So we're very much following the leadership of Senator Bennett's office on this one, but if you all, either yourselves or within your network we're doing more one-on-one and small group listening sessions via Zoom with our DC staff. We would love to be connected with folks on the ground throughout Rio Blanco County, but throughout the Western Slope and greater area that Club 20 serves. So I'll make sure that you all have my email address and would love to get some sessions set up with contacts that you have. One other note, and this is a little bit early to share, but we are going to be introducing soon a piece of bipartisan legislation that we're affectionately calling the Innovation Hub Act. And the legislation would create a competitive grant program available to any land grant institution to establish a community program, which would need to be in conjunction with the Cooperative Extension Program, which is under USDA. So it would focus on facilitating research, workforce development, and entrepreneurship efforts to lift the surrounding community and address areas of national need and importance. So the grant funding, the way that we're going to set this up through this piece of legislation would be awarded to 10 land grant institutions to conduct pilot programs to offer workforce development, research, et cetera, that I just mentioned. So huge focus here with land grant institutions around innovation, modernization, and entrepreneurship. We've been hearing from a lot of our ag partners throughout the state on aging workforce and getting young people a part of land-based institutions. So this is one mechanism to do that. Switching gears over to water. So Colorado River, here we are. The Bureau of Reclamation called on the Colorado River states to reduce water by 2 to 4 million acre feet by the end of next year, or else we're likely going to be experiencing mandatory cuts. They provided a 60-day response period, and I will just share that I am so glad to be a part of the Upper Basin and really proud to be. I think Colorado is obviously a headwater state and also a leader in terms of how we're approaching solutions towards this. So the Upper Colorado River Commission released a 5-point plan to meet this reduction. We haven't seen anything from the Lower Colorado River Basin states. I think it's a complicated thing. We know that they're going to have to reduce water consumption in a really, really significant way. So focusing on Upper Colorado Basin plans, we released a 5-point plan to meet this reduction. It also includes a reauthorization of the System Conservation Pilot Program. So shortly thereafter, U.S. Senators John Hickenlooper, my boss, and John Barrasso worked towards a committee passage, which just went through on a piece of legislation called the Colorado River Basin Conservation Act. It's a bipartisan bill to reauthorize the System Conservation Pilot Program. That was one of the suggestions in that 5-point plan that I was just discussing. So very, very top line, the program offers Colorado River water users payment in exchange for voluntarily conserving water. So we know that a lot of water users literally cannot afford the conservation of the conserving water. So this provides payment for that conservation effort. So any of that conserved water will be used to help maintain reservoir levels on Lake Mead and Lake Powell. So just some really quick notes here. It applies to both upper and lower basin states, pays farmers, municipalities, cities to conserve water. And right now it's authorized and set to expire in September. So we're hoping that we can get this passed before September. It might come directly after. So I'll keep you updated on that at the following Club 20 meetings. Right now, the next steps is this piece of legislation could be included in a larger droughts package. There's a number of different mechanisms that we're going to be looking at to get this through. Again, I'll keep you all updated. What else? Happy to send around information on the 5-point plan from the Upper Basin states. One thing actually that was that I found interesting was one of the components includes studying demand management, which references Colorado's drought contingency plan directly, which Senator Hickenlooper put into place during his time as governor. So we'll be very heavily involved in this conversation. I was over in DC, I think 3 weeks ago now. I saw you all directly after I got back, so you can help me track time a little bit. But Senator Hickenlooper is also putting together, it's an unofficial coalition at this point of upper Colorado River Basin states to continue conversation around this. So he just held his first one when I was back over in DC, and it went really well. So we'll continue to see Senator Hickenlooper, as the bipartisan man that he is, convening folks for real solutions over in DC that will impact us back here in Colorado. Quick note on business affairs. Senator Hickenlooper and Senator Kramer introduced the Equal Access to Green Cards for Legal Employment. It's called the EAGLE Act. So this bill allows American employers to hire more immigrants based on their merit, regardless of their country of origin. So specifically the EAGLE Act, it phases out this, there's a 7% per country limit on employment-based immigration visas. So it raises the 7% per county limit on family sponsored visas to 15%. We know that agriculturalists, we know that employers generally are really struggling right now to find their workforce, and our broken immigration system is a part of this reason. So certainly not a wide-spanning solution to our immigration crisis that we're facing right now, but a really, really important step, both to fix a huge immigration system, and also really address workforce needs that we're experiencing on the ground right now. So I'll keep it there. I'm sorry I'm not there in person with you all, but it's really good to see you virtually. Happy to answer any questions if there's time, but thanks for having me.
Thank you so much, Helen. We really appreciate it. Hope you have a safe flight to Denver. Next, we have Bernadette Lake, the Western Colorado Field Representative for United States Representative Lauren Boebert's office. So welcome to your first Club 20 meetings, Bernadette.
Okay. I can do loud. Good morning, everyone. Yes, I am new to the Congresswoman's office, and I am in her Grand Junction office. So hot off the press, from July 20th, the House of Representatives passed H.R. 8294. And in this bill, the Congresswoman worked with the Appropriations Committee to secure 9 of her individual requests for Colorado's 3rd district. One of the biggest issues always facing agriculture is water. In Colorado, water rights are paramount to our economy, our environment, and our way of life. We suffer from drought on a constant basis, which is why Congresswoman Lauren Boebert supports effective water storage and delivery projects that will supply clean water in dry times and keep essential agricultural commodities irrigated. Here are 4 portions of the bill that pertain to agriculture and water. First, Representative Boebert secured $218 million for Bureau of Reclamation projects, and specifically $54 million in requests for rural water projects. Secondly, Representative Boebert had a bipartisan effort with Representative Joe Neguse and Representative Jason Crow that will provide $7.6 million on the Upper Colorado and San Juan River recovery programs. These programs provide compliance with the Endangered Species Act for approximately 2,500 water projects. Thirdly, Representative Boebert successfully advocated for collaboration amongst various federal agencies on a pilot program seeking to remove non-native Russian olive, and salt cedars in the west. Congresswoman Boebert is aggressively working to remove these invasive species. And finally, Representative Boebert secured $10 million for the Indian Irrigation Fund to address deferred maintenance backlog, increase water storage for a number of already authorized projects like the Pine River Indian Irrigation Project that provides irrigation to the Southern Ute Indians. Blue Mesa Reservoir. Representative Boebert sent a letter to the Director of National Park Service expressing the mismanagement of Blue Mesa Reservoir. By releasing significant amounts of water from Blue Mesa Reservoir to send more water to Lake Powell. She further stated in her letter, these releases have caused significant harm to tourism, sportsmen, and the surrounding community. Agriculture is the backbone of the US economy, and more specifically for the state of Colorado. Agriculture generates $47 billion for our state's economy and supports more than 195,000 jobs. Colorado has the second highest milk producers per dairy cow in America. Colorado's 3rd congressional district is home to over 14,000 farms and 26,000 producers. And over 8 million acres of land in the district is farmland. The Congresswoman understands that 55% of her district is already federally owned. Therefore, there is no reason to encroach on our land any further. She will always support community-led land use decisions and oppose federal land reaches. Which leads me to her legislation that opposes federal land grabs. The 30 by 30 Termination Act, her bill. The 30 by 30 land grab seeks to preserve or conserve 30% of all lands and waters in the US by 2030. Private lands are not exempt to this initiative. More than 750 million acres of federal waters are already locked up through the unilateral designation under the Antiquities Act. 22 members of Congress joined Representative Boebert in introducing her bill. And just this past May, the Congresswoman sent a letter to Chair Brenda Mallory, asking the Department of Agriculture, Interior, and Commerce to comply with NEPA before proceeding any further with the 30 by 30 program. The Congresswoman stays apprised of her issues that face her constituents, their business, their farms and ranches, and uses every tool available to her to fight for them.
Thank you so much for that update. Before we begin our agriculture committee, just a few points to note. Restrooms are out this door, all the way down the straight toward the bookstore and Hanger right. So they're straight out and then right. Please use a microphone when you are addressing the room. If you have a question, please wait for that microphone before you begin the question. And please introduce yourself when you begin speaking so that our folks on Zoom know who's addressing the room. We do have several people joining us on Zoom. Brittany, would you like to tell us who those folks are real quick?
Okay, so joining us on Zoom, we have Barbara McLaughlin, Doug Monger, Helen Kadich, John Whitney, Justin Musser, Liz Smith, Lucas Turner, Melody Villar, Molly Pitts, and Paula Stepp.
Thanks, Brittany. And Ron, we'll turn it over to you. And Brandon, thank you for chairing the Ag Committee.
Can you hear me? All right. First of all, welcome. Thank you very much for coming, everybody in the audience. My name is Ron Villar, co-chair of the Agriculture Committee. So, Brandon Banner, I work for the Farm Bureau now, and I'm co-chairing this committee with Ron. And I am worked 47 years for the IC, the Colorado Division. It's Colorado. So welcome to the Club 20 Policy Committee meeting. In accordance with our bylaws, we ask that only current Club 20 members participate and vote on matters of policy development. If you are interested in becoming a Club 20 member, please see a member of our staff for more information. Discussion is open to members and guests and is a critical part of our committee meeting. When asking a question or making a comment, please use a microphone and speak loudly so everyone can hear you. For those seated in front of the tabletop microphone, please do not turn on your microphone until the committee chair has acknowledged you, and then turn off your microphone once you are finished speaking. For those in the back of the room, Club 20 staff will be walking around with the microphone for you to use. Staff will now introduce those joining virtually, and she's already done that, so we handle that. Thank you. Thanks to those joining us virtually. Please now mute yourself if you have questions during the meeting. Unmute and proceed with your questions. Next, we'd like to have everyone in the room introduce themselves. Kristen, do they want to start here first?
My name is
Brittany Nixon, and I'm the Policy and Outreach Representative here for Club 20.
I'm Christian Reese, Executive Director of Club 20.
Brad McLeod, I am the Western Slope Area Manager for Excel Energy and Relations. I'm also very lucky to be able to be the chair of Club 20 for the next 2 years.
I'm John Fishery from Montrose, been a member of Club 20 since 1984.
Hi, Rachel Richards, Westwood City Council, and member of the Executive Board. Thank you.
Good morning. Callie Hendrickson. I'm the Executive Director for the White River and Douglas Creek Conservation District. So welcome to Rio Lincoln County.
Ray Beck, membership chair for Club 20 and also a member of the executive committee for Club 20.
Sue Hanson, Montrose County Commissioner, and also a member of the Executive Committee.
Good morning. I'm Janie Van Winkle. I'm a beef producer from Mesa County and a past president of Colorado Cattlemen's Association.
Hello, I'm Nancy Fishering. I'm co-chair of the Public Lands Natural Resource Committee. We have a farm. I'm a member of the Clemson Harbor Valley Water Users Association, which is an irrigation district of 83,000 acres in Montrose and Delta counties. I'm glad to be here, and I always try to be with the ag committee meeting. Thank you, Ron.
Good morning. I am Merritt Linke, Grand County Commissioner, where I serve as chair. I'm past chair of Club 20. I'm part of the 4th generation ranch family in Grand County. He and some cows that occasionally get out.
Amy Miller. I am a urban development specialist for Black Hills Energy and also on the executive committee for Montrose County.
Robbie LaValle, Delta County, and on the Executive Committee for Club 20.
I'm Bonnie Brown. I'm the Executive Director for the Colorado Old Growers Association and have been working for the past 22 years on behalf of the District of Colorado.
I'm Tim Redmond, Round County Commissioner, and also member of this committee of Club 20.
Eric Rules, board member from Mesa County, Army Ranch.
Jeff Moeller, newly transplanted to Lake City, Colorado. I'm an inventor and a consultant to the largest ag equipment producer in the world, also consultant to the space program. Michael Murphy, Hinsdale County Executive Committee, Telecommunications Co-Chair, and Income Chair. So, Jeffries, Nevada County.
Britta Horn, Robb County, 5th generation ranch wife, and Monty.
Good morning, Lois Dunn, Mesa County Club 20 representative, Government Affairs Committee for Grand Junction Area Realtors.
I'm here with the first campaign.
Jenny Buffer, Blanco County Commissioner and lifelong Blanco County resident.
Good morning, Sarah Carlisle, Tri-State.
Eddie's Marcina. I'm the Natural Resources Director for this county.
I'm Kyle Wren, Rangeley City Council, Town Council, and also CEO of Rangeley District Hospital.
And he does a lot of everything. We appreciate him here. Lisa Jones, and I'm the president of CNCC. Welcome, everyone.
Larry Henry, Senator Bennett's office.
Mike McGarry, Montrose County Ag Producer.
Lana Anderson, I own Express Employment in Grand Junction, 4th generation Coloradan, and still have property in Moffat County, south of Craig.
Morning, Austin Vincent, the Director of State Affairs and General Counsel for Colorado Farm Bureau.
Luke Muntrap, I also work for Colorado Farm Bureau.
Riley Scott, campaign staff for a couple campaigns on the Front Range.
My name is Curtis Peterson. I'm just an accountant, new transplant, but excited to learn a little bit more from all of you.
Kathy Beckler from Durango, member of Club 20.
Keely Ellis, I'm with the Office of Economic Development and International Trade as the Rural Opportunity Representative for Northwest Colorado.
Derek Elder with Grand Valley Power and Energy Committee Co-Chair.
Clarice Navarro, District Director for Congresswoman Bober.
Bernadette Lake, Field Representative in Grand Junction for Congresswoman Bober.
Nigel Montrose Energy Committee.
Garrett Horn, Rock County Ranger.
Ken Beckett-All, Moffat County.
Margie Joy, Colorado Housing and Finance Authority. I'm your Western Slope representative. Glad to be here today.
Who are you?
Jeweler, Steve B. Jackson County.
And Cindy.
Christian, while you're walking that way.
Cindy Dozier, at Club 20 Executive Committee, Colorado Forest Water Alliance, and Rocky Mountain Restoration Initiative.
Thank you, Mark.
Is there somebody? What, CJ?
We usually were doing introductions.
Thanks to everybody for introducing themselves. Appreciate you being here. Just to make clarification, I want to make sure everybody knows I do not work for the Colorado Parks and Wildlife. I'm retired, so I'll make sure everybody understands that. I mean, I'm proud to work for them for 47 years, but I'm also glad that I'm retired. So, one of the things we need to do is really thank our sponsors. Venue and lunch sponsor, Chevron and Excel Energy. Reception sponsor, Rio Blanco Water Conservancy District. And the committee sponsor is Mark and Kathy Factor. So thank you very much. And if there are no other announcements, is there a Christian?
No, sir.
Okay. We'll start with and we have a pretty aggressive agenda. Brandon I really appreciate what Brandon has done. And he's, obviously, most of you know that he's just started. And thankfully, it's been great. I sure appreciate it. We do have, one of the things I do want to talk about is the importance of Club 20 membership. And it's interesting, 22 years ago, I had my first meeting with Club 20. And I obviously came from the East Slope. I had no idea what Club 20 was, but I had heard rumors. And I will tell you that the people on the West Slope and the citizens of the state of Colorado are lucky that Club 20 is around. I'll tell you right now. I mean, it seems like that it's the only organization that I feel works for everybody. But there are important issues that Front Range people and State House need to understand. And I think Club 20, with its leadership and with Christian and her staff, has been excellent. And I appreciate and I'm thankful that I do belong to Club 20. So with that, I just think it's great. Appreciate all what everybody does that work with Club 20. We have, like I said, we have some things we're going to cover, rulemaking and process and labor issues with Austin, laws and regulations for ag producers, and I think Bruce, Brandon, he's going to be on virtual. Okay. And then we have integrated water management initiative with Kelly. I appreciate her doing this. And then I wanted to have a conversation, although they did discuss the Wolf Plan and 10J. Jeff had asked that we talk about 10J, and I just want to talk about probably, I'm not sure, in depth between Bonnie, Nancy, Brandon, and myself, just make sure everybody understands what 10J is and what it would do for the ag producers. And then we will go and review resolutions and hopefully get those through. So you want to start, Brandon? Introduce yours.
So first, you'll see his picture on your screen. We've got Austin Vincent. He is Colorado Farm Bureau's State Director of Public Policy. He spends 4 months living at the Capitol for Colorado Farm Bureau. For those members here in the room with us, that is Austin. You hear his voice, but you don't see him often. So we're happy he was able to come over here and discuss that project that he's been working on for now well over a year. So Austin, thank you for being here.
Thank you, everybody, and I appreciate the invitation to come and join you guys this morning. I sure enjoyed coming over to the Western Slope. I'm originally from northeastern New Mexico. Grew up on a ranch out there, cow operation, and I was very fortunate to come up to Colorado Farm Bureau a year and a half ago and start as their Director of State Affairs, and recently promoted to General Counsel. So there's plenty of things to get through today. I'm going to start a timer because the last couple times I've been giving this, I've had 2 hours. So we're going to be moving at breakneck speed. So prepare yourself because this is a lot to cover. But so last year's, and just a disclaimer, this is not any legal advice, just so you guys know. This is purely for public education and for you guys to be advised of what the new laws and regulations are in the state regarding agricultural labor and workplace protections. So the plan is to go through Senate Bill 87 overall because there is things in statute, but there was 3 rulemakings all last fall that took a couple of months, and we'll talk about the rulemakings and the rules that are now in place. So Senate Bill 87, want to give you guys a quick overview of the effective dates. Essentially what this means is actually that all of this is now in place. So when I was first giving this last year and earlier this spring, some of these have not arrived yet, but the last thing that went into effect is the access to key service providers. Everything else has been effectively gone into enforcement. So we are now fully in enforcement of the Senate Bill 87 agriculture labor law and regulations. So starting off with Senate Bill 87, if my clicker works, what do I want to do? So one of the big things that it put into agricultural labor law is retaliation and whistleblower protections. And so this was generally in businesses to begin with, but now agricultural and employers, which is a very broad definition. And if you have an employee and you are an agricultural producer, you are an agricultural employer. So essentially, you all that have employees have to comply with this law. So when it comes to retaliation and whistleblowing, There is a presumption that if you, as an employer, do terminate an employee after they have filed a complaint or any other actions, then there is a presumption that you have retaliated, and you then have the duty in either at the court or at an administrative level to prove that you did not do any retaliation. And I just want to point that out there because that is typically not the case in other parts of the law, but you guys need to be prepared for that if that's ever coming your way to, or your employers, because that's one thing that they're gonna have to fight if this ever comes their way. But whistleblower protections for employees as well as their families and their family type relationships. So parents, siblings, spouses, children, cousins, if there's any sort of retaliation against them, then there could be a claim as well. There is also allowed for unionization in Colorado agriculture under the Colorado Labor Peace Act. There's also guidelines in there for notice of strikes, as well as mediation and arbitration before striking. But I'm sorry, this is going to be a very high level look, 30,000 level or 30,000 feet up there because we're flying over. So next, short-handled hoe and hand weeding and thinning. It was very astonishing to see in the bill discussions throughout the entire session last year. The minuscule things that we did talk about, but short-handled hoe is now outlawed in the state of Colorado. It was not used very often anyways, but this was something that was in the bill. And any hoe long-handled hoe that is shaved down to be a short-handled hoe is banned. There is hand weeding and thinning regulations as well. It is strongly discouraged to have your employees hand weed or thin, but there are exceptions, and there was a whole rulemaking for variances if there was not an exception in the statute. So the statute here says that if you have a high density crop, if you're certified organic, if you're doing seedlings, if you use planters or tubs, or if you use plastic mulch, you can have your employees hand weed and thin. If you do not fit any of these and you do believe that you should be able to hand weed, there's a variance rule that is with the Department of Agriculture, and they have other variances that allow you to do that as well. Additionally, if you are having your employees weed and thin, you have to give them an extra 5 minutes on their 10-minute break. We'll see this later, but for every 10 hours or 4 hours of work, there has to be 10 minutes of paid break time. This just adds 5 minutes to that break time as well. And then the employers have to provide gloves and knee pads when necessary. This is going into more of the rulemaking that CDA did. Like I said earlier, there were some rules that also allowed for variances. Farms transitioning to organic was one of them. And then if you spend less than 20% of the weekly work time, then you have that exemption and that ability to hand weed. Another big thing was employer provided housing, which is really huge for our H2A workers, because this bill did not only go to domestic workers, but also H2A workers. So originally, and it's still in statute, but it puts during public health emergencies, strict and rigid size requirements. And so essentially what it did though is it doubled the H2A requirements during public health emergencies. So you have to have 80 square feet of living space for a single occupancy unit. I mean, you guys can read this, but it just expands living and sleeping quarters for the housing. This last year, there was a fix, the first fix of many for this bill, but there was a fix that we had, the ag groups had brought up in our discussions, but also the state then discovered that they were unable to police this and also inspect this. So the state came back and the ag groups came back and we put together a bill that creates an alternative mechanism of compliance for the housing regulations, in that CDLE, if they give out guidelines, then the employer can follow those guidelines for housing, and they will then be in compliance with the law and don't have to go through this and literally double their housing if they have to. So there was also a a narrowing of the public health emergency. Originally, it was just a public health emergency across the board. So floods, all these other things could have been a public health emergency and could have required that employers be in compliance with the statute. So now it is public health emergencies that are human to human communicable diseases. So like your COVIDs and other things that actually have health concerns. Again, though, the CDLE gives out guidelines like testing or masks. Those guidelines can be used when it comes to the housing. So now moving on to the rules and regulations. So this bill, there was at the very beginning, there was a lot in this bill that would have been in statute. So like our overtime law would have been, they wanted to make it a 40-hour work week in statute, unlike any other industry in the state, because all the other industries are controlled by the comps order every single year, and that's both for minimum wage as well as overtime. That, as well as multiple other things, were then moved on to rulemaking. So to start with, overtime rules. This is the biggest. This is going to be make the biggest impact on Colorado agriculture. So right now we don't have any requirements. So everything went into effect, but currently right now there's a tiered system, and we are in the no requirement zone for overtime laws. However, this November they are going to move all of agriculture down to 60 hours per week, and that is when overtime will kick in. So after that, though, there originally was going to be 3 separate categories all the way through, but in the end, the rules came out with 3 separate categories, and then the last 2 all go into 1. And so, as you can see, we're going to eventually move down in 2025 to 56 hours for highly seasonal employers during peak weeks, and 48 hours for all other weeks, and 48 hours for all non-highly seasonal employers. So you guys probably are asking, what's the difference between highly seasonal and non-highly seasonal? For quite frankly, the small employer will only really matter for a year. And that is, there's a definition of how many employees you have, but in the end, in 2 years, the only thing that matters is whether you are highly seasonal or not highly seasonal. So highly seasonal means for 22 weeks out of the year, you as an employer employ twice as many employees as the rest of the year. So here on the West Slope, this is going to be very, very big because you guys have the fruit and vegetable growers and specialty crops. So like your life of sweet corn, they are very labor intensive, but when they aren't growing, they don't have any employees. And so during this winter months, when they only have like 2, 3, 4 employees, they're going to be at 48 hours a week. But during the summer months, it's going to be 56 hours a week for the 22 weeks. So 22-week peak season really encapsulates the planting all the way until the harvesting. But you don't have to go all the way through with that. You have the ability to break that up into 3, at the very least 4-week sections. So you don't have to use a full 22 weeks. You don't have to go continuously through the 22 weeks, but you have 22 weeks and you can break that up into 3 different times. Now, when it comes to I'll just say real quick, for small employers, like I said, fewer than 4 employees, and adjusted gross income of less than $1 million. However, that's not going to matter when it comes to 2025, because even if it's not a highly seasonal employer, is just going to be in that 48 zone. Now, there is a nuance in how you count your employees. Originally, like I said, whenever we were going to have the 3-tiered system with the highly seasonal, non-highly seasonal, and small employers, this was going to actually make a difference. But for 1 year, it will make a difference in how you count your employees, where if they're under 15 hours and part-time, they're not counted. If they're between 15 and 35 hours, they're counted as a half. And if they are 35 or more, they're counted as a full employee. And so this will help for figuring out highly seasonal if it's somebody that is right on the line there. But essentially after 2024, this will not matter. Now, there are exemptions, and you guys can look up the definitions to the exemptions. All the regular exemptions from the comps order also apply to agriculture, like the administrative employee, executive, or supervisor. But there are a few exemptions that are specific to agriculture. Sorry, I was in Fort Collins and it was actually humid and I'm now dry. So family members, that's one big thing for agriculture, because all of us that are agricultural operations understand that it is a family affair. And so family encompasses both blood, adopted, and marital family members. So your cousins, your siblings, your grandparents, your wife's parents, your wife, your children. It goes pretty far, and we try to make that as big as possible because family is important when it comes to these agricultural operations. Owners and proprietors, that's one that comes from the comps and resident workers. So if you have a feedlot, for instance, your head man or your head man that lives there or lives by the feedlot, that can be an in-resident worker because they're always there, they're provided housing. And then decision-making managers and livestock employers. This is one thing that is specific to the Senate Bill 87. What that does is that if you have your top man that you give managerial decisions to, or at least you say, go out and do this for the day, but they have discretion on whether they're going to build fence, fix that well, move those cattle. They have decision-making authority. They are a part of that decision-making manager exemption, but they also have to be paid a salary of at least $45 this year, going up to $50,000 next year, $55,000 in 2025, the beginning of 25, and then after that, adjusted to inflation. So there's a lot of nuances in this when it comes to salary and numbers, but you can find all those at the Colorado Department of Labor and Employment. I have these fact sheets. You can find these info sheets online at CDLE. They're interpretive notice and formal opinion, but if you guys ever need any questions high level, you can go there and look at those info sheets, because that's really helpful just to get a general knowledge of what you're supposed to do. Minimum wage, all this essentially does is it puts Colorado agriculture under the Colorado minimum wage law. So 2022, it's $12.56. It's going to go up again. Now there are nuances in the fact that range workers are not always, there's some rules that apply differently to range workers just because it is a different way of working. You as the employer have them far away and they're making their daily decisions and doing their daily things on their own time and on their own prerogative. But there is a minimum payment requirement of $515 a week for range workers, and it's adjusted per inflation annually after that. And I just did something. What did I just do?
I'm not sure. It looks like it's another.
Oh, okay. Maybe it just, there we go. And finally, before we get to labor conditions, meal and rest breaks. So employers are required to give their employees a 30-minute rest break if they work more than 5 hours, and that's pretty much a meal break. That is your lunch. And it doesn't have to be compensated, but every 4 hours, you have to provide a 10-minute rest period for your employees. So if you work from 7 to 11, there has to be a 10-minute rest period in there. 11 to 3, there has to be a rest period in there, and 3 to whatever, there has to be a rest period. So if you're working any more than 8 hours, there has to be 3 rest periods in that day. Now, livestock haulers and combine harvesters are exempt from the meal breaks and rest breaks. So if you have combine harvesters, you don't have to worry about this, as well as livestock haulers. So now going to the ag labor conditions. This is one thing that here it's probably going to impact you guys because you guys get quite hot every day. And you guys usually do get over 90 quite a bit in summer, or 80 quite a bit in summer. So what these laws are, what these rules are, is pretty much heat protection rules, and they kick in at 80 degrees. And then whenever there is an increased risk condition, there is even more regulations or more requirements for water or shade. So like I said, it's a 2-tiered system, and the increased risk conditions is at least 85 or 95 degrees or higher. Poor air quality, so if there's a fire and there's smoke around, long days working over 12 hours, heavy clothing or gear required, and acclimatization. So if you have a worker that just started the first 4 days of their employment, they have to go by these rules. And so what these rules are begins with water. And so at 80 degrees, you as an employer are required to provide 32 ounces of water per hour per worker at 60 degrees or cooler from a sanitary source. Now, I want to make this very clear. You as an employer have to provide this. You don't have to force your employee to do this. Because that was one thing during the rulemaking is you can provide these things, but workers don't always drink. I don't drink 32 ounces of water per day. And so we wanted to make sure that if they don't drink it, we're not going to be in trouble. So you as an employer just have to provide these things. You have to provide shade, you have to provide water, and you have to provide breaks. If your employee doesn't want to take any of those, you as an employer, probably as an attorney, I would very much advise you to write it down or record things so that you can cover your own butt. But you have to be sure that you provide these things. And they also have to be from at a reasonable distance. So the rules say a quarter mile away. Now, there are some exceptions to this, again, for the range worker as well as ranch workers that are out on the ranch that don't have the ability to carry 2 jugs of water with them. So for range workers and ranch workers that spend the majority of their workday mobile, whether that's on a horse, on a Polaris, on a 4-wheeler, and too distant from a fixed or mobile source of water. Well, so what you can do to comply, you have to comply to the maximum extent possible, but you have to be able, they have to be able to resupply potable water to the worker. You have to provide resources for them to get water. So one example was that you can provide straws. There's the water straws that filter out water if you drink from a stream. You can provide that, and if there's a stream nearby, that is a reasonable tool for them to use to get water. Next is shade regulations, also kicking in at 80 degrees. These can be used for the rest breaks, meal breaks, cool down, or other breaks. There has to be adequate shade, meaning that the workers have to be able to sit there, not touching each other and being full shade is essentially what they told us. And it can be either artificial, so trees, or it can be a tent. So you can just put a pop-up tent that has a cover on it, and they can sit under those two as long as they have full coverage of shade. Now, whenever it's not safe or possible, so whenever you're riding a horse, whenever there's high winds, whenever you're out fixing fence, you don't have to comply with these, but you do have to comply to the maximum extent possible. And that is you have to provide an air conditioning site. So like your car, if there's a car nearby and they need to take a break, they can go in their car and that satisfies the laws and regulations. Or you can also provide them with cooling devices. So like a cooling rag, cooling vest, things like that can also be used. So whenever you do have these though, you have to ensure that the shaded area you don't have anything that discourages the workers from being in the shaded area. So it can't be near a dead pile, near manure, that can't be by an exhaust pipe. So those things are a little bit more nuanced, but it has to be ventilation in open air, no noxious odor. Again, it has to be a reasonable distance from the worker, so a quarter mile away. I'm running out of time, so I'm going to fly through these. Increased risk conditions. Breaks increase, so instead of the 4 hours, you had to do 10-minute breaks every 2 hours. Remember, this is for poor air quality, more than 12 hours a day, new employee, or 95 degrees or more. You have to give notice to the employees if these regulations are going to be, or if these conditions are going to persist that day. So you have to tell your employees at the very beginning of the day, you're going to be working a 12-hour day. Or it's going to be 95 degrees. Now, if you don't know it's going to be a 12-hour day until later on, you don't have to do it in the morning, but you do need to tell them whenever you reasonably discover that you're going to be working longer, or if there's some wild change of weather that it's going to hit these regulations. Real quick, when it comes to the weather regulation or weather monitoring, you can use your phone and Apple device and look for a location that covers the work site, and that is what you will use to look for the next day at what the weather is going to be like, and if you're going to need to provide notice to your employees. I want to get to the safety training and give you guys time to ask questions. There are safety training requirements for heat illness protection, and so a lot of this is the employer's responsibility to provide the training to them. So there's online trainings, OSHA as well as CDA provide the resources for you to show your employees, the videos for them to understand how they can monitor for heat illness, how they can see the symptoms for heat illness, and what they need to do for heat illness. For you as an employer, you also need to designate employees that know what to do in the case of emergency of a heat illness. So you need someone that is the emergency contact, the one that will call emergency services if they are needed. Also, they have to know how to tell emergency services to come to where you're at location wise. And you also have to have your supervisors know first aid, as well as the protocols if somebody does have symptoms, because if one of your workers has heat illness symptoms, they have to have a rest break, be in shade, be given water, and the break can be no less than 10 minutes, but also they cannot go back to work until they say they are fine. And if their symptoms get worse, then the supervisor has to know what to do in the emergency contacts, if anything, if the worker needs them. Now, the last thing I believe I'll be talking about today is access to key service providers. In the rule, it does state that key service providers have access at any location at any time to an employee, as well as other times during non-compensated times for the employee. So for H2A workers, as well as your workers that you provide housing to, you have to allow the key service providers to go onto the property and go and talk to the employee. The employees have the right to tell them to go or that they don't want to see them, but you as an employer cannot restrict or bar any access to key service providers, or else that will be a violation of the ag labor law. So you have to be careful as an employer whenever people come onto your property, because you can't, if they are a labor key service provider, you cannot not kick them off your property without being in violation. I will say there is rules on this that require that employers give the employees access to either cell service or internet service whenever they want to or need to contact these key service providers. But if you do not provide that, you have to provide transportation to somewhere that has that. And if you can't provide that, then the key service providers have a right to come onto your property. I will say Colorado Farm Bureau did just recently, our members did just recently file a lawsuit against the state, challenging the open access at any time to in any location by key service providers as a violation of the Fifth Amendment per Cedar Point Nursery v. Hassid, which is a U.S. Supreme Court ruling last year. But postal requirements, there's postal requirements. You can find them here. They have to be in public areas. And now I want to open it up to you guys. If there's any questions, I think I have about 5 more minutes for questions, but I wanted to give you guys the chance to ask any questions, and I can answer them if possible. But thank you guys for having me today.
So before she talks, I just want to thank Austin and let people know, if you aren't aware, I didn't ask Austin here, this wasn't a bill Farm Bureau or any of the ag organizations supported. Unfortunately, it became law. So we just thought it'd be good for y'all to hear what is going on. So I don't want you to think this was an endorsement of the bill by Farm Bureau.
Yeah, I will just say it's something we don't want, but unfortunately we now have to live with unless we are able to fix it. And really there's only one way to fix it, and that's a trifecta government in the other way. Because that's why we couldn't kill it, because it's a trifecta government and with people that don't really fully support our way of life. Oh, not on.
First off, thank you, to the Farm Bureau leadership for the past 2 years through SB 87 and the rulemaking process on this. A lot of farms and ranchers provide housing, or you can run livestock on the ranch, different types of compensation packages in lieu of cash. Would you please speak to that in light of the now that we're through the rulemaking process and what that means now?
So the extra bonuses and all that is what you're saying? Other the benefits?
Well, it used to be that you could provide your ranch housing for your employer or your employee instead of writing them a check for wages.
Yes, thank you, Bonnie. And I also want to say Bonnie and the wool growers and continue to be a very close ally, and we collaborate with wool growers as well as a number of other orgs throughout the state and dealing with this and other regulations. So I want to thank you too for your leadership on it, because you guys have been helpful. Yeah, so before you were able to include those benefits that you gave your employees as wages essentially, and you were good. However, now that is not counted as wages. And that cannot go to the minimum wage or overtime regulations. And so you have to pay money for those regulations. You can't say, oh, well, I give them free rent. That doesn't matter. That does not count as wages per the law. And so because even though you have that benefit, that can't really be counted to a salary unless you have a salary, or to a hour by hour rate. You have to pay them in cash. And so unfortunately, the unintended consequences, one of many of this bill, is that those benefits likely are going to go away because employers are not going to be able to afford that as well as pay, which is sad because there was a lot of benefits that employers used to give, half beeves, free transportation, free housing, and all those things added up and were benefits to the employee, but now that doesn't count because none of that is counted as wages per federal law as well as case law. So.
Yeah, go ahead, Mandy.
Is there any issue with renting back housing? So if an employer provided that housing, having a package where the employee could rent the housing at a fair market value?
So thank you for the question. Those are nuanced questions that we have also asked. There's many nuanced questions we've asked CDLE. Quite frankly, we haven't gotten direct comment or statements on that because we had on the Eastern Slope or Eastern Plains, we had a question similar to that. And quite frankly, I would actually advise you to reach out to CDLE to see if that's something that they do allow for, because there's a nuance in that they would tell you whether or not they're going to. I don't think so, but I would ask CDLE.
I think we've got one more question. Go ahead.
Awesome, thank you. So the question, a couple questions in my mind is, if there's a dispute between an employer and an employee, where does that go? Does it go to state court?
So it begins at CDLE, and there is a administrative process and a complaint that goes to them. They have the right to look at that complaint and decide whether or not they want to pursue it. And if they don't pursue it, if they do pursue it, it goes through the administrative route. If they don't pursue it though, then the employee has a right to take that claim to court and litigate it at court instead. But there is a level that goes through the administrative agency first and then to the court.
And in the case of a dispute, who bears the burden of proof with regards to wage and hour law?
It'll be the employer.
That'd be the employer. So yes. I just want to clarify that in that case, the employer would have to prove that the employee did not work overtime, for example, if there's an overtime dispute.
Yes, and that's why it's very important that employers record everything. Farmers and ranchers are notorious for not recording anything, and it does take time, and it takes some recording and takes some storage. But because of this law, recording when your employees work, recording when you pay overtime, recording when you take breaks, recording when you pay them and what you pay them, all is going to be very important, because unfortunately now you have the threat of litigation over your head. And the only way that you're going to prove yourself is through paper, because if you don't actually record it, it's your voice against somebody else's.
Right. So what that means is the employer, as a small business, has to keep very, very good records with regards to overtime and hours or that sort of thing.
Yes, sir. And we are working with the Department of Agriculture to try to get something in on their website that is essentially a repository not only for the rights notifications, as well as something similar to this on how you need to comply, but also a overtime place where you as an employer can go and put in your hourly rates, your hours. And so there can be a repository for you as an employer that you don't have to either buy new stuff or do it on paper. You can just have it there at CBA.
One last question: does is a business owner personally responsible? In other words, is it personal liability in the case of a dispute between an employer and the company?
It will depend on what kind of entity your operation is under.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Well, thank you again.
I lied. We're gonna give the immediate past chair the last question. So Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Brandon, for that question. Thank you, Austin, for the presentation. We do appreciate the work that Farm Bureau has done. And as I heard the last questions, everything that you listed on what we have to do, every time we turn around, that's additional costs to the producers. Everything in terms of keeping more records, in terms of all this additional equipment and supplies and shade, and most people are doing that anyway as needed.
Yes.
So is there anything built in this bill that accommodates those costs? And I know the answer is no, probably. But it seems like the only answer that I'm seeing here is that we've got to streamline the adoption process so we can get adopted family members to work so we can be exempt.
That's one route that you could take. Yeah, no, unfortunately, yeah, you're exactly correct. There was no consideration for the impact, especially economic impact this is going to have on operations. There are other states that have provided tax credits for overtime. Oregon specifically just put in a lower 40-hour per week overtime, but they did give a very hefty credit, tax credit. But we don't have that here. And like you said, it's not only cost of money, it's cost of time as well. So there was, unfortunately, while the ag advocates asked that profusely and many times, unfortunately, the labor advocates and the bill sponsor did not listen to that, and unfortunately decided that the economic burdens will have to be fully burdened by or borne by the operator.
It's awesome.
Yep. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. And I will be here until after Bruce is done talking, and then we'll be leaving. So if you need anything, I have business cards with me. But thank you guys again. I appreciate it.
So before we move on to Bruce, I just wanted to give Jeff a chance to introduce himself since he was not here when we did introductions. So Jeff.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm on now.
Oh, just one moment. They're gonna.
I'll wait to you in just a second, Bruce. We're gonna let Jeff introduce himself.
Oh, Brandon, thanks for the call out. I'm Jeff Comstock. I do whatever Monmouth County Commissioners tell me to do.
All right, so next, as you see him on the screen, we've got Bruce. Bruce has helped, Bruce Talbot with Talbot Farms has helped Farm Bureau and fruit and vegetable growers through this ag labor bill. He testified, I don't even know how many times, Bruce, on that bill in front of the committees. And so I've just asked Bruce to kind of come, now that you had the 30,000-foot view from Austin, I just had Bruce wanted Bruce to come on and kind of talk about what Talbot's Farms is doing to deal with everything Austin just told you. So Bruce, go ahead and take it away. Thanks for being here.
All right, well, I appreciate it, and I apologize for not being there. We're in the middle of peach harvest, and I'm on a short leash at this time of year. But I do appreciate the chance to visit. I will be much more brief than Austin, so we'll have more chance to ask Austin more questions here in a little while. He gave, first of all, my impression of what is happening is this is a national movement. It is the labor rules we had in the last 2 years are a solution out looking for a problem. And I do not believe that a lot of what has happened is really relevant to Colorado, but nonetheless, we have it to deal with, and we are here. The most impactful of all, well, Austin just gave you a real good feel of what we're dealing with. And the industry is kind of in a state of shock, I think, to a certain degree. And I do listen to people saying, you know, how badly do we really want to farm in Colorado? Is this really got long-term legs, or is this something we need to reevaluate? And I think it's very unfortunate when that's the mood of the industry. And I'm working my way down through Farm Bureau's toolkit here, so to get all the different parts of it. But of course, the overtime is the most serious of all of the changes that have occurred. This year, of course, we have a reprieve and we're status quo of what we have done in the past. But next year and years after that, we start ratcheting down how many hours we can allow people to work. Most of us, or many of us, I should say, are already on an H-2A program, which is the contract program out of Mexico and Central America and the Caribbean, where we are at a 1563, 64 wage already, plus housing, plus transportation, plus guarantees, plus all kinds of things. So we have a relatively expensive wage, and to pay overtime is not something that most of us are ultimately going to be able to absorb, like most businesses aren't going to be able to absorb that are not agriculture. And so in the end, we've got to figure out how to restrict our guys down to down to where we don't trigger very much overtime. There was a minimum wage thing in there, and the coalition let that go real quickly because, first of all, the conversation came out, we all have to pay minimum wage. And what we realized over time was, no, if you have less than 2 full-time employees per year equivalent or something in that ballpark, you actually were exempt from minimum wage. So it really didn't affect most of agriculture. And there's no reason to get a black eye for somebody not paying minimum wage. So the minimum wage thing, we were happy to give up. The overtime thing, our biggest concern with overtime, because we're going to figure out how to adapt, is that Colorado becomes a far less attractive state for ag workers. And if we had been cut to 40 hours, well, under the current thing, my guys are going to lose about $5,000 a year per person once we get to the full 48/56. And 48 for off season, 56 for in the middle of harvest, which still, it's a good job. Still, they're going to make a lot more than they would at home. But, you know, it's a little like when if we go to, let's say to Pudong Bay or to Saudi Arabia to work, and somebody tells us they're going to restrict our hours, it's like, no, I think I'll stay home. I don't think I want to do that. They're here to make money. They're not here for other things, and I'll get to that a little more later. But the thing that we have in our advantage is that half the produce, and everything I say is heavily loaded with produce. I don't completely understand all the livestock nuances. And so that's a little different game. One of the things we have in our favor is half the American produce industry is on the West Coast, or over half of it, and they are far more restrictive than us. And a lot of the guys that used to go to the West Coast are not going to the West Coast anymore, or they're responding by getting multiple jobs as they're cut to 40 hours in California. They have multiple employers. But so we will have to figure out how to deal with not absorbing a bunch of overtime. The rest break thing, we have to keep our guys healthy and happy. There's just no way around that. If guys aren't feeling good, if guys are fatigued, if guys are unhealthy, they're not going to perform at the level of guys that have all the water they want and have adequate rest breaks. So codification of rest breaks to me is a little silly, but okay, if that makes somebody feel good, that's okay. To the best of my knowledge, everybody in the produce industry has always given those anyway for obvious reasons. Meal breaks are no different. Of course, we want our guys to eat. They want a 30-minute break. They can have an hour if they want it. They all want 30 minutes. They're here to work. They're not here to relax. So the access to key service providers, of course, that one is in court. We're a little concerned when people come onto the property. We have no idea who we have. Why are you here? What are you doing? And of course, our big issue now, which I'll get into a little more too, is that we've got all this third-party certification, and we've got our food safety programs. And part of the food safety is we have control of our premises, and we have control of access and who's coming and going. And if you have if you don't have that control, then you know, we're compromising what we say, what we tell everybody we're doing to make sure that workers are safe and to make sure people are safe. The heat training, from a practical standpoint in Colorado, we're going to train when the guys come in. We, in the history of our farm, have only had, the only heat stress problems we have had are the guys that have personal protective equipment for pesticide application. We've had several situations where they have realized they're in trouble and have had to break loose, go cool down. But as far as guys in the field, it's, you know, it's a little like me getting on an airplane and telling me how to run a seatbelt. That's the level of receptivity our guys have to being trained about heat at 80, 90, and 100 degrees. And yes, we train them. Yes, we got to do it. I think our challenge is documenting the trail, because these things that are common sense things, at some point, somebody comes in and audits you, and did you know this? Well, of course. Is somebody in charge of this? I think so. And so you get in trouble because it's hard to put a lot of effort into something that is routine and not really necessary is not the right term, but we're going to do anyway. Paid rest breaks, you know, the problem with all those kinds of things is just keeping track of it. We don't, all of our rest breaks are paid, and I think most people's are. Housing situation, well, on the emergency thing, I think Austin went into that pretty well. If they were to enforce that as it was originally written, what it means is we go out and rent hotel space and in the middle of harvest, and that's not very feasible. But I think the reprieve they have given us is pretty good. Enforcement of retaliation and complaints, I think that's relatively standard. The only thing is it's back to a paper trail, a document trail, and it creates a target-rich environment for litigators and people that would like to extort employers. And it's not going to change the way we operate. It's just one more exposure out there that is unfortunate. In the case of unions, the right to unionize, that looks good, sounds good. California has been unionized for years, and they are down to less than 1% of their ag workers are unionized because they just don't want to be in the unions anymore. The union has very little to offer. And in Colorado, where you don't have huge industries with huge employers, I just don't see that as having any kind of real significance. I don't see that playing out as of any importance for your average producer. In addition to these rules, you know, we've got the challenges of family leave and sick leave, which have come up in the last couple of years. And interestingly enough, our biggest challenge is to get our software to figure out how to document and keep track of, compile the information that as it's used, as it's accrued, as it's our original software wouldn't absorb any of those kinds of things. And so our software providers have had to write it specifically for Colorado. And the other thing, I think that's kind of my response to the rules as they are right now. To understand what's going on too in some of this discussion, we have two very, very distinct groups of ag workers today. And we, as I mentioned earlier, H2A. H2A is a contract program. It's onerous, it's expensive, but it works for us because, you know, we ask three things of our guys. You got to perform, you've got to work as a team. You've got to work with your team leaders. And third is you've got to, since we provide all your housing, you have to be a good guest in the houses. And if you make people's lives miserable, they can't get sleep, they're having to clean your dishes, all these kinds of things, that's not going to work for us. You've got to be a good housemate. And so the, what do you call it? The carrot is, if you want to come back, do those three things. If any of those are a problem, we're not going to ask you back, which is a pretty strong stick. And the reality is we have the same guys coming back year after year after year, and they want the bad actors out of the crew because they really don't want to deal with them. And so our discipline, our retention is incredibly high. In probably 500 or 600 contracts, I have only had 5 or 6 people not complete their contract. And part of the deal too is you have to hire corresponding workers. And of the corresponding workers we have hired over that same period of time, I've only had 2 that have actually completed a contract. And they were guys I moved over to equipment operation. So that is this group that comes and they're here to work. It's a sweet deal. They get 2 or 3 months off in the winter in Mexico, which is pretty cool. And then they get to work hard when they're here. The other group, which I think is where most of the advocates spend their time, is we have settled out people that have been here 20, 30, 40 years. They're graying. Many of them have kids in the schools. Many of them have interests that are different than the H-2A worker or the contract worker. They are parts of their communities. But that group, like I say, is graying, and I think a lot of these rules may service their interests more than the H-2A people. We asked for H-2A exemption. That didn't happen, but it would really be nice if we could ever get that. Sakata, I think, is a good example, anecdotally, of kind of what's going on there. They have, well, they quit doing broccoli and cauliflower a few years back because of food safety concerns. They dropped sweet corn 4 or 5 years ago because they couldn't get enough help, and they were going to have to build housing to comply with the H-2A requirements if they were going to do that, and they didn't want to do that in Brighton. And so they dropped their sweet corn program. Well, last year they dropped their onion program, which was the last part of their farm. And they had about 60 employees, and they were really concerned about letting these guys go. And when they sat down with their people saying, this is what we're doing, the vast majority of them retired. They didn't want to disappoint Cicadas by not sticking with it to the end. So in the end, it was a much easier transition than they expected. And he said he only had to find new jobs for 5 or 6 of his guys. The rest of them were happy to call it good. So that's entirely different groups of people that we're working with. And I think here on the West Slope, peach industry, we're H-2A entirely. I think the sweet corn guys are the same. Some of the others I don't know so much. How are we responding? We put in an electronic sorter 2 years ago, and partly it's in cost of labor is one thing, but just lack of availability. They're not around. And that sorter is $500,000, but it replaces about 10 people, and it allows us to run fruit more quickly. It's something we have to do. We're going to build more housing, as we are not going to be able to work the hours we used to work. We are going to have more guys coming in. And I think under the H-2A program, I think we'll be able to do that. We're probably going to buy a grape harvester. A new one's $500,000. We can get a used one for probably a good one for $200,000, $250,000. That's going to replace 20 or 30 guys. And it's got its challenges as well, but that's what we're going to have to do. Currently, our shed is industry; it's not farm, and because we pack for so many other people, if we have to, we'll move the shed to H-2A, and which means we can't pack for outside entities anymore, or we're not a farm if we do. And I think just as a matter of common sense, we're going to be much harder on blocks. We quit doing pairs 2 years ago because we're trading dollars. We're not making money in pairs anymore. And I think we'll take peach orchards and vineyards, and this one's marginal. We're going to quit doing it. And I think any grower or any producer out there, if you're trading dollars, you need to quit, because I'm not sure you're helping the industry and you're not helping yourself. What I see happening in California and Washington is that a lot of these guys are going multi-state, and part of that is because they have a contract with Hy-Vee, with Piggly Wiggly, and they are supplying them with year-round green, supplying them with year-round whatever, and it's easier for them to figure out where to go get it than to come and go is, from a commercial standpoint, tough. But when you're farming in California, Arizona, and Sonora, over time, it gets really a lot more attractive to spend more of your production in Sonora and Sinaloa and Point South, and less of it in California and Arizona or Colorado for that matter. So I see a lot of our produce people are gradually moving out of the area incrementally. And I think Colorado in the end will lose. If we're an unattractive place to farm, if we're expensive, it's just, we're over time, we're going to lose, we're going to have attrition. And my last concern is we're going to have young people not want to come back. When everybody's struggling, it's why would you do this? Why do you want to do this? And that's sad. Fortunately, the fruit industry, we're a little healthier than most. We do have a lot of young people here, but when you've got all the rules and regs coming in, when you've got the third-party audits coming in, and certifications, before long, we don't have any time to farm. All we're doing is complying with all these different programs. So that's really all I had. Like I say, I'm going to be brief, where Austin gave you the whole enchilada. So
thanks, Bruce. I think we've got time for like 1 or 2 questions. So if there's any questions for Bruce, go ahead, Nancy.
Nancy Fisher and Bruce, thank you. He actually helped charter member of creating the fruit and vegetable board, because we didn't get a voice. We are a specialty crop. But boy, did we get nailed by the last legislature or two. And they called it a Farm Worker Bill of Rights, as if we were not taking care of our workers. We use H-2A workers as well, because we're Olathe sweet corn, original marketers of Olathe sweet corn. And all those costs, think about affordable housing. You'll go to a different committee and they'll talk affordable housing all day. We provide, because our workers aren't like, you have yours for 10 months, we have ours for 2 months. All those costs have to be done on one crop. It's an incredible driver of costs for raising sweet corn. I don't know how long that's going to last. We're trying to mechanize too, but there's only so much mechanizing that you can do. So then you're competing with other states, and it's like the legislature doesn't look at what other states are making their producers pay. So it really hasn't been very equitable. The H-2A, we have to pay prevailing wage. We're mandated to pay prevailing wage, which is what, $15 or $16 this year. I don't remember what it is, because I'm semi-retired. We sold our company to our son, a 40-year-old guy who actually thought he should stay in farming. But it's, so we pay higher costs all the way along. And our guys like yours, we started in 2001, and they come back every year until they get too old. They come for 9 weeks. They don't even need 9 months. They come up, they make their money, and they go home. And we're never allowed to let them work for someone else. And we'll find our workers weeding on some field that we didn't get them to go there. They're not technically allowed to be there, but they'll work after the 12 hours.
They're here to make money and go home. And so it makes maybe some of us look bad, but they don't come back every year if we've been abusing them. So I want people to know that we're not whining because we're farmers and we don't want to take care of our workers. I think we just got nailed by a lot of regulations, and food safety is even more onerous than the new farm worker stuff. We end up, you don't check your shed once. Well, now we're doing asparagus, it needs to be inspected for food safety. Now we're doing sweet corn, you have to be inspected. Same shed, again, food safety. Then we're doing organic corn, we have to inspect you again, food safety. So we are buried under audits. That's the other piece of it that just drives you crazy. But thank you for the time you put in mentioning that you also had to hire an lobbyist. I mean, this became so huge for us that the fruit and vegetable guys even have a lobbyist, and then we have Farm Bureau and thank those guys too. So thanks, Bruce. I really appreciate it all the time. And he's our president. So again, look at your leadership from the Western Slope. I was very proud of Bruce being willing. He tried to get me on that committee once upon a time, and I said, "Here's my son." But thanks, Bruce.
We have had to hire somebody. We have a position now that is compliance, and I never thought we'd be there. But it's food safety, it's labor compliance, it's yeah, the whole shooting match.
You can do it quickly, Bonnie. You'll be our last question.
Yeah, just a comment. Bruce, Bonnie Graham with Colorado Wool Growers. You know, I just want to really reinforce what Bruce said, that this was a solution looking for a problem, because a lot of people aren't wrapped around the axle on this issue, like some of us have been. So when this went through the legislature, this was a feel-good bill. There really wasn't any ground truthing on the accusations that came out of against the egg industry on this. And this is, as Bruce has very eloquently pointed out, that this is having absolutely devastating impacts on Colorado agriculture. But thank you, Nancy and Bruce, for highlighting how this all manifested.
I would make one other real quick comment that I just remembered. One of the things in this law too was that they put together a commission or a group that was supposed to study what was going on out there and make recommendations to the legislature on how to fix it, and which represented advocates, represented employers, represented all kinds of people. Well, that board has been, or group has been seated. They've never had a meeting. They've never called anything. And I don't know if it's because CDLE didn't want it in the first place and was forced down their throat. I don't know if the advocates are afraid they're not going to get the feedback or response, or the findings of the committee is going to be what they'd hoped for. For some reason, it's mothballed, and I'm curious of why.
Thanks, Bruce. I truly appreciate you. As I said in my first email to you, I know this is right in your hair on fire stage. So thank you for coming and speaking on this issue. I really appreciate it. It's the committee as a whole. Before I hand it over to Ron to introduce his, you heard Bruce talk about the Farm Bureau toolkit. I'll just plug that. There is on the Farm Bureau website, which is just coloradofarmbureau.org. There's just we do have a toolkit that if you're looking for any information on the ag labor bill, it's there for you if needed. So I'll hand it over to Ron.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Brandon. We'll have Kelly introduce. She asked if she can be talking about integrated water management initiative for the White River. So thank you very much, Kelly.
Okay, we just got to turn it on.
Oh, it does help if you turn it on.
Good morning, everybody. Callie Hendrickson, I'm talking today from Rio Blanco County. So again, welcome for being here. The conservation districts that I work for is White River Conservation District and Douglas Creek Conservation District. And so between the two of them, we cover the full county of Rio Blanco County here. So
I just wanted, we hear a lot of the time about how, so integrated water, water plans, we keep hearing, and probably each and every one of your watersheds, you have this water planning effort going. And so back when the Colorado Water Plan was put together, in that document, it said that about 80% of the priority watersheds or streams would have a stream management plan on them by 2030. So while that was no mandate, it was certainly a direction and guidance, and it gave a lot of nonprofits an opportunity to start doing more and more watershed planning and so forth. It also, there was a lot of money that come down through CWCB for these planning efforts. And so again, some of your nonprofits were using, they were doing good work, but they were making a lot of money off of it as well. So as that process was developing, the White River, we started hearing was a bit of a target because it's has very little storage. You'll hear from Alden here later today. We have very little storage. It is high dollar fishing in the upper part of the river, and just has gotten a lot of attention from the environmental community more recently. So I wanted to talk today because so many places, agriculture does not have a very big seat at the table. You might have a high chair, but you don't have a very big seat at the table. And I will say here in Rio Blanco County, our ag guys are driving this conversation. I'm gonna say 80%, because we do have a couple of environmental groups that are involved, and we wanna make sure they stay involved, and they're extremely helpful. But our local ranchers and farmers are in the driving seat. And as I talk about it today, think about the amount of time and energy these guys are putting into this. And I will tell you, it does not come free. It comes with a lot of time and commitment to be engaged. So I want to go through the process that we've been through. We started this in 2019, for crying out loud. And we will have a couple of years more just through the planning process, but we have a lot of really good outcomes happening here. What the Conservation District did was went to the community, literally during one of our annual meetings. We had about 120 people in the room, and we explained what was happening. And to let people know, you're going to have a stream management plan process coming to the White River. Your choice. Do you want some environmental group to lead this effort, or do you want a local entity to lead the effort? And of course, local was the desire. And so we asked that question, what is that entity? And we did give them 4 or 5 different options, including CPW and others. And it came out pretty strong that they wanted the Conservation District to lead the effort, not just the consumptive use, because you will hear in a lot of watersheds, there are 2 different functions going. You have the consumptive uses and the non-consumptive uses. And oftentimes they're not talking and working very well together. So as we started down the process, the conservation districts knew we couldn't handle this just ourselves. I have 2 5-member boards, and at the time we had 2 staff. And so that's not something we can tackle this big in addition to everything else we're doing. So we developed what we called a planning advisory committee. So you'll hear me talk about the PAC. It has 16 members, and there is about a third agriculture, a third, I'm going to say municipalities and industry, and then a third environmental focused folks as well. So and I will tell you, we spent over 6 months identifying who and what would be the best mix of people that participate in this group. So not only interests, but also locations. For those of you that don't know Rio Blanco County very well, we have 4 pretty distinct communities. So we'll start from the west here in Rangeley. And as we move to the east, we have the Piance Creek. It's a very small community, but it's an important community to the county. There's only probably about 18 to 20 families that live there anymore. But I will tell you, if you come to their location, they're all there, every one of them, if you're talking about some water in particular. And then we have the town of Meeker, and then we have Upriver, which is another world. And so the big high dollar ranches, recreation is the priority up that direction. So we made sure that this pack had representation from all of those areas as well. So we hired a facilitator to come in and have meetings in each one of those locations. We make sure that we have a meeting in their backyard. So we're not asking everybody to come to Meeker, not asking everybody to come to Rangeley, because if you are in a county and you understand the divisiveness there sometimes, that's important. So through that process, we asked each one of those groups, of those 16 people, to give us 2 people that you see as a leader in the community. And then give us your questions, what you want us to ask them. I mean, we were down, I mean, that's the kind of nitty gritty that we were doing from the local level. We were never asking somebody from above to determine what questions and who we would ask these questions of. So we went and interviewed one-on-one, for the most part, these 30 individuals to get what their priorities and their interests were in the White River. From that, we developed a full report, and then the pack from there started developing our mission statement and our goals. And that was all in our first phase. And then, and I will tell you, I put this up here, and I'm hoping you guys can see it better than I can. It looks real fuzzy from here. But the mission, this is our Conservation District's website. And on the website is our White River Integrated Water Initiative goal. It's all of our minutes, and everything is on this one page. But this is our mission statement. It's a community-based initiative to identify actions promoting a healthy river that ensures a vibrant economic community capable of securing the future vitality of agriculture, fisheries, recreation, municipalities, and industry, while protecting the water rights, quantity, and quality with respect for local customs, culture, and property rights. So as you can see, there's a lot packed in that, but it's extremely focused on protecting agriculture. Over here on the far right side, and I'll just have you scroll up there a little bit so you can see the goals. But out of this, so when we have the PAC developed these goals, but we took them back to every one of those communities, all 4 of them, and said, did we capture what you were asking? And interestingly enough, I would say probably 80% of the people were new and different people that showed up at those meetings. But we still had pretty much the same input with a couple of exceptions. We did add, made it just like a 2-word tweak to the mission statement, as well as to added agriculture enhancements over here in the goals. The reason I'm telling you that kind of detail is it is critical that this go back to the people and let them tell you, are they okay with this? Are they bought into it? Because we've done that, I think again, I'll jump ahead a little ways here, but I've had 2 meetings in the last 2 weeks where I had anywhere from 4 to 8 producers spend the day with us in the middle of haying season in Rio Blanco County. They have chose to come and spend their time with us at different, and it hasn't been just meetings. We've been out on tours and showing people and looking at our next steps and so forth. And so they know and understand this is being driven by them. Yes, Trout Unlimited is involved, and they've got some great staff here locally that we've really been able to engage and be involved, but they just see themselves in the driver's seat. So I'm going to step back to when we moved to the second phase, which was we had to go to the Colorado Water Conservation Board through the Basin Roundtables, ask for money, and hired another facility, a new and different facilitator that's pretty much spent her life on this for us. And so instead of saying we were going to hire, the community felt very strongly that everybody we hire, if at all possible, be a Rio Blanco County citizen. We are not hiring consultants from outside. And here's why. Because anytime you hire a consultant that comes in, they do a great report for you, and it's all on the shelf. But that information that's most important is right up here, and it walks out of the county when it goes to somewhere else. So what we did to make the cost work, because we kind of done it on a shoestring budget, is we did riparian health studies as well as diversion structure studies. So again, I will say, for instance, and this, I'm just going to use them as an example, the Yampa Basin hired consultants to do that. Instead, we used NRCS staff, CPW staff, a Trout Unlimited staff member. I think we had 4 ranchers that committed to this. And they did 22 diversion structure assessments and about that same number of riparian health assessments. And River's Edge West was a part of the riparian assessments, and they're a part of our membership too. At the very best, they could do 4 of those in a day. So that tells you how much time our ranchers have put into this. And they wouldn't do this if they didn't feel like they were in the driver's seat. And I'm just going to keep driving that point home, because I keep getting calls from all the other areas of how are you getting agriculture involved? Well, we're not telling them what they need to do. We are asking them what they need us to do for them. So we continue to move in that direction. Out of those diversion structure and riparian health assessments, which were only done last year, we haven't got our reports done yet, but from that, Colorado Cattlemen's wrote a grant, and I think they worked with 3 different areas, but we got $22,000 to do some demonstration projects. So right now, just based on those assessments that we did, we asked for applications, and I think I got 8 applications out of the 22 that had done the assessments. We have 2 contracts for diversion structure improvements right now, and I believe haying season's still going, so Forrest doesn't quite have his done yet, but he will have soon. And the other one is done. And those are small projects, but again, out of this whole process and that application process came 2 bigger projects that the Colorado River District is going to help us on. So we're working with those guys to develop their applications, and we'll help them move it to the River District. But to give you a bit, again, diversion structure improvements, where both of those that have contracts were not able to get water in their ditches once the water went down. So that's pretty important to the local community and to those, particularly those ranchers. So again, we're getting more and more buy-in of how we're making some things happen while we're still in the planning process, because you know how much people like planning, especially when you come from the agriculture world, planning. So we got to demonstrate things are happening. The bigger one, things just keep building, and it's really exciting to see what's happening. Because we've had this process going, and I think that it's becoming more, people from outside of the community is becoming more aware of it. Colorado Cattlemen's has been working with a group that's Farmers Conservation Alliance out of Oregon. I shouldn't say just Cattlemen's, Colorado Ag Water Alliance, so that's all of the ag groups, have also have worked with this group. They've seen them do some really good things, big agriculture infrastructure projects. We're talking big dollars. We're talking anywhere from $10 to $50 million. projects. And so they asked me to get, to meet with them and see what kinds of things that what we had going. And it didn't take us very long to identify 3 big ditches. They're roughly anywhere from 100 to 130 CFS ditches. And I don't know how many of you have been upriver from Meeker, but once the canyon narrows down, all 3 of those ditches are coming down that canyon. And there's not a lot of room in there for the river, the road, and 3 ditches primarily. And so they're coming around really tough rims. The highest one is, and then we've got the next one down. I got the chance to go tour those, but just this year already, 2 of those ditches have had blowouts and cost the guys anywhere from 3 days to a week down on water. Thankfully, we've had a little more moisture this year than we have in the past, but the Miller Creek ditch talks about, I don't know what year it was before I got involved up here, but they had a blowout, a slide, and they lost a month's worth of irrigation, and livestock producers went out of business. They sold cows. And so we don't want that to happen again. So this group we're gonna start the process. They were here and toured again the other day. And we are gonna be seeing the process, and we'll see how far we get. But we have a pretty good hunch that at least 2 of those ditches are gonna cost us 20 million a piece to line them. To line them or pipe them or something. And they're going along a rim, and one of them is 19 miles long. So it's a long haul, and there's no way we could do that here locally. And I will tell you, I am convinced that all of this is materializing because we started our own local group, and we're being seen as driven by the local community and got people engaged. And when I asked, there were 10 producers sitting in the room at 8 o'clock the other morning when Greg walked in the room to meet with them. And this is in the height of hay season in Rio Blanco County. And he was blown away and understood that commitment. So they will be back to continue to work with us. And this one's really gonna make Nancy happy. Gotta make Nancy happy, okay? So you will notice that it's Integrated Water Initiative. Now that's a little different name than you would have seen on most of these water planning efforts. We didn't want to do a stream management plan because that's just talking about the environmental side. Integrated water management plans is when they realized, it doesn't do a lot of good to just have a group of environmental folks with no water right owners in the room and make a plan. We don't get very far. So they started doing integrated water initiative plans. Here in Rio Blanco County, we have a tendency to be a little bit different sometimes. So I could see the handwriting on the wall. This group was not going to be focused just on the river. They get the connection to the uplands to the river. I could see the handwriting on the wall. We kept having those discussions. So it's like, okay, we got to call this something different. So we're not just right on the water. So we ended up with the White River Integrated Water Initiative. So we could do anything we wanted. We weren't pigeonholed into a stream management plan or anything else. So, we may end up doing a watershed plan or whatever, but one of the priorities, so the 4 priorities that have come out of this have been upland vegetation management. So that's forest health, but also we want to talk about Piance Basin, all of that doesn't really get BLM country. So brush management that needed to be done there. The other one is a hydrology study. And so I'll talk about that in a minute if I have time. I don't know where my time's at, you guys. Okay, perfect. So the forest health piece is a big one because when you start upriver, you start seeing all the dead timber, and there's a huge amount of timber, and there's been nothing done up here for quite a while. So we started talking about that. Pretty soon we had the State Forest Service coming, and we had the U.S. Forest Service coming. In the last 3 weeks, we've had sit-down meetings with all 3 of those. National Forest Foundation I've learned about in this process. And they joined us, and our goal is, and I've got about a $20,000 commitment from Forest Service to hire a planning person to really focus and just do forest health improvements for the next, at least, you know, hopefully foreseeable future, but at least for a couple of years and getting things going. Because that just fits right in here. And right now, I will tell you, there's a lot of money coming down. There's a lot of money coming down. I'll just leave it at that. For hopefully for forest management, and hopefully we can make use of that. So we are excited about that. We're excited to see and hear the conversation the next couple of days through the PLNR committee and see what we can do there. The other priority that's come out of it is a return flow study. So a hydrology study, and we were just happened to make the right connection and get a CSU professor that come over and toured with us the other day, and those guys spent all day with him touring and looking, and he will draft the scope of work for us for this hydrology study. So I guess I tell you all of this. If you will go back to your own local communities, and hopefully it's a conservation district, that's where I have spent my last 20 years, but some local entity needs to be the driving force of this. And I have time and time again, these groups calling me and I ask who they're working for. Well, it's this watershed group or that watershed group. And I ask, have you got your conservation district involved? Have you got NRCS involved? Have you got others involved? Is that my time?
No, that's me saying her name.
That's probably a good sign to have a timer for. So, you know, it's hard and it's a commitment, but if we're not at the table, you know what they say happens there. So please do be engaged. I'm happy to answer any questions and keep you in the loop down the road.
Thank you, Kelly. Appreciate it.
Kelly, I have a question. Can you clarify what a riparian study is and what it's used for?
Sure. So, and that's a really perfect question. There again, you can make it whatever you want it to be, right? Because whose definition is a riparian and so forth. So, and I'm struggling with coming up with the name. So, Robbie, you might be able to help me with this. So NRCS and Forest Service and BLM use it all time as far as a riparian health assessment. PFC, tell me what that stands for. So proper functioning condition, okay? That's what we chose to use. Now, and again, that's because we had and the idea behind that is you have different interests and specialists in a group that identify, and it's all about function. So there we had a few folks frustrated that as long as it was functioning fine, we didn't dock it if it had tamarisk in it, as long as it's functioning right. You know, yeah, we don't like tamarisk in a lot of cases, but if it's not causing problems with the function of the river and the riparian side, then it's okay. Okay. So as far, I didn't get to, again, I farmed all this out, so I didn't get to go participate in it. And Robbie could tell us way more about it, but we just wanted to make sure that it was functioning. And again, the riparian area, the green area from beyond the bank there. Does that answer what you were thinking, what you're looking for?
No, I just wanted to know, in layman's terms, what are you looking for, and then how do you assess it?
Okay. So again, if I can think back to what their little form looked at. So bank stabilization, definitely. And then their, yeah, do you use a mic, Robbie? Yeah. Thanks, Robbie.
Frames, water temperature, the overhang of the bank, it's all of that. When you come onto an area, does it appear that the number of insects, the number of fish, the water temperature, the green, the number of different species, the height of the species, all of that is where it should be for that particular stretch of stream.
And it's very different from, downriver, from one end of this county to the other. It is very different. So it was critically important that we had our Trout Unlimited folks and our the Old Tamers Coalition. I always fall back to that. Rivers Edge West, and those guys to help, have that documentation. And I want to say, I will tell you, one of our biggest assets in this entire project is Dr. Mario Sullivan, who works right here at this college. He has been phenomenal at his help, and we appreciate the college loaning him to us, I guess, if you would say that. He has an interest in this, and he has really looked at the whole, he does a lot of the layout to determine what it should, what that area should look like before we go there and start doing the assessments and so forth. So we're not trying to compare it to this ideal spot of what we think it should look like. What could it look like? So, yeah.
That answer your question? Okay. Any other questions? Thank you very much. I appreciate it. It's very interesting.
Thank you, Paul.
And so now we're going to talk about 10J, but what I want to make sure is this is not a discussion about whether we should have wolves or not, because that's not the issue. The issue is Colorado Parks and Wildlife is working with a couple different groups, and there's part of one of them. Another gentleman is John Howard, who was at one of our last meetings talking about, how they can introduce wolves and still meet expectations from whether it's ranchers or environmentalists or whatever. And I understand it's a very controversial issue, so I get that. But please keep in mind, we now have to work with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service once it became endangered, okay? So I asked a couple of CPW employees if they could come up and meet with us, and unfortunately, they're also at a wolf meeting in Rankin, okay? Bonnie knows, because Bonnie had to choose between going to that meeting and this meeting. And I appreciate Bonnie showing up, because I guarantee you, if there's somebody that knows about wolves and about what the issue is, between Merritt and Bonnie, we can cover it. But I do want to say that under the 10J, it gives the Division of Colorado Parks and Wildlife the opportunity to try to protect the ag producers. That's really what it is. That's the nitty gritty. And I do want to point out, I did talk to Reed DeWalt, he's in charge of the terrestrial section. He's also on the leadership team. And I also talked to Eric Odell, who's dealing with this. So I talked to them directly, and they are going to ask for a 10J designation. Now keep in mind, it's the Fish and Wildlife Service that has to do the EIS. They don't have enough money to do the EIS, so the Colorado Parks and Wildlife is paying for it. As I understand it, it's somewhere around $1 million, okay? So I just wanted to point that out, and thanks to Bonnie, she got in touch with a gentleman from the Fish and Wildlife Service by the name of
Scott Becker with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service.
Right. And he sent Bonnie an email that said, please see attachments. There's some management options available. Really what he was talking about. And he wanted to point this out. Okay? The service is not reintroducing wolves. Okay, it's Colorado Parks and Wildlife. The state is mandated to reintroduce wolves by December 2023, and as such, the state is the lead for the reintroduction. CPW requested reintroduced wolves be considered as an experimental population to provide increased management flexibility. The service, in coordination with CPW, has begun the process of developing an experimental population rule and expects to complete it by December 2023. Any delay increases the potential that wolves may be introduced in Colorado as a federally endangered species rather than an experimental population, and that's not what we want. So, and maybe with both Bonnie and Barrett here, Barrett, do you have anything you want to add?
I'm gonna let Bonnie go first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Merritt. One of the things I want to point out is through this 10J process, which is a federal process, not only does it need to be experimental, it needs to be non-essential. There's two classifications. There's experimental essential and experimental non-essential. We need to make sure as we drive through this process that Colorado gets designated as non-essential. That gives more flexibility for lethal take and also for incidental take. I think twice that the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services since the 1990s has declined to federally release wolves in Colorado. So I think that's a good, leg to stand on, that they should be non-essential with this designation. I also want to mention that it's critically important both through the 10J process and through the state management plan that SAG and the technical working group are working on, that we insist that trapping is included as a management tool. That's before you ever get to the point that you're taking depredating animals. But if your state plan is predicated on population numbers, we need to know how many wolves we have, and we can't do that unless we're collaring and trapping. So that's strictly a management tool. So the 10J, jumping back to the 10J process, the 30-day comment period began on July 21st, and there's 30 days for people to provide input on that. Most of your sportsman groups, ag groups, were all very actively engaged and can help members engage in that process.
Oh, I don't really have a whole lot to add unless we have really a lot of time for this. So, as you all know, I'm on the technical working group, and I think we just had our meeting last week. We're sort of winding down what that particular group has been tasked to do, which is develop a plan to manage the wolves after all this other TIMJ stuff and NEPA, or whatever that might involve, gets done, and CPW ends up actually managing the wolves. So I think Bonnie noted a couple of really important things that I have adamantly said has to be part of the plan. In that, part of it is lethal control. You're gonna, and I pointed this out many times to the others on the group, and Scott Becker is a member of the group that has, he's a very good resource. So I know that Bonnie has talked to him, but he's a member of the technical working group also. Has very good insight, hands-on insight. But those tools have to be in place, including lethal control, including traffic, all those things. Because, and I pointed out this many times, if you lose the producers, you lose the landowners, they just put their hands up, and it becomes a no-win for both sides, because then it becomes a crime to do what some landowners are going to do. You all know what that means. But the wolf people, to meet the letter of the law, they don't win either. So those tools have to be in place so that we can allow CPW to do their job. Because what happened when that federal listing came on, basically CPW's hands were tied. So they couldn't do what they're obligated to do in managing this population. So it was really a complicated factor in how this is all working. So, and it still is in terms of the timing and the funding to getting this 10J process in place. But I agree with what Ron said, or what Bonnie said, this has to be an experimental non-essential population. And that is not something necessarily that the technical working group is dealing with. We're dealing with the actual plan to how to manage this once this stuff gets in place. So I guess one more update I can do for that is that, and I'm sure some of you have followed, I know Jeff Comstock has heard about this and talked to me about this, but a wolf advocacy group, I think it was Wild Earth Guardians, developed their own plan. I think it was 26 pages long, and how that they were going to, they said that the process that CPW was doing wasn't working, it wasn't flawed, or it was flawed, and it wasn't involving enough wolf advocates, and on and on. The process wasn't open enough, and all of these things. And that they were going to develop a substitute plan. So I spoke directly with Reed DeWalt about this, and he was actually at the Wildlife Commission meeting during this conversation. And I said, this isn't going to work. If we're going to allow this plan to be considered, we're going to have to allow every other plan. The wool growers should submit their plan. Club 20 should submit their plan. Cattlemen should submit their plan or develop a collaborative plan. And then what? Then we got then we're going to have another Wolf Guardians plan. Or whatever. So we're going to have all these plans to deal with. So I think the bottom line is on this is that the message from Reed DeWalt, and maybe this still needs to be pushed to get the public statement out on this, but they are holding firm to the processes in place, and they're not going to consider all these extra plans. They probably need to maybe make a little more stronger public statement about that. Otherwise, all these people are going to submit plans. Our plan is the right one to use. Our plans are the right one to use. I'm going to develop the Merritt Linky Bowl plan, which will be different. We'll do that. Yeah. So I think that the stance that Reed told me is, and I guess this did come up in public comment period at the last Wildlife Commission meeting, which was just last week. And he said it got no traction at all with the members of the Wildlife Commission. I thought that was a good sign. I think what needs to happen further is they need to come out with a stronger public statement and say, no, the process is valid. We have representation. We've done a lot of work. We've considered a ton of stuff. I personally know this. I sit on these Zoom calls all day long. And we've gone through all these things, and I bring up some of the issues as Matt well knows what's going on in North Park in terms of some of the failures and considerations that's going on with that particular population, which maybe some of you know, there's no callers working on those goals anymore. So who knows if they even exist still. So I guess that would be my update, is that CPW is, the technical working group is still functioning as if they are going to be the managers, and they're going to, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is going to defer that management to CPW, which is as it should be. What I don't know is how the timing is all going to work and how the funding is all going to work. That's kind of beyond what the technical working group does.
Right. Appreciate it. Thank you, Bonnie. I do want to stress the importance in speaking to CPW employees and people in the administration is they know they need to keep the producers in the game. We've been through this before, and like I said, I worked 47 years, and I can tell you the first 15 years of my life was miserable because there was no cooperation between livestock producers and the DOW. It was a constant battle. And once we started working together, and let me tell you, it was a mutual deal. I'm not saying everything is hunky-dory, and I'm not saying we agreed on everything, but I can tell you the working relationship between the former DOW and now the CPW, and the livestock producers and the farmers has come a long, long way. And this thing has the potential of taking us back down the other direction. And that's why I want to point out, the CPW supports the 10J. They know they have to, that we have to have some way to manage the wolves different than shooting flare guns, okay? So it's really, really important. And I appreciate Merritt, I appreciate Bonnie, and we just need to go that route. So Nancy, do you have anything you want to add?
Other than a membership plug, instead of Ray doing it, for people that aren't used to us, we're really in the weeds on this. If anyone's noticed, we've gone into a lot of detail, but when you talk about a 47 billion part of our economy in Colorado, if we don't get into the details, we're in trouble. Number two is Club 20. If you notice, it's an integrated plan. It's diversity of people on these boards. We do not believe in going into silos and separate groups. And that's the other part of Club 20. We want the diversity geographically. We want it from different points of view. And we think that's why we give value when we weigh in on legislation or whatever. And this group, we had a very in-depth group. We develop our own resolutions with facts. We try not to be on opinions and emotion. And so I'm just trying to connect dots. And that's what we do well, I think, as part of Club 20, but we are in the weeds. And if we're not, it'll happen to us versus helping be part of it.
Eric? This hearing rules, you're as well equipped as anybody to answer this, but how is the CPW going to do a self-evaluation? I mean, you got one hand over here, the state of Colorado owns all the wildlife, and yet they're managing the wolves. So where's the balance there? Because we'll sit here and assure us that it's going to have an impact on wildlife. And I'm an agriculture. I know it's going to have an impact on agriculture, but you know, the sportsmen been at the table, and I can see the deer populations and the elk populations. If they're not, you know, if something's not, if the wolves aren't doing something to them, they're going to move them at the very outset. So you're going to have habitat changes and migrations. And it's already happened with lions. It's happened with bears. They're not going to sit around and watch wolves in their backyard. So it's going to create all that. How's the CPW going to have a balanced approach at seeing all that stuff?
Well, I mean, obviously it's a science. It's not a science, it's an art, right? We all know that. I mean, managing wildlife, but keep in mind, we have 25, 30, 40 years of managing whatever wildlife, whether it's deer or elk or antelope or whatever. I mean, they know essentially not by percent. I mean, they don't know that we have 2,222 elk in your area here, but I can tell you, they know how many elk, as a rule, they have. They know what the migration routes are for deer, elk. They understand that. And I'm talking about the biologists, the field people out there. And what we're going to have to do is depend on them to say, because you're right. I mean, to add another apex predator on top of bears and lions, it's going to be an issue. And they know that ranchers are going to suffer some depredation. I mean, you suffer it now, right? Lions, bears, you can say coyotes, although the CPW isn't managing for coyotes, but we do manage for bears and lions. And I can tell you, we do manage for, as far as understanding. We've done research. So a lot of that's going to depend on the research aspect and the management aspect. And hopefully this is where working with ranchers and farmers and sportsmen to determine what impact it is having. And then what we're going to have to do is, that's why we want to be able to manage wolves in a way that if they're depredating, we can handle the problem, rather than say, you know, it's going to go away. I know they always use Yellowstone National Park as an example, but they don't have any Yellowstone National Park. So that's a bad example. So I guess what we're going to have to say is we have a lot of professionals out there that have worked in a long time. We have a lot of data, and hopefully that will help us in working with landowners and ranchers and farmers, say, okay, what do we have? What do we need to do? So that's all I can say, Harry. I mean, I'd like to say something more specific, but I really can't. Go ahead, Brad.
Real quick. Ron, a little bit to Harry's point. First off, a lot of credit, I think, to be given to CPW, to the Wildlife Department, and the work that they did to reintroduce moose in Colorado. I think it's one of the greatest success stories of a reintroduction we've done. It's been fantastic. And to Harry's point, and I'm kind of wondering this just for my own edification, but the 10J status, that would allow us then to manage if we're seeing depredation on that moose herd to a point where it's detrimental. Does that allow us then to take other means to protect those herds based on wolf introduction?
Brad, I would say no, but that's why the CPW is hopefully going to wants to develop in the plan that they can manage wolves outside of the depredation problem. That's really what it needs. Now, I can tell you, Merritt knows this, John Harrow will tell you, and people on those, there is so much opposition to managing wolves, but we need to. I mean, depredation is important, managing them for depredation, I agree. But we also need to handle and manage wolves. If we see the moose population, let me tell you, in some other states, they are having a negative impact on moose. That's a fact. So that's all I can say on that. Ed, I know you do, so go ahead. Cindy?
I just wonder, this is a administrative kind of a question. What is the best source for current information on how this process is going and when we need to respond in writing or do anything about it? What's the best source of good information?
Oh, we know there's two committees out there, but if you look at the website, it tells you where all the meetings are. And some are closed, as I understand it, but there are other ones that are virtual. You can be a participant in person or virtual. So Merritt, you want to answer some of that?
So thanks, Cindy, for the question. I can answer that and then maybe make a comment for the earlier comment. So as you know, the technical working group is closed to the public. However, all of the minutes and summaries are online, as Ron mentioned. So after the meetings are over, you can read anything that was said or done or discussed during the meeting. And I know that some people have certainly complained about that, but we all know that you can't manage or you can't write by committee. And that's kind of what was kind of the reasoning behind why the technical working group is closed, because there would be so many inputs and errors and typos, and we got to fix this and we got to wordsmith this. We would never get anywhere. So that's why those meetings are closed. And I'm personally happy. I've taken plenty of public comment for things about this and had lots of conversations. And a lot of those things I bring forth and I share with the group. So I'm a resource. If you have somebody that you or something you want to bring forth, I can do that. I've done that. So that works too. So I guess I was going to go back to maybe the earlier comment about the management, because there was one, well, I want to just throw out one fact, because I think Ron just mentioned about Yellowstone. Okay, so the great success story, Yellowstone, save the riparian areas and all that stuff and balance the nature, right? That's all cool. And that's how we said, yes, this is a great idea. But also remember that doesn't tell the whole story. And also remember the size of Yellowstone compared to, say, Rocky Mountain National Park, for example. Also remember that the combined population of the three surrounding states, Wyoming, Idaho, and Montana, is not even equal to the total of the 9 Front Range counties that voted the same. So there's a huge difference in population density here. And in Colorado in general, population density. So that some of those things that supposedly work so great in Yellowstone, they're not going to apply in Colorado. And I pointed that out many times to the technical group. It's different, a different geopolitical environment in Colorado and a different population demographic, all kinds of huge differences. And also remember that they allow in Wyoming, the wolf, except for those 3 or so counties where it's a trophy game managed unit, the rest of the state, the wolf is treated as a predator, same as a coyote. Also know that in Montana, they're hunting them, and not necessarily just predators, they're hunting them to reduce population. They're doing that. They were actually paid in Idaho to reduce populations. So I have pointed out that we need to remember how these things are working in these states so that we don't get into the same problem. And the reasoning for that, because one of the proposals from one of the advocates on the group was say, well, his statement was, well, are we okay to dump off 500 wolves as long as it doesn't create a depredation problem with livestock? Good with that? On the surface, sure, didn't eat any of Harry's sheep, didn't kill any cow. We're all good with that, except for here's the reality of that situation is that maybe on a really good year, when we didn't have any natural winter kills with elk and deer, the wolves stay where they're supposed to be. But what happens to the next year when we get a really big snowpack or we get a really dry year? And we have some natural death loss with the wolf, with the elk and deer or moose populations. And they see hairy sheep down the valley and say, hey boys, let's go down here and this is easy pickings. So it all changes. Then all of a sudden we have a runaway train effect because we have 500 wolves to deal with that on paper, if they weren't causing a problem, we're all good. But conditions change. So when we look at the long-term solution, we have to stay ahead of this and manage effectively whatever number that is. Because in my opinion, and maybe Matt agrees, I don't think we're effectively managing the 8 in North Park right now.
Thank you. We're getting pretty close to doing our resolutions, but Kelly, you have one more question?
Not such much as a question, but somebody was asking about involvement and so forth, so I wanted to give some dates of times that you could actually be involved. So we'll start with, okay, so right now is the one going on in Durango is the SAG meeting, but August 24th and 25th in Glenwood is the next SAG meeting. And I would encourage as many people as possible to attend those. Then August 4th is the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, the NEPA comment period or conversation, I don't know what they're calling it, but anyway, that's in Craig. And I really, really would encourage people to attend that one. And there are some other locations, those were just closest to us here in Northwest Colorado. And then the CPW Commission is meeting in Craig, September 8th and 9th. And again, you guys, we have got to show up to the CPW Commission because now they're the ones that are going to be making the decisions based on the recommendations from the others. But they're getting pressure from all sides. So if we're not there to put the pressure on, they end up leaning the wrong way.
Thank you, Kelly.
I just have a quick question on the number that they plan to introduce in December and the breeding and reproductive habits of wolves versus the lions and the bears.
I really can't answer because I'm not involved in the management in that perspective. So does somebody else have that answer?
So they don't have a number decided because they haven't figured out how they're going to get them to stay in Colorado once they put them on the ground. As far as the breeding and stuff, typically a female 2 years and older, they get away from each other, start to breed. They can have a litter of pups from 3 to 8. Anytime after that, then they can either become part of a pack or they can create their own pack. So for instance, the pack in North Park right now has a male and a female and one pup that had a collar on it. Neither of the collars were working. But there have been viewings in Red Feather all over southern Wyoming, and not all the pups that are in North Park are black. So it's easy to tell, you can assume that they're there, but there are several other groups of gray ones that are coming in. The one question I do have has to do with the, if they find a second breeding pair, that throws the 10J rule designation into a tailspin. And they've been real quiet about that. They don't want to find another breeding pair in Colorado. It's probably just over the line in Waikolo, so it's not in Colorado. So, but their range is about 200, 250 mile radius. So Jackson County would support one pack. And if you want to take it from Routt County, Jackson County, and Grand County, if you combine those, that's about the same size as Yellowstone National Park with a ton more people.
But this gentleman knows because he obviously is dealing with it. One of the things I will say, and I do know this, is that in talking to Reed, all the wolves will come from either Idaho, Montana, or Wyoming. They will not come from Canada or Alaska. So, because I had somebody ask me that question. So,
think part of it was in reference to numbers. And Merritt, you can clean me up on this, but I think right now what they're looking at in their state management plan is for phase 1 endangered status until there's 50 wolves. Phase 2 threatened status, and that's a state designation. Threatened status until there's 150 wolves for 2 years or 200 wolves at any given time. And then phase 3 through the state management plan would be non-threatened, non-game status after they exceed phase 2.
Question? Okay, the mayor gets one item, right?
Sure. So I think Bonnie is correct on those numbers. And I think going back to what Callie said a little bit ago is that the technical group does get info from the stakeholders group. And there's always kind of a part of the agenda that says this is what we're hearing from the public. So that is coming to the technical group. And then also remember that these are recommendations that the technical group is going to the Wildlife Commission with. So it is critically important that if you have something to say, and there's Zoom options, there's online options, get in front of that Wildlife Commission and state your case in terms of how this might work. And again, whatever numbers that Bonnie just put out, which that's the current, I guess, recommendation going forth. There has to be management, which includes all those tools for CPW along the way, so that we can minimize these impacts to ag and other wildlife populations.
Okay, thank you, Tara. Before we move on, I'm speaking about mentioning Wildlife Commission. We have a Wildlife Commissioner here today, and I want to introduce her. Marie. There's Marie. Marie Haskell. And I'll let her talk. She is from here. She's an outfitter. She's a hunter. She's a social sports person. She's the one that really has been out there trying to get sportsmen, sportswomen, whatever you want to call it, whatever the term is, out there to just talk to the commission, try to influence them on because keep in mind, we have two different groups come up with a plan. The Wildlife Commission is not bound to those. Am I correct, Mayor? They're not bound to that. People are misunderstanding that they have to follow those recommendations. I'm not saying they won't, but they don't have to. And that's why having the Marie, she has done a phenomenal job. Thank God she's on the commission. I can tell you that right now. Because you get on the website, take a look at who's on the commission. Take a look. So I just want to mention that. So before I get to you, I just want Marie, because she took time to come down here to meet with you as a Club 20 and the board. Appreciate it.
Thank you for having me. Everything I've heard here is great, and I want to emphasize, you guys need to comment. Everybody needs to send us comments. I do suggest that you send them directly to each commissioner and not to the board engagement or the commission group, send them individually. I probably can't even say I got 2 comments on the plan that was submitted by Wildlife Guardians against it. So you guys need to be heard. If you don't like what they're saying, you need to be heard. You need to tell us you want ungloved birds. You need to tell us you care about ag, all of that stuff, because we're not hearing it. We're hearing the other side. The scoping process that U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service started, there are meetings the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, Silverton, Denison, Silverthorne, and Craig. There's also a virtual meeting on the 10th, and there's also an online comment form. I would suggest you send that to everybody that you can to comment, and those comments will set the stage for the legal process. I think, can you send it to someone? I know I sent it to Katie and Callie. U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. There is an online comment form.
There is, and I think you'll just need to, if you just Google it, it'll take you to the Federal Register notice, and then it's in there where and how you do the comments, but it's in the Federal Register notice.
Thank you, Marie. Anything else?
No, No, thank you very much. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you, I'll tell you. I've already been informed by Nancy, let me tell you, when Nancy says something, I'm gonna follow it, all right? 10:50 is, we're gonna end this thing. So you had one question, sir?
It's Ron. My question was, public comment to the CPW commission is very hard to get on the list because I've been watching for the last 9, 10, 12, 15 months. And it seems like the same group ends up in the public comment section. So I appreciate, that was my question, is how do you get the information to the people who need to have it? Thank you for coming and doing that. And if you have any other questions, I can get you the website to where the comments for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service stuff goes to. I will get that to you. If you didn't get it in the paper, double read it. It's in there, I guarantee you.
All right, we just, we have to do some resolution review and updates, but I can tell you, we're probably not gonna fish. Am I correct? Good. All right, so let's do one real fast. Habitat Partnership Program, that should be an easy one. Keep in mind that, this is probably one of the most important programs in the former Division of Wildlife in the CPW. So it was reviewed this last legislative session. I had the gentleman that was the program administrator go through this, and he made some of these red lines. But I just want to make sure that if you look at it and have had a chance, and I don't think I need to review it word by word, but this is an important program. It needs to be amended, but we also need to approve it and keep it on the books. So any question, any comments? Yes.
I'm sorry, Chairman, I'm the fly in the ointment today. I would suggest that, and I apologize if I missed a review meeting on these, but I would suggest that we amend it to where it says conflicts between big game livestock over rangeland forage, comma, pasture, crops, and fence. But if you want to clean that up next go around when it's adopted, that's.
Okay, where is that at?
We need a motion to amend. In order to update this resolution, we need a motion to amend.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I move that we adopt this resolution.
Okay. Now we go to the next one, right? Okay, is that it? Okay. Public, so, Ray?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a suggestion on the second to last whereas. We have that in red where it says in the middle of that whereas to address damages caused by big game where they are creating problems. I'd like to suggest we scratch that where they are creating problems and add after big game on public lands and public and private lands. So after big game, it would be on public and private lands, period.
Well, let me just say this, Ray, that the whole program was for private land, okay? And I would suggest we stick to private land because if it's on public land, we're already going to work with the federal land use agencies and counties. So, but it was designed for private land.
Then we should say that respectfully. It just says big game where they are creating problems. That doesn't tell me nothing. Just a suggestion.
I'm not sure where you're at. Where are you at?
This is the second to the last whereas, where it says address damages caused by big game where they are creating problems. Well, if we're just going to address public land or private land, why don't we just put in there caused by big game on private lands?
Yeah, any other suggestions, any comments, Harry?
Yeah.
The only reason that there's a management plan is because there is damage, right? There's no reason to manage it. I mean, that was the purpose of this to begin with for the kind of wall. So when you have wildlife damage on private lands, that's why.
Mr. Chair, I would just, let's just stop after caused by big game, and then carry on after that, and then it doesn't matter, it's wherever the damage is, because there are the state wildlife areas that the state council has been funding, so let's just leave it caused by big game, and then end it after that.
Is that okay, Ray? Okay, so we've had a discussion on it. We had a second, so we're gonna vote on it. All in favor of reviewing Habitat Partnership Program as written? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay. All right. That's the only one we're gonna be able to cover, so I know when somebody says 10:50, it's 10:50, so. Thank you very much, I appreciate it. Brandon?
So I just, to go back to the Fish and Wildlife stuff, Christian just asked me to, I sent her the information. They will put it on the Club 20 website and in their next newsletter, so you guys can get all that there if you need to.
Thank you.
I know some people may need to take a break. But my speaker, who is Rebecca Mitchell, who's the head of the Colorado Water Conservation Board. She is our commissioner on the entire Colorado River Compact negotiations. Is she already on, you guys? And so she's very tight schedule, so I do need her to start at her time. So I apologize to anybody if I'm breaking in. I'm not going to start with some of the protocols because I am so thankful that Becky Mitchell was willing to speak to this group, because if you read the paper, you're going to read it all over the board. I've got farmers coming to me and say they're going to take 200,000 acre feet. When are they going to cut us off? And so I wanted the person that's in the middle of these negotiations to be our speaker today. So Becky, thank you for coming. She is the head of Colorado Water Conservation Board. She's in charge of, right, believe it or not, she's doing the Colorado Water Plan. She's the negotiator on upper basin states. She is everywhere and she doesn't have time, but she made time for us because we're talking to multiple counties, multiple points of view. And so I thought it was critically important to get Becky. We tried to get Andy Muller as well. Andy Muller couldn't make it this month. That just didn't work in his schedule. I want to say that I am not the chair for Water Committee. Our good friend Marty Whitmore is the chair. Chris Treese is the co-chair. Chris is in Europe on his bike, unless he zoomed in, and Marty's in depositions all week. So I'm just going to chair the Water Committee for today. And Becky was very gracious to say she could give us this time. And I think there might be a lot of questions. So thank you for your time, Becky. And if you want to add more to your resume, I don't want to waste time.
I think that's fine. Can you guys hear me all okay?
Yes.
Yes.
And if you can you see my presentation?
Yes.
And just so you know, somebody else makes these for me, and oftentimes I just speak off the cuff anyway, but which makes them nervous. But Nancy, thanks for that. And I want to get right to the meat because it has been a pretty intense time. And of course, I would make time for Club 20. I'm sorry I can't be there in person. It is there are a bunch of things going on, and that is definitely the reason. But it is incredibly important that we reach as many people in Colorado as we're discussing these issues, because I feel like one of the most important things as we're moving forward is that Colorado stand together to protect Colorado. And I think there's ways that we can do that are beneficial for the entire basin, but that is Colorado is the priority for me. So I think, you know, as we talk about the roles and what my priorities are, I think it's really part of my goal is to express concerns and defend Colorado as we talk about the negotiations moving forward with the 7 basin states. Nobody knows it better than our Colorado water users in terms of the unprecedented stress that we're facing between drought and water insecurity, which I struggle as we hear folks talking about the shortages that are for the first time being taken in the lower basin. I struggle because we have been on the face of that. We're on the front lines of changing hydrology and climate change, and we've been facing shortages for the last 20 years. So the lower basin and the federal government's recent alarm of the state of Colorado is not new to us. We've been looking at that. I think all of our water users will tell you they adjust to what's there in real time. I think that we have a lot to offer in terms of how to build flexibility in the system, because we do it all the time. We're responsive to what Mother Nature provides. So I wanted to spend as much of today as I can focusing on status of those issues, the work that we're doing to protect our interests, and then some of what you can see over the next few months. I don't want to be redundant. I know you guys probably know the law of the river, the compact, probably as well as I do, but I want to touch on a couple key points just because it's still the foundation, and there's some benefits that were received through these things that I think we have to hold on to. So when we talk about the 1922 compact, it's not a renegotiate. The time that we are in now is not a renegotiation of the compact. It's really we're about to embark on the renegotiations of the operations of Powell and Meade that adhere to the compact. And so I think looking at the history of the compact, it's important to recognize that that was developed after a historically wet decade, and those 7 basin states wrote up the compact, which allocated 7.5 million acre feet to the upper basin, 7.5 to the lower basin, and then that additional treaty later allocated 1.5 million acre feet to Mexico. When we talk about those numbers, we haven't seen those in the river for a significant period of time. But again, that compact's the foundation of everything that's come after it. And that's why it remains in place and is still important today. There's foundational things in there that we have to be able to call out and recognize. So, but also at the same time, recognize that we have to be responsive to current conditions. So that's hence the reason for the layering of the guidelines and agreements that help us tailor the operations and the needs of the system. So all of it is remains subject to the compact. One of the guidelines is the 07 guidelines, and those were interim. They were interim in nature, and they were developed to respond to drought conditions to protect the major reservoirs on the system. I think we're looking at the effectiveness of those now and how to move into the future. One of the things that's important to recognize is that the compact isn't what tied Lake Powell and Meade together. It was those guidelines that did that. And so I think we have to look at the effectiveness of that. Then another thing on top of that was the 2019 drought contingency plans, or the DCPs, you'll hear them called. I think we have to think about those as a Band-Aid. There was a recognition that more was needed on top of those the 07 guidelines. And so the DCPs were a response to that. There's a few elements in the DCP that have been in the news. You know about probably about the drought response operations, and then the demand management feasibility investigation, and then some continued weather modification. So that those were all part of the DCP. Oh, sorry, I think it's also again, as we talk about all of those agreements, it's important to focus that the hydrology and the demands on the river have changed significantly over the last 100 years since the compact was created, and we've adapted or tried to adapt to that. Sometimes well, sometimes not so well, as the position we're in right now. But I think it's also important to recognize that we have Lake Powell and Lake Mead to store and regulate water before it's passed to the lower basin. And so when we talk about current conditions, the guidelines have been insufficient to protect the system. And so I think that's where a bit of the excitement about renegotiating the guidelines comes to for me, is because I think when we see the situation that we're in, what was predicted at that time that those guidelines were being negotiated, I feel like we can do better. And I nothing against those that were there at that time. They did the best with what they had and the modeling that they had and the predictions that they had. But I do feel like real-time responsiveness to what's happening is going to be critical. So the tools that we have to respond to kind of this current situation that we're in, and if you've read the news, you've probably heard me say that our tools are limited. And if you look at the numbers that I have up on the screen, you can kind of that kind of see why they're limited. We obviously rely on our snowpack for our water supply. We don't have the two large reservoirs above us like the lower basin states do. So we don't have that consistency of and security of supply that the lower basin is afforded through the operations of Lake Powell and Mead. We are, again, like I continue to say and will continue to hammer in, just responsive to what Mother Nature provides. I think we have to start thinking about that as we go into the future. How do we get not only the upper basin states to be responsive in real time, but everybody that uses water in the basin? That adaptive and responsive way that we use water is going to be critical. And that really comes from water administration, as much as some of the folks in the room may struggle with the state engineer's office and the Division of Water Resources. I think we have to think about how fortunate we've been and how secure we've been, because the way that we administer water and the way that we live within our means. We don't use what we don't have. It's, I don't think, a novel idea, but I think we really need to make sure that we're building those structures into how we move forward. And I think it's also important to say we've never been out of compliance with the compact. And so I want to highlight some of those numbers. You kind of see the consumptive use by basin. When we look at the lower basin numbers, there's a misrepresentation. That's Arizona, California, Nevada, and Mexico for the lower basin numbers. Those numbers are high when you look at in comparison to what the upper basin is using, and just highlighting the difference between 2020 and 2021. Again, just a little bit of a caveat. The 2021 number is preliminary numbers from the Bureau of Reclamation Water Accounting, the CUNL. It's provisional data. And so I think it will be close to that, but that is not our data. We didn't create those numbers. We're not creating those numbers to show you know, how much we've conserved. Where those are real reporting numbers, and what that shows is that we adjust to what is available. I think that's the direction we need to move across the entire basin. So the numbers for 2022 obviously haven't come out yet, but though I'm interested in seeing those, I'm assuming they'll be similar to 2021. So we have all those agreements. You can obviously see that the reservoirs are still dropping. That's what we're hearing in the news. The emergency piece of this. So you may recall on June 15th, or if you haven't heard, you'll hear it now, that Commissioner for the Bureau of Reclamation, Commissioner Tootin testified and basically did a call to action and said, if the basin states don't come up with a plan to save 2 to 4 million acre feet of water, we will basically give ourselves approval to have a unilateral response. And so I kind of letting you all know what was under the curtain at that point. We didn't know that was necessarily coming. We knew that there was going to be a need. And we also know, like what I said, we are limited. If we saved 4 million acre feet in the upper basin alone, we would use 0 water from the Colorado. You just saw that last slide. And so it's obviously not possible. I think you have to look where you're going to, where the problem is, which is the use in the lower basin. You have to look there first and foremost. It is the reason the reservoirs are in the situation that they're in. It doesn't mean we are not a part of the solution, but it does mean that we have to address the problem. We have to stop with the Band-Aids, the temporary things, and really address the problem. So that being said, the upper basin still determined we could be a potential piece of the solution. So we came up with the upper basin 5-point plan. That was through discussion with all the upper basin commissioners and some stakeholder work, but really set, and some of these I have to tell you in the spirit of full disclosure, I wasn't really thrilled about, and push back on a little bit, but also at the same time recognizing we're a team. We're specifically a team in the upper basin. We're a team across the entire basin. So we have to still be a part of the solution, as uncomfortable as it is. At the same time, we don't want to do anything that further enables the overuse in the lower basin. So the pieces of the plan that I think are important and I want to highlight, and that being said, the lower basin has not come out with ideas or numbers. You'll hear some critique about, oh, there are no numbers in your plan, and I will go through each of these and tell you why there are not numbers associated with each one, but we can get into that. The first one that we came up with was a reauthorization of the System Conservation Pilot Program. That doesn't commit us to do anything. That is the temporary voluntary compensated consumptive use conservation program. And so the most up-to-date information on that is Senate Energy and Natural Resources did the initial approval of language. It still has to go through the process to continue the System Conservation Pilot Program. It was set to expire the end of September. Our request was to change the date on that to the through the negotiation period, so that we would have that as an option to use. Again, temporary, voluntary, and compensated. We have to figure out the funding piece of that. I want it to be equal to what the lower basin is getting for acreage of savings down in the lower basin. I think that's important to recognize also, is that agriculture is as important in the upper basin as it is in the lower basin. And so that is the status on that. I think if you're in Colorado, you've probably heard about the drought response operations plan and some of what's already occurred. Currently, we're in the DROA 2022 year. and that consists of a plan to release 500,000 acre feet from Flaming Gorge to Lake Powell. You may recall that's on top of the 161,000 acre feet that was an emergency release last summer. That came from Flaming Gorge and Blue Mesa. I think we all know the impact that that had in the region and on the local level. It's important to recognize that those reservoirs are there for one of the purposes is that is really the Crisp Reservoir System or the Colorado River Reservoir System. But it doesn't mean that that did not go without pain and impact in the state of Colorado, specifically on the local level in terms of recreational income and so forth. And right now, folks in the area of Utah and Wyoming are experiencing that same thing as it relates to the Flaming Gorge releases. So we're releasing 500,000 acre feet from Flaming Gorge through April of 2023. So that would start the next year of if releases were to occur. That when we did the DROA releases that were not the emergency release, they happened through a process where there was stakeholder outreach, there was a look at impacts and those sort of things. There's also a focus on recovery and futility, whether it's worth it or not. And so what we have agreed to as the second point of the 5-point plan is to have a expedited process to look at next year, to be able to say, okay, we're going to get right on that. Obviously, all of this is dependent on what comes out of the lower basin and if they're going to do anything, if it's meaningful. We want it to be able to be verified and it has to be real water, but we're committed to starting that process and moving through that. I think that with that process, you don't come in with a number. There are factors where the number comes out of. Similar to system conservation, if it's voluntary, we cannot commit to a specific number. It is voluntary. It's obviously going to be dependent on what the compensation looks like. How are we able to verify it? So there is no solid numbers on that. Part of it's going to be part of the process. The always touchy subject, but we have no problem talking about touchy subjects is the demand management feasibility investigation. Currently, there's work happening in the other states and by the Upper Colorado River Commission to look at the feasibility investigation. I feel like in Colorado, we are at the point where there's not much more we can do until we see some of that work and make a determination from that. That there's new information expected out from those folks in the fall. And so the commitment through this 5-point plan is to seriously consider demand management once those studies are done. And then the fourth point is bipartisan infrastructure funding. You all know that there was the bipartisan law funds that have been approved. So there's a commitment to immediately get those funds on the ground for enhanced measurement, monitoring, and reporting. And I think as we're looking at how to respond to emergency, we've got to make sure that the impacts that are received on the ground for contributions to solve these problems have to be able to be shown as efficient and effective. And so we committed to enhance measurement and monitoring and reporting and do that in an expedited fashion. And then I think one of the things I highlighted, but I would like to highlight a little bit more is you know, again, a commitment for the strict water rights administration. That's how we got that reduction from 4.5 to 3.5 million acre feet. It was responsive to what was available. It was responsive real time. So there's a further commitment to do that and administer water rights pursuant to legal and physical availability. And I think that being said, there are always opportunities for intrastate conservation efforts. We have the turf bill that just passed. I know that there's water providers that are looking at additional conservation efforts. We're talking to, there are some water providers on the Front Range that are making huge strides in non-usable kind of turf regulations and such, which equate to real savings. And so while we have always been in compliance with the compact, I still think we can find ways to really be good stewards of Colorado River water. So I want to talk about a bit of our priorities as we are moving forward. The security and certainty for water supply, I have seen basically in my conversations across Colorado, that is of highest priority in terms of not only in Colorado, but across the upper basin states. I think when we're talking about using less than our allocation and having done the responsible thing and not overdeveloped, the security of what we are currently used to and the certainty of that water supply is going to be incredibly important. As we're talking about a basin-wide approach, though, the operations must be responsive to real hydrology. And that's that real-time methods that we're focused on of operations. And then again, the lower basin has to address their overuse and their depletions. And then there has to be some way to include the tribal nations. They have to be consulted. They have to be included. I believe that they are a potential piece of the solution also. And so I think it would behoove us all to look at every opportunity that we have. We're not losing sight of these priorities. I think if you have thoughts on other priorities, I'm always open to those. I like to get into the details. These are really the guiding principles that I've been taking with me, or what keep me up at night. And I really feel like we have to hold everyone accountable, ourselves included, but all of those managers on that are using Colorado River water. I think we have a hard road ahead of us. I think the way that we can do this, and I opened up by saying this, is that we have to stand together. It has not necessarily been always the most pleasant thing, or the most pleasant conversations, probably for me specifically. But I think that we are the leaders in the basin. We have to be, we are the 51.75% of the upper basin allocation. There's the impacts to the people of the state of Colorado are huge if we don't do well with this. And so one of the things that I've realized is that where our biggest benefit is that we have been able to stand together and really look at our priorities, not as one side of the divide, but really looking at these are overarching Colorado upper basin priorities. And they're going to be what carry us into the future, and it's going to be the way that we hold everyone accountable. That is really all I have. My favorite thing is questions, so I am 100% open to taking questions. And if I feel like puts me in a sensitive place with negotiations. I will say, I don't want to answer that publicly, but we can always have an offline conversation. But I'm always open to questions.
Thank you very much, Becky, getting in that succinct. And I'm just gonna say, because I work with the water users, we have been at 70% this year, last year. We always adjust to our hydrology, and that's what she keeps saying that. What we're saying is we didn't get any more snowfall, so we're not going to be able to deliver any more water than came in our mountains. And as a headwater state, we're unique in that. And then the other difficulty for Becky representing, we're 51-point-something% of the upper basin states, is the fact we have a lot of measurements in our state. We lead probably in the amount of data we've got. And we have very complex water law in the state of Colorado. So you start playing games, this guy will call on the river, and then this city won't see water. So it is such a delicate dance. And this woman is leading the charge for us. And I heard us just a talk just the other day at Colorado River District, and there's a staff person that works for the upper division. He said, Becky's got the hardest, most complex position that she has to carry because they open their spigot under their dams, they get their water. And we're sitting there going, how much are we gonna get from this river? And how much is gonna get to this ditch? And what happens when it gets to this town? It is very complicated how our water gets through. And I think we heard a little of that from Callie. With that being said, I've seen several hands. I've got Cindy first, and then I've got Rachel, and I've got just a minute, Harry. Then I have, and I've seen Merritt. So we're just gonna do questions, like you said, and we're gonna get a lot more. And I might add, we're gonna continue this conversation tomorrow, folks. Becky can't be with us. We have a whole section to figure out how Club 20 can interact with all this. Thank you.
Well, and if I could just say one, add on to that just a little bit, I think the acknowledgement of the shortages that we take on an annual basis has been huge. So I think when I started this job, or the commissioner role, there was a laugh whenever I said, we take shortages all the time. We take shortages all the time. There was not an acknowledgement of that. There was nothing more frustrating to me than the non-acknowledgement of the way that we operate, the way that how we are responsible. So one of our goals over the last couple of years was to really start getting our message out of the shortages, the impact of those shortages, what they look like, and what that meant for people on the ground. When we're looking at long time agricultural users that are either farmers or ranchers or taking 10% in the southwest corner of the state, there were projects that were at less than 10% of their annual allocation. If you think that doesn't come without impact to families, people on the ground, the community, like I found that incredibly offensive that wasn't even acknowledged. I think that's shifting. They're starting to recognize that, okay, it is acknowledged. And that's where there was some of that commentary of our use is as important as anyone else's. And so it should be valued as equal. And just because we have to be flexible, we can be flexible, we are flexible, doesn't mean that we should be forced into taking hits to help others survive when we're struggling to survive on our own.
Go girl. Okay. Well, good morning, Becky. Cindy Dozier here. We are thrilled that you could be with us today. And if anything we can do to help you keep that fire going, you let us know, we would do it. I don't know whether you're allowed to answer my question or not, but it appears to me to be evident that this Powell Mead issue has been a long-term issue that has been created over an extended period of time. And my question is going to be, who has the clout to hold the Department
Reclamation, the Board of Rec, accountable for how they have managed this over all this period of time, which my personal feeling is that has majorly impacted into this problem.
Thank you, Cindy. And I'm going to carefully thread the needle on that because I think we're all responsible for holding all of ourselves accountable. I think we have to hold ourselves accountable within our state, in the upper basin, across the lower basin, and the federal government. And I think it's important to remember, I work for the people of the state of Colorado. The feds work for the people of the United States of America. And so that is all the people, not just some of the people. And so that is my philosophy as I work through in Colorado is I represent every interest, not just one interest, but it's all the people of the state of Colorado. And if you think that an issue with the Colorado River doesn't have an impact in another basin, we are wrong. The Colorado River touches every basin, whether you think it does or not. And so I think there are checks and balances in place. We have to make all of that better. And that is also a goal as we move forward, is that we're not in a situation where we've allowed 20 years to pass and watched this emergency happen. We have to address it. We have to address it in real time. Anything less than that is a failure on my part. And so that is going to be a goal for me, is that we don't find ourselves band-aiding. I feel like there's an urgency to get back to the table. The formal negotiations have not necessarily started. I'm anxious to do that, partly because I don't think when a system is hemorrhaging, that small fixes are going to help. We have to immediately fix the situation that we're in. And so I'm ready. I think the team in Colorado is ready. And I think there are folks across the basin that are ready. We just need to get unified and say that the problem has to be solved. What I have seen is that there is strength in the people, and if we call for action, it will happen.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Becky. I'm going to then call Rachel, and then I'm going to ask Brittany when she gets down. She's got some folks on Zoom that have asked questions. I know I have you, and I'm kind of going this way. I'm trying to pick on people. Okay, Rachel.
Yes, Becky, thank you so much for being here and your perseverance with these very difficult problems over many years. You asked if there's other priorities, and so I'd like to kind of frame this in that sense. I have heard that there are federal bills now that our senators are working on to try to get significant funding to continue to pay people under the System Conservation Pilot Program. So it will be voluntary, compensated, and so on. My concern is that this pain is equally felt on the Front Range as it is the West Slope. And as you say, we stand together. I think that means that the water, trans-mountain diversions need to be reduced as well, and growers on that side of the hill compensated fairly for not growing and taking that water, leaving it flowing westward. Last year we had the Colorado Municipal League Conference down in Westminster, I think in late September, and we saw the fountains flowing, irrigating the streets and all sorts of stuff. And up in my community, we've been under drought restrictions for the whole summer. And we're watching our rivers be diverted for that sort of use. And so we do stand together, but there is a creeping concern that this will be the end of West Slope Ag, and that alfalfa and feed is not valued the same way that sweet, beets are, or row crops. And I just want to know how will your department make sure in its priority list that West Slope economies are protected as well, and that the pain is equally felt across the state. Thank you.
And I'm assuming that's Rachel. Did I recognize the voice correctly?
Yes.
Okay. Sometimes I get it, sometimes I don't. I think that the solution, like same thing with the broader basin, it's all hands on deck, right? So when Commissioner Tootin spoke, she said, all states, all industries, all sectors, all of the above. I think that's the case here in Colorado also. What exactly that looks like, you also need to know, like, this is relatively quick response. We did not have a plan in place on June 15th. We did not necessarily know that that was coming. We didn't know that that call to action was going to be there, but we also wanted to be proactive in the upper basin states and respond accordingly and show our leadership. And I think that was important. So in terms of the details on some of what you said, I think that's obviously a goal that similar to what I said about our agriculture in Colorado, I consider it equal to agriculture in the lower basin. I think across the board, the reason we are good is because we are all of the things. We can have booming industry and certainty for municipalities and have agriculture across the state. I think it's important to remember what is Colorado, and that's why we're trying to find ways to avoid mandatory cuts without compensation and those sort of things. So it's going to be a call to action for everyone. And when I talked about the strict administration and the conservation on the interstate side, that conservation that I mentioned at that point, those were the beginnings of the plans for water providers, I think primarily on the East Slope. So I think while not all of that is solidified at this point, remember, it's been just about, I don't know, 5 or 6 weeks. That's relatively lightning speed in water time. With what we've done, and I mean, you've seen water. So what we've done in 5 weeks is not to be taken lightly. But all of those factors will be in my head, Rachel.
The next question, I'm just going to add too. I mentioned Andy Muller, who's with the Colorado River District, the manager. He's also fighting for us because his whole mission of that district is fighting for the Western Slope. So we do have some help from Becky, but we wish we could have had Andy here too, because he's another fighter on our behalf. So I think.
Well, and on that note too, sorry, I have a comment for everything apparently, but I think I have been working closer with the River District than I think I ever have personally. But I think this with the state and the River District and Southwestern, and I think there is a strong acknowledgement of the need to protect all of Colorado. And so I would say those relationships between Southwestern, the state, and the River District are going to be much of what carries us through this. And so those priorities that you saw of mine did not come from my head, and that I just thought about them on one of the nights that I was up all night stewing about this. It's come from a lot of those conversations and that education through the folks on the ground.
Brittany, a question from the Zoom. Yes, Kathleen Curry says, hi Becky, thank you for joining us. I was wondering if you heard any response from the Bureau of Reclamation to the 5-point plan that the upper basin states have submitted.
They're a little busy, Kathleen. We had conversation. We let them know it was coming. I think the choice that they are making at this point is no commentary until the deadline for all of the states is there. I think there was a push to there was really a push to say, okay, what can we put this in the 24-month study? Like, how do we put numbers into the 24-month study? And our position has been, this is all meaningless. Anything that we can do is meaningless in the upper basin unless there's something done in the lower basin. We cannot do anything that we do is a drop in the bucket, literally, if the lower basin doesn't make real cuts that are verifiable. And so that was the commentary that we have gotten thus far. I think it's been positive. I think they've been appreciative that we have led, appreciative, as much as they can be, but appreciative that we were proactive. We took the call to action seriously. I think they're really trying to figure out, how do we help the lower basin make real cuts?
Hopeful. Thank you, Kathleen, and the other people fighting on our behalf. Kathleen is on the River District Board. We've also got many Western Slope people that are out there fighting at that level as well. So thanks, Kathleen, for your time on the River District and the Denison River Basin Roundtable. So then the next question, I was going to go. You're going to ask one too, Alden, or no? Okay. I'm going around this way first. So, Merritt.
So I'm Merritt Minke, Grand County, and Grand County, and thanks, Becky. I really appreciate your passion and dedication to this. So as you all know, Grand County is the county of the headwaters of the Colorado. In fact, we're so far up the river that a lot of our water, most of our water actually goes east. Trans Mountain diversions, as Rachel talked about a little bit earlier. So I attended NACO last week, the National Association of Counties. And I went to the Rural Action Caucus meeting, and part of that group had a water panel discussion. And Zane Kessler of the River District was there, and also Carlisle Courier, which some people in this room know, and some person over here knows really well. And there was also a guy from the Bureau of Rec on there, I can't think of his name right now, but what I really appreciated about this, about their speakers, about the panel, was that Carlisle talked about, well, first of all, NACO is 3,100 counties across the entire nation that are there at this, and rural counties all over the country, which I think is important in terms of how that we can get legislative bodies and action to be taken so people understand the water issues in the West, because I don't know that a lot of our eastern counties understand that. It's different in the East. So Carlisle talked about return flows and how that when his ditch is dry, he's done irrigating for the season. And Zane really brought out a really good point about how that we're not going to get anywhere with this process, and that's priority number 3 on your list, until we can get the lower basin states to address their overuse. And it seems like, gosh, it's okay to keep my swimming pool full, but we're going to dry up a cornfield in Colorado. And how do we get that message? I guess that's my question, as you mentioned it. How can we get that message out there better so that the lower basin and really the whole nation understands this issue, so that we can keep ag viable in Western Colorado, or period all over the country? How do we get that message out there better? And I appreciate what you do. How can we do more? Thank you.
Thank you. And I was supposed to be at that conference. It's been a little bit crazy. And so I actually shared my talking points with Zane, and I hope he carried some of our messages. And it sounds like he did pretty well. So I appreciate that. And a big focus of mine has been the carrying of that message. It has not necessarily been the place where I am found most endearing. I think in Colorado it is, but maybe not in the lower basin or to other folks across the basin. But I feel like one of our focus needs to be is that what we commit to and what we do needs to be very contingent on real cuts and meaningful, verifiable cuts of the reliance in the lower basin. And so I get nervous about us stepping up because I don't want to take off any of the pressure for them to do something that is meaningful in the lower basin, and it has to be permanent. It cannot be temporary. It's the problem is caused from the permanent reliance. And so that is the situation that we have to address. And so that is obviously going to be our focus. And so Colorado standing together and saying, and the upper basin states standing together, do this, and then I think do this and then let's talk is going to be critical. That doesn't mean we can't do some creative things. It doesn't mean we shouldn't be the most responsible stewards of our Colorado River water. It doesn't hold us back from that, but really not taking away the accountability that they need. So that's that delicate balance to make sure that we're not doing so much that they can continue the situation that is currently happening.
Certainly a challenge. And one of the other things is they like to blame it not just on the basin. They always like to put ag in the crosshairs. And I think they've all done a good job trying to explain return flows, keeps recreation going, it keeps the endangered fish okay. And they just want to disaggregate all these things and not realize it's an ecology and a whole environment that we're trying to tinker with carefully. So Harry Perulis is a rancher farmer, and he has the next question.
Thank you, Nancy. Becky, I'm in the sheep business, and we used to get a shearing crew from New Zealand, and they'd come every year on H1, H2A visas, and shear sheep and go back. And, it was a comment that the shearing boss made one time. He said, he said, the problem with you guys here in America is you control your problem. We eliminate our problem. So my question right now is we, NASA, it used to take them $200 million to launch a rocket. Now Elon Musk is doing it for under $20 million. This is 2022. Thank you for fighting for Colorado. I think whoever did this pact was very mistaken. They're not around to pay for it. Right now, I don't understand. This country we're so gifted. We have an energy policy that is pathetic right now. It's embarrassing to me. And we have technologies right now with the right energy policy, we could desalinate water. And right now, California is an obstacle because they are climate change fear mongers. And for you to put pressure on them would be a huge impact on our shortage of water, because they can use that water right off the coast, and so can Nevada, and so can Arizona. And it would alleviate our problems. This is 2022. I'm not going to be around in 2032, maybe, or 2052. But if we don't think ahead a little bit.
Harry, my buddy. And California just nixed a new desalination plant just this year. So your point is right. Thank you very much. And we have passion on this, Becky. Okay.
I'm passionate too, and I may not be around, especially if I keep fighting this way. Well, until 2032 either. So.
Go ahead and introduce yourself. I'm sorry.
Hi, Becky. My name is Jeff Mulder. All right, so I'm trying to simplify the argument in my mind. And the southeast U.S. and northwest United States was blessed with a tremendous amount of timber. That timber is a natural resource. Water is a natural resource. But the southeast and the northwest see that natural resource not as a product that they give away, they see it as a crop. Right? They sell that. And water is also a crop. And that it just basically the same thing. It's a natural resource that was given to these states. I think the Colorado government has a fiduciary duty to its taxpayers, right? And as long as we're giving away our crops, then we're not meeting, the government's not meeting that fiduciary duty. And last comment I have is it's never going to be financially feasible to implement desalinization when there's an alternative at a lower cost.
Well, and I appreciate that statement, because I think that's one of our biggest challenges, is that as long as there's an option at a lower cost, that's basically the path of least resistance, but that's not the path of palatability for the state of Colorado. Like, losing all ag to solve our water problems is not what I consider appropriate. So I think we have to determine really what we want our future to look like, and that's part of what we're doing through Colorado's water plan, and that doesn't include losing agriculture, especially at an unsustainable rate that shifts us so greatly. So I think your points are taken. It's also important to recognize, though, that we are a local control state, and where we have influence in a lot of areas, but not authority. And so we can't say, you can't sell this, you can't do this, in a lot of arenas. And so how do we honor that, but also build but also make sure we're preserving Colorado, and building it the way that that we determine is best, the people piece. And so that's not, while we talk about fiduciary duties and the role of government, I think there are also ways that that's limited and a struggle at the same time. And so I respect what you're saying. It keeps me up at night also. But I think one of the ways that we do that is have to find ways to keep people doing what's important for Colorado. So if there's ways that we can help folks stay in farming and ranching, we need to be thinking about that.
Thank you. I know we're getting to the end of her time also, but Alden, did you have a question real quick? Because Alden is one of our providers that gets the water to our farm community. So Alden.
Hi, Becky, Al Main, Rio Blanco Water Conservancy District. Thank you for what you do. I hear you're doing a very fine job representing us. So my question is, we've got almost what I would consider a demand from the Bureau of Reclamation for us to send down or figure out how we're going to come up with 2 to 4 million acre feet. But ultimately, who has primacy over the water in Colorado?
So I don't think that was a demand to us to send 2 to 4 million acre feet. I think there was vagueness in the language of how it could be interpreted. That is part of the reason why, if you look at our letter to the commissioner in response to her call to action, we really spent some language clarifying what is possible and where the problem is and where we see the solution, and that anything we do is contingent on really, and only going to be successful if there are actual real cuts in the lower basin. And so that was not a call for us to come up with 2 to 4 million. It's not there. I mean, it's literally not there. And I mean, when you look at what we used in the upper basin, you could not squeeze that out of the system and still have the state of Colorado, Wyoming, Utah, New Mexico. We survive on water. It is the lifeblood. It is the heart of our states. It's the heart of everyone. And so we really tried to shift so that it solved the problem language. And so I will fight that. There are areas of authority, and I think we have to be aware of that, of where folks can step in and where they can't. We're currently looking at all of that, obviously, and making sure that we're protecting Colorado. And I don't want to get too much more into that, Alden.
Thank you. But does Colorado have ultimate say over its water?
I don't want to get too much more into that, Alden.
Thank you.
I need to say thank you. Thank you for fitting us in, because she's been going across the country, across the state, talking to everybody. She came to the water users to make sure we understood it well. It's an incredible task that she has in front of us. And we also should mention we're in the 60-day period of comments on the Colorado Water Plan, which is also under her jurisdiction. Now, I'm going to ask the people on Zoom, if you didn't get your question in, put it in the chat. I will forward any further conversation with Becky, get answers back to people. We're going to continue our conversation tomorrow. And we'll, again, more questions, more ideas. But I want you guys to know that I know a lot of bureaucratic projects in the state of Colorado that have storage, and we're all saying, get behind Becky. Saying, get behind Annie Miller. They are the tip of the spear for us. And we're trying to be coordinated in one voice. And I think every river-based roundtable should be on it. We've got lots of committees, we've got a lot of people, but they all need to be on this subject right now. Because to me, it's the biggest one facing Colorado. It's on our shoulders. So thank you, Becky.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you all.
Get some sleep. Woman never sleeps. So thank you, Becky. I'm going to step back and do what I should have done before she spoke. And I really want to thank our sponsors. Did I say that right? Michael Murphy. And Business for Colorado sponsored this section, and we always appreciate M4. Sorry. But thank you very much for sponsoring this section. And we did get some extra people joining that committee. I mean, on Zoom. Brittany, can you tell the new people? I saw several names I saw that were new. We had Kathleen Curry. We had your county commissioner, I think, from, I mean, you guys, I think she was on there. Cheryl Julio, she's with water users in Montrose Delta County.
I have that. Okay, so we have Cheryl DeJulio, Deborah Kalish, Elizabeth Chandler, Janet Stinkle, Justice Musser, Kathleen Curry, Chris Holstrom, Liz Smith, Lucas Turner, Melody Ballard, Molly Pitts, Paula Stepp, and Doug Monger.
So thanks to Doug. Doug's another person that serves on the River District Board. So thank you guys very much for attending. And again, if you have questions we didn't get to, put it in the chat. We promise as Club 28 to communicate further with Becky or whoever to get you your answers. So what else do I need to say? Welcome to the Water Committee. And please, you guys already know the drill, so I can skip over a lot of these things. But again, thank you. And I'd like to thank again the backers for doing the ag. If you notice, these all are connected. We can't hardly connect between our committees. We're so interconnected and impacted by what's coming to Colorado at this point in time. So to stay on track. Alden, you're on, buddy. And I haven't been doing a good job at the introductions, but he's the district manager for Rio Blanco Water Conservancy District. His office is here in Rangeley. And as the director, he includes management of Taylor Draw Hydroelectric. You will find most of your water providers now have hydro as part of their portfolios, in Kenny Reservoir. He also ends up having to deal with man-made wetlands, rangeland, managed ag land. And they manage in excess of 1,200 acres. And 50% of the lands are in various stages of wet succession, 20% designated for ag and wildlife, food source mitigation, and the remaining acres are varying types of rangeland. So I just want you guys to know when we're ag, we're always working with recreation, we're working with endangered species, we're working with wetlands, we're working with riparian areas, as we talked earlier. And you have to do it all.
Municipal industry, if it's a beneficial use of water, I do it.
So, and I learned by doing. So, and beneficial uses continue to evolve. So Alden Vandenbrink, Rio Blanco Water Conservancy District Manager. I presented a few years ago, several years ago. I don't know, Brad, you were working with us at that time as a project manager. So, and we're here to kind of give you a project update. It's tough to talk about this right now because of the state of condition that we are in. But I'll tell you, 12 years ago, when I was on the board of directors, we saw this train coming. When you look at the trends, what's going on in Lake Powell and Meade, it is not possible to not see that this was coming, okay? So my board of directors, where I have one in the back room, Mr. Tim Winkler, our board president, instructed us, myself actually, get going. Let's get something figured out here because we've got some water issues on the White River. So we're going to start out. This is about the White River Regional Water Supply Project, aka Wolf Creek. I'll tell you why that name has changed here in a little bit. And our drought contingency planning efforts along the entire White River Basin of Colorado. So next slide. We got a short 30-second video here. Hopefully it works. This was taken July 18 by our Rangeley Chamber of Commerce.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna work.
Not loading. Well, anyway, what we wanted to kind of show you is an aerial of what Kennedy is today, what it once was, but you can also look through the center of it and see the plume of sediment that continues to flow down Kennedy and why we see Kennedy Reservoir of its losses today. So I apologize for that. It worked on my computer, so thanks for trying. So, but anyway, we'll move on. So where did we start this thing out? We started out to identify a replacement for Kennedy Reservoir because we seen that it was losing about 310 acre feet a year. And so we started out at just under 14,000 acre feet in 1983, and today we're at 21 acre feet. This year we hit that's dead. We have no storage left in there. That was unfortunate. We were not planning on it to happen that quick. Actually, we planned on it happening quicker, but through our remediations, through the planning period that we're doing here, we didn't expect it to hit us so soon. But recognizing that we had a problem at Kennedy Reservoir, we reached out to several members in our community, including Meeker, Rangeley, Rio Blanco County, Colorado River District, and a host of other financial providers. And we spearheaded a study to really look at a vast needs analysis of the White River. Rather than looking at just what we got, we had to open it up and look at a whole more within the whole region. Through that process, we identified, is there a laser on YouTube? There is. 215,000 acre feet plus of initial needs within the White River. And right now, today in the White River, you have zero storage to meet any needs outside of recreation. There's none. Kennedy Reservoir right now is the only reservoir with water rights to fit all these beneficial uses, but guess what? We're out of storage. And we have done some pulse releases in the Kennedy Reservoir in the past, but unfortunately we can't do that anymore. So through that needs analysis, we identified all these beneficial needs here, and then these other needs on the side. I hope you can, if you can't read them, I'd be happy to read them to you, because I know it's a little blurry, but I don't have my glasses on either, so. So with those needs and seeing that volume that we looked at, we came up with over 25 alternatives for potential storage sites on where to store this volume of water to meet these beneficial needs within the White River. From that analysis, we came up with a preferred alternative, which is Wolf Creek Reservoir. But I want to read something to you. That kind of helps explain the project a little bit more and a little bit of where we've gone. The White River Regional Water Supply Project intends to meet the various needs of water users throughout the White River Basin, including neighboring Yellow Jacket Water Conservancy District, with approximately 66,720 acre feet of new supply. coordinated by the Rio Blanco Water Conservancy District with permitting financial support from the town of Rangeley, Colorado River District, Rio Blanco County, and the Rio Blanco Water Conservancy Districts. This new regional water supply will meet only a portion of the current and reasonably projected needs identified within the basin, including the uses provided by Kenny Reservoir. So based upon that and the needs that we identified, this is where Wolf Creek came out. Wolf Creek, I know it's hard to see, is about 22 miles upriver of Rangeley. Elk Springs is about right up there. Rangeley would be over in that area by the American flag. There's a more regionalized map here, but sorry, you can't see that. Stedman Mesa is right here. This would be Winter Valley. Some of you may remember that, know that. The area in the red within the circle is our preferred alternative that our board identified. But the other secondary alternative that we are really not pursuing is this one, which would be a main stem dam. Please realize when you hear Wolf Creek, it's an inferno stream. It's a seasonal stream. I always get tongue-tied with that word. So it only really flows when there's any sort of precipitation event. It's not a little bubbling stream that you get there. And the site was also chosen because of its flexibility. This dam can very easily be moved up this way to the northeast and be enlarged. When we did the maximum size of it, it'd be very easy to enlarge that to a dam of several 100,000 acre feet. But that's not what we're looking to do. But the other part that makes it reasonable, a lot of the construction materials are right there. We've done some geotechnical analysis and we found out a lot of the areas that we need to borrow material like aggregate to make concrete, it's right there. And it would be in the footprint of the reservoir itself. So that saves quite a bit and it makes the site extremely flexible. And when we broke it down to cost, remember these are 2018 dollars. Unfortunately, we're in a recession, depends on how you want to define that right now. But you're looking at $2,200 an acre foot. Anybody got an idea on what reservoir storage are costing in the Front Range right now? Yeah, probably about $75,000. Probably the most recent one that I know was about $50,000 an acre foot. So we're about $2,200 an acre foot to construct. When we did the O&M cost, even with pumping, realize this is not a gravity-filled reservoir. We tried doing that, it don't work. We're too flat in the White River Basin. But when we did the power cost, we're still at $6 an acre foot for operational cost. That's unheard of in the water industry. That's extremely cost effective. So the other part of it that we did, getting in Rio Blanco County, you can kind of see on this bottom right-hand corner, Rio Blanco County and Moffat County is primarily federal lands. To plan for this project, we've seen several years ago, there's a little piece of private property over here. Our district went ahead and bought it. The owner approached us and said, hey, you want this? We'll take it. So we got it. Otherwise, that project is 100% on federal lands. Is that an advantage? I don't know. It's going to make NEPA kind of tough when we go through the environmental analysis. But it's what we got. And that was the site that was identified. So we stuck with it and moved forward with it. So I'm going to take some straight language from our decree, because there seems to be some confusion about this water rate that we have. And even though they've been hand-delivered this information or part of the court case, they seem to not want to read it and recognize what its value is. It is for 66,720 acre feet for municipal, domestic, irrigation, commercial, agriculture, commercial and industrial and irrigation for Rangeley, augmentation, that includes water for Yellow Jacket, that district as well, mitigation for environmental impacts, hydropower, and in-reservoir uses for recreation, piscatorial, and wildlife. The augmentation piece is probably the biggest chunk that we were really looking for to get out of that. Because the White River is extremely junior. With that water right, right now, we're limited to 7,000 acre feet of annual releases right now. And up to 20,700 acre feet for mitigation. That mitigation water is for environmental impacts that the reservoir will have. We do have threatened and endangered species within the White River, so we'll likely have to use that water to offset our impacts to the threatened and endangered species that swim in our river here in the White River. The biggest kicker, in my opinion, was this final sentence right here. The above limits on annual releases are not intended to prevent releases in excess of the amounts to the extent any such additional releases are required or authorized by statute or state. So if we find other beneficial uses, just like any other water user, we go back to court and we prove it up. Or if the state says, yep, you need to release some water, here you go. So guess what? Yeah, it doesn't say compact, but when we're moving forward with our project, we're definitely looking at trying to give us some compact protection in this reservoir. Because frankly, in our district, 45% of the water users within Rio Blanco Water Conservancy District are subject to compact retention. 45% is the largest percentage in any part of the state. Not something I want to brag about. But as a water planner, I have to plan for that. But right now, they're saying that compact water for compact purposes is not a beneficial use. Doesn't stop us from going for it, though. We're still moving forward with it. We don't have a choice. Going through this process, we also found out that there was a whole lot of additional work that was done. Some of the work I did as part of the district, some of it was collaborative. We have intergovernmental agreements and agreements with Rio Blanco County, Town of Rangeley, Yellow Jacket Water Conservancy District to provide water augmentation water services for those entities through Wolf Creek Reservoir. We also found out that back in the 80s, there was a geotechnical analysis out there where there was, if you fund it today, it's probably $1 million geotechnical analysis done out there in that reservoir to see what you got for ground or bedrock, what type of aggregates are there. We still got to do more, but working with Rio Blanco County, now Commissioner Ty Gates, then the county emergency manager, said, hey, guess what? That project's even, Wolf Creek specifically, is called out in their natural disaster plan for Rio Blanco County. So it's been well part of all these. Most recently, one of the projects that our district spearheaded was for the White River Management Plan Programmatic Biological Opinion. That's through the Upper Colorado River Recovery Program for the endangered species that we have within the White River. I'm not going to go into the background of that, but it started in 1983 and we're finally going to get it done next year. That's how long it took this program to get it done. Our district spearheaded this final effort. But in order for us to get a final plan approved by the state and the feds, you had to have an augmentation source. No other project in the White River has the ability to provide that. Without us having a water right and moving this project forward, that plan to protect our endangered species on the White River, so we can continue on with development of other water resources here, is going to fall flat on its face and not be done again. So that really energized us to kind of keep going, but it is specifically called out within that programmatic biological opinion. There's other alternatives as well, but that water right allowed us to get this plan here to the finish line so we can kind of continue water development within our state or our district. So regional benefits.
All in?
Yes, ma'am.
We're gonna have to do this quickly as
I'm
well.
already there in 20 minutes, doesn't take me long. Okay, benefits pretty simple. We kind of go over that for the water right. So I'm going to flow right through this here. And you can see what we've already visited with that. But what's next? Right now, we're working towards NEPA, going through the environmental process that we have to do. We got permitting partners right now that have helped us bring up an account so that we can help pay for the environmental process. That includes Rio Blanco County, Town of Rangeley, River District, and Rio Blanco Water Conservancy District. And I believe this is almost my last slide. But I want to bring the reality, I want to bring this back home to folks. In the White River, you heard me say we don't have storage, but our White River is in an actual water crisis. There's no storage. You talk about having to live within your means, you're on a river that really lives within its means. If it ain't there, there's no other valve you can open up and send it down because it's not there to do it with. We're used to that. That's the way this river's been run historically. Administration on the White River, we're the only one in the state to not have full basin administration. It's coming. It's going to happen. It's highly likely. Our board continues to discuss that, and it's closer than what a lot of people may believe. Without a source of water supply, there will be water users and environments in our system losing a portion, and in some instances, all of its water. Very real. Who's going to go home without a paycheck? What fish are going to go belly up on our river? Things like that. How many millions of dollars have they done already to help protect those fish? But now that investment could be gone. With a project of this nature, you're looking at $150 million project. You have to go through the NEPA process. There is a risk you may not get your permit. But I think there's a greater risk, the probability of getting permits will be obtained. There is a risk. But no action is not an alternative. My board's going all in. They're going for broke. We have no choice. This is our job. This is what we got to do. And our White River community is surrounding us saying, go team, go. This is what we got to do. To get us to where we are today, this is a portion of the supporters. This letters of support, financial support, technical plan inclusions, and other types of support, legal and staff. Huge shout out. Club 20's been here with us since the day we first came in with letters of support, and they continue to be there. We would still welcome overwhelming support from the group, but also as individuals. There will be time to where we do our environmental, the public involvement process. You are encouraged to speak up. We really need your help.
Thank you all. And again, we're connecting more dots, aren't we? There is no reservoir above us that is going to protect us to fill power and heat. So we will definitely work with them if he needs help. We'll make sure individuals know how to weigh in Club 20, of course, we'll continue to weigh in. So we really do appreciate it, and we appreciate our senators and folks looking at bill funding for more storage. But guess what? You know how long that NEPA process will take? We'll be done with this legislation before you can even get to the point when he needs to build the reservoir. So that's the other thing, is how long it takes to get through your NEPA process. Thank you.
Yeah, I want to follow up to that in a minute, though.
I knew you would.
Yeah. You hear how fast they're working through these issues when it comes to the lower basin state. They've got to go through NEPA as well to figure out what they're going to do. There's no reason for a project of this nature to be drug out the length of time that it is. If they can expedite something like that, where they have storage buckets sitting there, they can expedite a project of this that has no storage whatsoever.
Right behind you. See a package of resolutions. This committee was blended from two separate ones to one committee. It's Public Lands Natural Resource. It used to be two committees. And there's some more on the packet. When you came in originally, you probably didn't get it. So I am now putting on my hat as co-chair of the Public Lands Committee. And this is our job. According to the bylaws of Club 20, every resolution has to be reviewed and renewed every 5 years. I'm about 5, 10 years behind, maybe 20, because we had 60 resolutions when I started that were outdated. So this is a package. And what I'm telling my members of my advisory committee, and what I'm going to say to this room and people that are Club 20 members, we do not have time to keep up with the issues hitting Colorado and spend time wordsmithing these. So the committee spent a lot of time for me and with me to pick out ones that need to be deleted, merging some into new ones, and to just renewing some without a lot of spending time on it. So I've got a cover sheet because I've done so much in one kind of fell swoop. And it's on the top of all this. So I'm not going to read every resolution. I'm going to ask people to go on faith that the work has been done by the committee. And if you read it when you get home and you don't like it, we can take care of that before. We are only recommending these to the full board, which has votes of every single county on the western slope. We can pull it. If you find something you don't like later, we'll pull it. So I'm asking you to go on faith, get some of these off the books, just renewed, because we have too big of a job and we have way too many issues that we really need to dig into. Thank you. I appreciate you. So anyway, since he raised his hand, I have no motions. Go ahead, Aaron.
Move that we adopt substitute co-chair, joint co-chairs, resolutions, and as outlined on the cover sheet of this document.
I would like to ask, because one of my committee people said, Nancy, there's a lot of little edits and reformatting needed. Can we make that as a friendly amendment to say, I will allow us to reformat and correct any errors we find, no content changes. And the other question I have first. I have two friendly amendments. Because if you look at this, the very first one is Gunnison Sage-Grouse Conservation. I had it on my agenda since 2018. And finally, a county, thank you, Chris Holstrom, San Miguel County stepped in, but I ended up with a 5-page resolution. We only do 2 pages. So I'm gonna pull that one from the committee because it needs to be refined. And she did a tremendous amount of work because nobody remembers where we started on the sage-grouse, where we went with the sage-grouse, where we ended up. And so I'm going to suggest we have a fact sheet that accompanies this that we keep in our files. But we'll shorten this to a resolution and a fact sheet. But I'm not ready for that. I didn't do the work. So we will pull. And these are only friendly amendments. He doesn't have to agree. So the one I'd like to pull is PNLR 06-1. And everything else remains the same as on this cover sheet.
I will accept both of those friendly amendments. Pull the one and allow the legally typo fix the other one.
Thank you, sir. And I had so many seconds on that. Who did you get down? Callie wants to second it, I think. Did you get that, Brittany? Great, thanks. Is there any further discussion? You can fire me as a railroader and I'd be happy. Okay, seeing no further conversation. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, same sign. Anybody on Zoom that opposes, do you want to get your voice out there? Seeing no further comments from the Zoom people. It's passed and we eliminated a lot of resolutions. Thank you. And so that's the conclusion of today's PNLR Joint Water Committee. And tomorrow we're going to have more conversation on it. It's just way too detailed. The other thing that I'm really excited about is we did have a summit, the 2022 summit that Christian and staff just broke their backs out of. It was a very successful 2-day summit. And so we'll have a follow-up on that tomorrow. And we'll also have another Colorado Water Conservation Board. It's actually an engineer that's going to speak because they came out with a template. What each community should be doing to assess the health of their water with the forests around them. And so that's going to be a very weighty presentation too. So with that being, the staff has any more, I do want to thank M4 Ranch Group for sponsoring and Business for Water. And again, to the backers on this morning, we really appreciate our sponsors. Christian?
Thanks, Nancy. I just wanted to let everybody know that lunch is ready in the back of the room. If you have not yet paid for lunch, it is $5. Please see Julia and she can help take care of that for you. I also wanted to give a shout out to Al and the Rio Blanco Water Conservancy District who are hosting our networking reception this evening. Al actually reached out to Club 20 and said, can I just take care of this and put this on for you all? And Julia was like, do we let people do that? And he said, of course we let people do that. So Al and his staff have been so incredibly helpful with recommending catering and putting on this networking reception this evening for us. So thank you so much for all that you've done and your staff has done. And the Business Affairs Committee will start at 12:45, so we just have under 30 minutes for lunch.
I need to locate my I saw them this morning. I just have to figure out where it was. Got it. Thank you. Please don't help with this. So. Make sure he's good to share. Absolutely. Good. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Hope everybody's doing well today. We'll go ahead and get the Business Affairs Committee meeting called to order, please. I'm Phil Vaughn. I'm the chairman of the Business Affairs Committee out of Rifle. Folks, we're going to start off today by just going over to a couple of little individual items here. In accordance with our bylaws, we ask that only current Club 20 members participate and vote on matters of policy development. If you're interested in becoming a committee member, you're going to hear a little bit about that here in just a few moments. Discussion is open to members and guests and is a critical part of our committee meetings. When asking a question or making a comment, and this is important, folks, please use a microphone. We'll bring microphones around to folks, or if you have one in front of you, turn it on at that time. Speak loudly into the microphone. Please don't turn on your microphone until I've acknowledged you, and then turn it off once you're finished. Staff's going to introduce those joining us virtually on Zoom. We'll start with that first, and then we're going to go around the room and do introductions. And if we can keep those brief, I would greatly appreciate that. Brittany.
Joining us on Zoom, we have Doug Monger, Justin Musser, Liz Smith, Lucas Turner, Melody Villard, Paula Stepp, Alex Sweetman, and Doug Monger again.
Very good. Before we go into introductions to the remainder of the room, again, want to thank first our venue and lunch sponsors, Chevron and Excel Energy. Thank you all. Our reception sponsor for later this afternoon, the Rio Blanco Water Conservancy District. Thank you all. And then our committee sponsor for Business Affairs Committee today is Colorado Housing and Finance Authority. Thank you. Folks as well want to thank Colorado Northwestern Community College and of course Rangeley for having us and hosting this up here in Northwest Colorado today. Let's have a warm thank you for our friends here. And with that, folks, we're going to go ahead and start off with introductions. And Brittany, let's just start with you and we'll work our way around the table and then we'll have a traveling mic to get everybody else in the room. Thank you.
I am Brittany Dixon, the Policy and Outreach Representative for Club 20.
Christian Reese, Executive Director of Club 20.
The pause was more about salad in my mouth, not to take time for the mic. Brad McLeod, Area Manager for Western Colorado Community Relations with Excel Energy, and also the Club 20 Chair.
John Fishering from Montrose, Colorado.
Rachel Richards, Aspen City Council and Club 20 Executive Board.
Ray Beck, Membership Chair and Co-Chair for the Transportation Policy Committee for Club 20.
Jeff Comstock, past Chair of Club 20 and works for Monmouth County.
Sue Hanson, Montrose County Commissioner and also a member of the Executive Committee. And I wonder if the folks with microphones, you need to really speak into it. It is really hard to hear back here. So just wanted to remind you of that.
Nancy Fishering, co-chair of Public Lands Natural Resources Committee, Montrose County rep on the board.
Barrett Linke, past Chair of Club 20, current Chair of Grand County Board of Commissioners, professional product tester for a variety of patent companies. Professional product tester for a variety of patent companies.
I think that means he needs a hat. Mandy Miller, Black Hills Energy, and also on the executive committee for Montrose County.
Tim.
Tim Redmond, Rock County Commissioner and member of Club 20 Executive Committee.
Harry Brulis, Mesa County Board Member, and second up to Rock County Commissioner, so I can get my county road mag chloride.
Jeff Muller, new member of Club 20, CEO and inventor, and out of the aerospace industry and defense industries, and now consulting to the agricultural equipment business industry.
Michael Murphy, Hinsdale County, M4 Ranch Group exec and incumbent chair of Club 20.
Matt Schuler, Jackson County, and also the co-chair of the Ed and Worst Committee.
Arlene Jeffries, Plata County.
Lois Dunn, Mesa County Board Member.
Julia.
Alvin Vandenbrink, Rio Blanco Water Conservancy.
Jennifer O'Haron, County Commissioner.
Sarah Carlisle, Tri-State.
Jenny Love, Rio Blanco County Commissioner, and Harry, if you lived in Rio Blanco County, we would have already bagged that road.
Cole Rover, Adam Fisher, Colorado.
Riley Scott, campaign staff for a couple campaigns on the Front Range. Nina Anderson, Express Employment in Grand Junction, property owner in Mesa County, and Harry, my roads are good. Bernadette Lake with Congresswoman Bobert's office.
Clarice DeVaro, District Director for Congresswoman Bobert's office.
Joe Rice, Lockheed Martin Space, and also the Colorado Space Business Roundtable.
Lisa Gregg with Lockheed Martin Space.
Brian Izasaga, intern at Lockheed Martin Space.
Good afternoon, Stacy DeFlora, Lockheed Martin Space.
Kathy Fackler, Durango.
Mark Fackler, I'm with her.
Alisa Granger, Town of Rangeley Trustee.
Mackenzie Weber, Director of the Rangeley Area Chamber of Commerce.
Julia Wagner, Rangeley Chamber of Commerce intern.
Tim Weber, Director of the Raccoon Park District, Chairman of the Range Rural Fire Protection District, also a council member. And Harry, anything for a sheep herder.
Alejandra Major with American Petroleum Institute.
Savannah Wolfson, Oak Creek candidate for House District 26.
Bonnie Peterson, Associated Governments of Northwest Colorado. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Allie Resack. I am Director of Key Initiatives for Manufacturers Edge and a Colorado Space Business Roundtable Board Member.
Kay Heinschel, Montrose, Colorado.
Ken Begadall, Maybell, Colorado, Moffett County.
Mike McGarry, Montrose County Ag Producer.
Margie Joy, Colorado Housing and Finance Authority, your Western Slope representative. I actually live in Meeker, but cover an 11 county area, and it's so fun to be here today and be able to visit with a wide variety.
Folks, thank you all again. Everyone, thank you all again for attending the Business Affairs Committee, and we're so proud and pleased to be up in Rangeley today. And folks, again, as our continuing work for the Business Affairs Committee and Club 20, we are working together in order to help businesses in rural Colorado.
within Club 20, and we value and appreciate the partnership that we have with each one of you, and of course with all of our friends who are here from Colorado Space Business Roundtable. On the back of the agenda today, you will see all the Business Affairs Committee Advisory Panel members, and that's inclusive of Joe Rice and many others in this room and throughout the state. An important group of people that I lean upon in order to help us with business affairs. Please say hi to these folks, and please thank them for their service to Club 20. Folks, the only reason Club 20 is here is because of our members and our membership. And I want to thank today Ray Beck, our membership chair, for coming today to speak about the importance of Club 20 membership. And of course, again, folks, this is the lifeblood of our organization. That's why we have this discussion in each one of our Business Affairs Committee meetings. And we want to thank today and welcome up Ray Beck from Craig, Colorado. Ray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just a little bit of announcement here. One of the reasons that Phil asked me to do this is because he has a real hard time at starting meeting on time and ending meeting on time. So I'm supposed to be that catalyst to help him remind me of that. So anyways, Phil, I'll help you get through this. So yes, if you're here today and you're a member of Club 20, we would like to thank you for your membership. If you're here today and you're not a member of Club 20, we would like to encourage you to become a member, and I'll share some benefits of being a member of Club 20. Excuse me. So as a member of Club 20, you can receive up-to-date information on key issues affecting Western Colorado in the form of monthly email updates and newsletters. You can participate in policy committees that guide local and state elected leaders on the Western Slope through annual trips to Denver and the biannual trip to Washington, D.C. As a member, you can vote at county caucus meetings to decide who will represent you on Club 20 board of directors every 2 years. And also, as a member, you're eligible to vote at all Club 20 policy committee meetings, having problems solved or questions answered as a courtesy of the Club 20 staff. And you also have the ability to networking opportunities with a diverse group of individuals, elected officials, and business folks from all across Colorado. And because Bill has a hard time with any meetings on time, I'm going to cut my speech short and turn it back to the chairman. Thank you, sir.
Really appreciate that, Ray. And again, folks, anyone who is not a member of Club 20, please feel free to speak with Ray. I think you'll find membership in Club 20 to be an important thing. I've been a member here since 1988. And I think that it's been beneficial to Denise, and I apologize. Denise is here today, my wife. We just had a death in the family, and we've got to get a trip down to Lubbock here mid next week. So she's working on that outside. But Denise and I have considered this not only to be a pleasure to be involved in Club 20 from a personal basis, but a pleasure as folks from rural Colorado. So I hope you will join us in this effort. And again, membership's not there's no exclusion to membership. Membership is inclusive in Club 20, and anyone who's interested and supports what we do here at Club 20. Let's have a hand for Ray Beck, our membership chair. Well, folks, next item on the agenda is exploring Colorado's communities from border to border, a reintroduction to the Colorado Future Center, Phyllis Resnick, PhD, and Jen Newcomer. And folks, just a little bit about Phyllis and Jen. They are longtime friends of ours and longtime friends of Club 20. Again, from a standpoint of Colorado State University, very involved in the economic reviews of Colorado and what's happening. Phyllis and I have worked together both on a basis through Club 20 and on a professional basis. She's provided professional consulting for economics for projects that I've worked on. Her and Jen are, in my opinion, two of the preeminent economists and really preeminent views of what's happening in Colorado. And we thank them today for attending with us via Zoom. We apologize on that. We were trying to get this done in person, but we'll get that done in the future. And Phyllis and Jen, can you all hear us okay? Very good. If you all would do just a further introduction, be happy to hear from you on that. And then we'll go ahead and move forward with your presentation and then discussion and questions. And again, let's have a warm Club 20 welcome for Phyllis and Jen.
Well, thanks everyone. It's nice to kind of see you. I have to do a mea culpa. I'm actually coming to you from Dusseldorf, Germany. So it's 9 o'clock at night here and still perfectly light out, which is crazy. but we're delighted to be able to join you. We do have a set of slides. And so Phil, what's the best way to do that? Is there something that you're all looking at that if I shared my screen, you would be able to see the slides?
Yes, go ahead and
Yes.
share your screen.
Okay.
Phyllis, we can do that. If we have a technical issue there, Brittany will bring them up, but we'll skin that cat either way.
Okay, let me, can you all see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm gonna minimize myself so I don't see you anymore, just because otherwise it takes up too much room on my screen. So I purposely held off on further introducing ourselves until we had the slides up, because I was gonna use this slide to further introduce myself and let Jen introduce herself, and also bring you up to date on the Colorado Future Center. So as Phil mentioned, Phil, I was trying to remember how many years we went back. I think it's going on almost 20 already, which is positively frightening. But the Colorado Future Center has, in some form or another, been around for about 17 years. And it actually started out of an effort that the University of Denver created back in the day before Referendum C, to try to get a handle around the sort of fiscal vice of Tabor Gallagher and Amendment 23. And at the time, my colleague Charlie Brown, who some of you may know from his days at the legislature, and I staffed that effort. And like good researchers, when that effort was complete, we made a recommendation to the University of Denver at the time that they create a resource to continue to study these issues. And they did do that. And I believe, Phil, you and I met when you were on the board of that first research center. I might be incorrect in that, but so that center was created around 2005, 2006. And we were at the University of Denver through the Great Recession and into the first couple of years after it, where we were mostly known for doing macro fiscal work, specifically around the sustainability of the state general fund. And then after about 6 or 7 years at DU, we had what I would call kind of an amicable parting. The university wanted to take their research efforts in different ways, and we had an opportunity to go to Colorado State University, which is where we've been since. And so we took the center that had a different name at DU and we moved it to CSU, and it became the Colorado Future Center. And for quite a few years there, we still had an almost exclusive macro fiscal focus, which is really my background. But I had known Jen Newcomer, who is now my colleague and partner at the Future Center, from some other work I had been doing. And her background was in sort of the socio-demographics and economics of community. And I thought that that would be a nice complement to the sort of state level macro fiscal work that the center did. So bringing us up to date to today, Charlie, about 3 or 4 years ago, decided that he wanted to be a grandfather and have more time to fish. And so he stepped down and I became the executive director of the Future Center. And my first and I think best move was to invite Jen to join as the research director, which to my delight, she agreed to do. And so now we have integrated the portfolio that she brought over into the work of the Future Center. So we have a macro fiscal focus still, and then also this very deep dive into local community and the dynamics around local communities. And so what we're going to share with you today is just kind of a teaser of all that work. We're not going to dig into any of these projects, every single one of them, except for when I tell you they're not released yet or available on our website. And just to try and pique your interest about the work we're doing now. And then we're happy to answer any questions and also perhaps explore ways that we could work in support of Club 20. So before I start, Jen, do you want to take a moment and just introduce yourself a little further?
Yeah, thank you again for having us. good afternoon, and my name is Jennifer Newcomer, like Phyllis mentioned, and our time together goes back to, we were us and one other colleague of ours were the economic modeling team at the Denver Regional Council of Governments. And so like Phil said, my background is more in that community level analysis and work, and focused around understanding what's happening in terms of the evolution of communities from demographics and economic perspectives. And the work that we had the opportunity to do at Dr.Cog really spurned our continued interest to work together. And so like Phil said, yeah, we're excited to share some of the work that we have some tethers back to our original time together at Dr.Cog, and how we've expanded that portfolio.
So I'll just start taking you through. Feel free to interrupt me as I'm speaking. And then at some point, I'm going to turn about 6 or 7 slides and I'm going to turn this over to Jen to take you through the end. But what you're seeing on your screen now is a screenshot of the homepage of our website. If you go to the research tab there, pretty much everything we're going to share with you is available on that research tab. So if anything piques your interest, knock yourself out and go check it out. The first thing that I thought I would share as a little bit of a teaser is something that we released for the first time 3 quarters ago. We call it the Colorado Cast, and it is sort of where our macro fiscal focus has stayed in the last couple of years. And this is a project that we're pretty excited about. It's likely to get quite interesting, especially given the news today about US GDP. But it's essentially a 6-month forecast of a proxy for Colorado GDP. So what we're trying to do is fill a gap where we thought there wasn't really any short-term forecasting going on in the state. There's a lot of very long-term forecasting, and then there's annual forecasting, as you know, that happens from both OSPB and from Ledge Council. But we built this model to try and get a sense of, for 6 months ahead, what is sort of the trajectory month by month look like. And in the bottom right, you can see the graphic of our most current forecast. This one was released about 2 months ago. It goes out to October 2022. And at the time, we forecast that state GDP would start declining from an annualized growth rate of a little over 8%, as you can see in March of 22, down to 1.8%. So not quite negative yet, but teetering there. And we update this and re-release it every quarter. It's called the Colorado Cast. And like I said, it's available on our website. We also have a little newsletter to sort of announce its release each quarter. And so feel free to get in contact with us if you'd like to be put on the mailing list for that newsletter. It comes out obviously as an email. And hopefully it won't go negative the next time we update it, which will be actually in about 4 weeks. We'll do the next update. So that's the gist of really our macro fiscal work right now. And for some reason, my screen will not advance. My computer has frozen.
Do I have sharing privileges?
We can have Brittany just pull up the.
Oh, wait, it just advanced. Let's see. Okay, I don't know why that was. I'm sorry about that. But then as Jen mentioned, you know, when she came over, she brought a portfolio that we had really started working on back in our days at Dr.Cog, but hadn't had a real chance to dig in deeply. And we were trying to figure out what to call this portfolio. And really the thing that is probably the most overarching umbrella for it is everything in some ways relates back to family economic security. So these are studies that look at various aspects of what's facing households in Colorado that are living closer to the economic margin. And in a lot of the work stemmed from a study we did about 4 years ago now on housing affordability. And I can tee up why we did this. We did it because we were frustrated that the entire conversation about housing seemed to be centering on the construction defect issue. This was before any of the legislation had been passed. And we thought that it was important that Colorado know that the factors impacting the affordability of housing are far more complex than just that unidimensional. And so we put together this study, which essentially has a series of tear out sheets that looks at the contribution of each one of the factors that you see in the spokes of the wheel and how it contributes to the affordability problem that Colorado was facing back in 2018 and really continues to face. And that spurred quite a bit of other work. Through that work, we became aware of a modular builder named IndieDwell. They were pretty new to Pueblo at the time that we were doing that housing study. And we were lucky enough to secure a grant from the Lincoln Institute of Land Policy to be a participant in their housing roundtable, is really what it was, about 2.5 years ago, to look at different aspects of the affordability problem and potential solutions. So with the support from Lincoln, we put together a case study of the IndieDwell project, looking at all the partners that came together, and you can see them in the wheel on this screen, to support the ability for IndieDwell to move in and open a factory in Pueblo and start production. And so that case study, which is intended to be like a slightly more academic case study, as I said, is also available on our website. And as we were doing all of our housing work, we got kind of curious about what was happening with doubled up households in the state. It became pretty obvious to us through some previous work we were doing that Coloradans were using doubling up as a strategy to manage the affordability problem. And so we've done now 2 pretty deep dives into doubling up. Again, not all the findings are here, but the very high level finding is up here on the screen, that we've gone from about 1 in 5 households in Colorado doubled up to 1 in 4 in 2017. 1 in 5 was before the Great Recession, and now to 3 in 10 in 2019. And if you go to the report again, that's available online, you can see all the breakouts of where children are living and what the demographics of the households that are doubled up. You can see a lot of income demographics that very strongly support the hypothesis that doubling up anyway, is a strategy for housing affordability. And we will probably update this again, maybe in another 2 or 3 years, just to see what's happening with doubling up. This gives you a bit of a sense. These geographies are a little bit blocky because the data for the doubling up study that we do is only available at the PUMA level. The PUMA is a census geography that's much larger in many cases than than more refined geographies. So unfortunately, when you see areas like in the northwest part of the state where all 4 of the counties are in the same color, that is because they are all in the same PUMA, and so they all get the same score. But you can essentially see the distribution statewide of what share of households are doubled up based on that sort of very not discrete geography, unfortunately. We're doing some work with the Yampa Valley Housing Authority around the Brown Ranch, and we've tried to do some drill downs with some other data that aren't quite as deep, but give you some high level numbers about doubling up. And we found up in the Yampa Valley that the pattern was very similar to this. They really went from 1 in 4 to 1 in 5 to 3 in 10, but they ended up in basically the same place. But what we can't do with those more refined data are to drill down into some of the more socio-demographics of doubled up households. Keeping with the housing theme here, we were approached earlier this year by the Keystone Policy Center. We were kind of hoping that this study would be released by the time we were talking to you today, but it's been slightly delayed. Its projected release now is August 15th. But we have put together a model to look at every school district in the state and to assess what share of the housing, not the rental housing, but the housing available for purchase, would be affordable to the teacher making the average salary in that school district. And when this website goes live on the 15th, you'll be able to drill into every school district and look at the share of housing that was affordable prior to the Great Recession, in the middle of the 2010s, and then in the most current year, and see the pattern and all the dynamics around what's happened to housing affordability at that very, very specific level of the earnings of the average teacher. We also built into this website a application where by $5,000 increments, you can say, okay, what if I'm not a teacher at the average, but I'm a teacher who makes $75,000 a year, or anyone who makes $75,000 a year? And then you can put that specific amount in, and it will also return by school district what share of housing is available to someone earning that salary. And so off of that, Jen and I got curious, because we often will have reporters call us and say, well, you know, isn't the market just going to take care of itself? You know, eventually the market for housing, you know, we don't have to do anything. It'll just adjust. And I always sort of push back on them and say, what do you mean it will adjust? I mean, there's either supply or demand. So the market adjusting means either that we have to have a whole bunch more supply or a whole bunch less demand in order to bring prices down. And so we had this model built for what we did with Keystone, and we got curious about whether rising interest rates would essentially be that thing that makes the market adjust. And so we ran a model with like a slightly different question, and we said, how much county by county would housing prices have to come down if interest rates rose to 6% in order for housing to be affordable as it was in 2015 for someone earning the median? And we're not quite finished with the county level findings yet, but statewide, in order for housing to be as affordable as it was in 2015, housing prices or housing values would have to fall 32%. So we'd have to lose that much value in an environment of raising interest rates in order for housing to be as affordable as it was back in 2015, which in the grand scheme of things was one of the more affordable periods in the last 20 years, although most people in Colorado probably would not think that that was the case, because back then people didn't think housing was all that affordable. So that gives you a little bit of the flavor of the specific housing kind of studies we've been doing. I'm going to turn it over to Jen to take you through the rest of what we have to kind of share as this little teaser, and then we're happy to take some questions.
Yeah, so I'm going to share a little bit more about these deep dive examples that we've had the opportunity to work on. And the first one that we wanted to share with you today is, well, while this is just an example from something that we have done in the Metro Denver area, in the 7 counties in that region, it's something that we have been exploring, the idea of expanding to other counties across the state. And that is actually what we consider a property level database that is crafted off of the property records from the assessor's offices, and have constructed that raw data into essentially a derivative product that looks at identifying and being able to see where there are likely property assemblages through the same portfolio owner. And this has enabled us to look at and partner with both the state and CHAFA. And in this particular instance, the city of Denver and some other local partners to better understand where there could be opportunities for a preservation fund to go in and either support existing property owners to either make essentially modifications or upgrades to their properties and help them and enable them to keep properties more affordable to their tenants. And this is very much so through a renter occupancy view. And then in addition to that, look for opportunities where they might exist with respect to purchasing properties that could be assembled into a portfolio that would be managed for the purposes of having a more affordable inventory, knowing that it's been a challenge to be able to build enough what we would consider the capital A or B restricted type properties. And so this is looking through the lens of the existing inventory, and this particular visual is looking at where there's the largest presence of single family multi-investor holdings. You can advance this slide. So with all that housing work in mind, we've moved, so okay, well, probably many of you have heard the terms around, community well-being and or social determinants, and what's really ultimately impacting the well-being and health in the community. And so next slide, that we started some work back in 2019 that ultimately resulted in this particular project results that's on looking at the basket of social determinants that span from anything like housing affordability, but also to food accessibility, food pricing, educational attainment, voter presence, voter registration, early childhood education, the kind of broader dynamics in our communities and how residents are participating and have access to resources have amassed into this model that we've built, and looking at through a composite index, but also in an index across these different, what we kind of consider domains. So you'll see on the graphic on the right, there's social connection and health and housing and education and food, and those we can break out separately, but this is looking at the ability to compare geographies in terms of their performance on these different index measures. And in this example, we pulled out the Club 20 counties to just articulate where they were performing with respect to this particular model. And we are currently in the throes of running an update for these data to be able to have a more current version. This was a 2017 version that we had run. And so we're excited to be able to be releasing that update pretty soon. Next slide. And so beyond that, just mention I'm also in a doctoral program that is very much so integrated into the work that we're doing at the center. And through some of that, we have been also looking at the relationship between social determinants and student success, and how our kids are performing in the academic environment, and what the relationship is to that and these different social determinants that that they're experiencing, both from the home environment but also the broader community. And we're looking to push past these, what there are these classical domains, and just similar to the ones in the previous slide around, you know, how is education attainment and performance in the community, what's the economic situation related to incomes and employment, the health results, and the social environment, but recognizing that those are really interrelated dynamics as we go about our day-to-day lives, and thinking about moving past like quantifying results in those very siloed domains, and thinking about the interactivity with respect to things like transportation and access to food, and how those interact within a community system, and being able to better articulate that even if there's perceived lower performance or higher performance on some variable, it's most certainly offset in its interaction with another one. And so this gets a little geekier in terms of our thinking, but trying to be more holistic about the realities of the complexity of how we all live our lives, and what resources and amenities that we have available to us, and how that influences our behavior. And so trying to get better at capturing those dynamics in our research. The next slide. And so beyond the work, and I failed to mention that previous slide, that is some work that we're doing through the support with Colorado State University. We have a scope of work with them, and that's largely tied to that and the Colorado CAST that Phyllis mentioned. But most of our other work is supported, the local studies are supported by an array of different clients. And so Phyllis mentioned that we are currently working with the Yampa Valley Housing Authority on the Brown Ranch development. But we have worked with some very smaller groups that are working in communities, most currently very discreetly in the metro region. But they range from anything around, the housing-based issues, but also Phyllis is running a project in Wyoming right now. So it's definitely expanding outside the confines of the state, but also looking at dynamics around local businesses. We had done a project with Mile High United Way around small business development, and what kind of resources and needs and technical support were going to be necessary to support local businesses. This was particularly looking through the time of the pandemic, and so many that had challenges around staying open, and who relied on foot traffic, and with the shut-in from the pandemic had really obviously decayed their many companies' ability to figure out how to keep things going. And so we've gotten involved in an array of, or a cross section of projects like these. And I think, moving forward, we're excited to continue to have the opportunity to look into ways we can support other communities around the state. So I think our last couple of slides is just recognizing that we are very privileged to have some great affiliations, both locally with CSU, but also some national associations that have both, professionally and for the center, and just in our personal research networks have really contributed knowledge sharing across challenges that are seen in other parts of the country, and what kind of solutions and policies that we can lift up and learn from. So that is what we have today. Did you want to add anything, Phyllis?
No, I don't. Yeah, let me stop this share here so that I can see more of who's in the room. And so we really, we didn't know exactly what would be of the most interest to your membership. And so we wanted to just kind of give you a smattering. We're happy to go into more detail about anything that was up there, or answer any questions, but we're just appreciative of the time to sort of reintroduce the Future Center as more than what we were when we were only doing the macro fiscal work, and share with you that we are interested in working throughout the state in this more community level work, which we're super excited about because it feels like so much of the work is always focused on the Denver metro, that it's nice to have the opportunity to get out and work in other parts of the state, or even in the case of this project we're doing up in Wyoming, to get out and work in other states. So I see some hands up. Phil, can you moderate for us? Because it's going to be hard for us.
We have some folks online, is that correct? Have questions? Okay, let's start there and then no, we do not have anybody online. Okay, thank you. Rachel, could we start with you and then we'll come.
Thank you so much. Rachel Richards, Aspen City Council, former Pickett County Commissioner, and deeply immersed in housing issues. I'm just wondering if you can tell us what is the definition of a doubled up household?
Sure. So a doubled up household in this study is any household where the people living there are more than just what you would define as a, quote, essentially a nuclear family. So in the census data, we can tell if there's a head of the household, and then everyone else in the household is defined in relationship to that head. So if a household had a head and then someone who was married to that head, or a like an intimate partner of that head, and then any children, that was considered a non-doubled up household. Beyond that, if you had adult children over the age of, I think we went to 25, right, Jen? We figured we'd cut kids some slack when they're in their sort of college years. But if you had adult children over the age of 25, if you had the next generation above you, so grandparents, great aunts, great uncles, any cousins or anyone who's related that way, we called you a family doubled up household. And then we could also see folks who said my relationship to the head of the household is as a boarder or as a roommate. And so those were considered non-family doubled up households. So that 1 in 4 to 1 in 5 to 1 in 4 to 1 in 3 is a combination of both family and non-family doubled up. So we recognize that we got into that because we were curious if we could tease out whether economics was the reason people were doubling up, or was it that they were doubling up to take care of an older, mother or father or relative, or if they were doubling up just because when you're in your 20s, it's kind of fun to double up. And so we parsed it by all those different types of households. And then we started trying to, because there's not a question in the census that says, why are you living this way? We tried doing some tests on those data to better understand the economic relationship between the sort of core family and the doubling up family. And so you can see the results of all of that. So we recognize that not all of those instances of doubling up are for economic reasons. There are other reasons why you might choose to live in that doubled up kind of situation. But the tests we did on the household incomes, when we sort of artificially broke off the core household from the doubling entity, very strongly suggests that most of the doubling up we're seeing is for economic reasons. the household that would spin off is typically very, very low income capacity. So that was kind of the point of the study. That's more than you asked for, but I wanted to kind of explain the way we define doubling up and why we did it that way, because we were mostly interested in trying to get a sense of the economic reality of it.
Well, thank you very much for that explanation. When relaying this information to others, that's the first thing you're going to ask me for is, what does that mean? Thank you.
Mandy Miller, Montrose County. I have a question. I attended a talk from the state demographer who said that we're actually in a population decline and our births and deaths are not matching up. When it comes to Montrose, we've had a huge issue with people not being able to afford to live in their local community that have been longstanding citizens that are trying to buy homes. Kids graduating college coming back and wanting to buy their first time home. But our median home price is now $400,000 for a starter home, and our wages are not matching up. How does Colorado trend with other states, and what do you feel like is a root issue with our housing affordability?
Well, I'll start and then I'll let maybe Jen chime in too. We haven't done this work in other states. So what we know about other states is probably what you all know too, from reading articles in the newspaper and journals and hearing stories. So I can't say that we've researched this, but our sense, and I think there was a headline on something I even saw today that said that we're the only housing market, I think it might have been related to Denver, but still it's in Colorado, is the only housing market that's not on a coast where rent was over $2,000 a month or something like that. I didn't get a chance to read the article yet, but it's our sense that we are, as Colorado now, about the only state that's not coastal that has the kind of housing cost stress at the level that we have it. I can't cite anything because we haven't done the research. I can't say like, what does their doubling up look like? Or what's the relationship between, what would we haven't released it yet, but what would the study looking at what a median teacher could afford to buy, what it would look like in other states. But my guess is that we're at the further end toward housing unaffordability relative to other states. Then on the lower half, right? So we're on the more unaffordable side is, I think, probably a safe statement to make. Now, where we would actually rank, it's going to depend on how some things are defined. And like I said, I wouldn't want to venture a guess, but other than saying that we probably have one of the bigger problems in the country. Do you want to add anything, Jen?
I don't, not in particular, and just that I would promote that we are in the throes of updating the affordability study that Phyllis initially shared with the wheel. And this go round, we are looking into more aspects with respect to the phenomenon around investors playing a bigger role in the markets and to what extent that's playing out here. There was the release that happened earlier in the week around investors in transactions around the country, and Colorado was around the median in the state, and that is something that we're looking at with respect to at least the metro market right now, and looking at those transactions in particular, how those have escalated over time and to what extent they are that they're local investors versus out of state, like, essentially funds that are coming in and buying up inventory. And so, seeing that we've lost, you probably see, and I don't know the details in particular, each particular county across the state, but just loss in terms of the inventory that's on the market, if you will, so available for some sort of transaction, whether to rent or to purchase. And we're still trying to sort out what does the supply definition mean, both within our, and being very clear in what we release and what we mean by supply, versus what a lot of the other information that is released out there talking about supply challenges in the markets. Because there is a distinction between actual inventory, total rooftops, versus what's actually available in the market for some sort of transaction, whether that's available to rent or available to purchase.
To Michael Murphy, and then if anybody has a comment or question, raise your hand and we'll go to you next. Go ahead, Michael.
Michael Murphy, Hinsdale County. Just wondering if you've done any research as to how rural and or recreational areas in Colorado compare to what you're showing us in Denver. So I guess that real question is, if it's a resort community and or if it's just a rural ag community, is there any information that you guys have been able to assimilate showing that? And if not, is there any opportunity to look at some of that data in the future?
So it kind of depends on the study. So in the doubling up study, as I mentioned, the geography was the Puma. And so we did do it statewide. Unfortunately, we can't tease those counties apart from each other when they're in that larger geography. In our work for the Brown Ranch, we've done quite a lot of deep dive into Routt County, and we've done some looks at how Routt County compares on, for example, that social determinants of health model that Jen talked you through. We've looked at how Routt County compares to the other resort counties. That social determinant of health model is actually right now, we forgot to mention this, forming the basis for what's going to be an indicator database that we're going to make available on our website. We're in the process of creating it, and it will be at the census tract level. So for a lot of these measures, you'll be able to go in at the census tract, which, you know, is even below the county, and do some sort of comparisons. So for that project, we've done the work statewide, but we haven't done statewide yet because of the heavy lift in order to create the database to do it, is these looks at the parcel level. So when Jen was talking about the preservation database and looking at where the investors were owning properties in the Denver metro, that required us getting the assessor data from every one of the 7 counties in that model, and then looking at the parcel level. We haven't had the support or a client that, you know, was able to give us the ability and frankly the funding to create something like that statewide, because it takes a fair amount of lift to just, you know, create the baseline database. The work we're doing with Keystone when it comes out will be at the school district level. So you'll be able to compare housing affordability at the school district level, which, you know, is a bit of a strange geography, but it's one that gets more local than the Puma geography. So it just kind of depends on the project you're looking at. When, you know, unfortunately, a lot of it follows our funding. And so the reason we have more deep dive in Denver is because, you know, we're known there as a group that does that kind of work. So we have people who come to us and ask us to do these very specific studies, and then they fund them for us. So we do right now know a whole lot more about the Denver area just by the nature of who we've worked with. But we're trying anytime we have the ability to expand our projects so that we look at, you know, every either census tract or county or school district in the state so that we get a much broader state view. So, you know, feel free to have a look at what is available on our website. And then in some cases, we may have some data that are not published there that we could share. And, just get in touch with us if there's something you're looking for, because it's possible that we do have, something that would be of interest, and it just hasn't risen in our work to something that we published yet. Once we put together this indicator database, and everything we have will be available statewide at most likely the census tract geography.
Very Perulis, I've got two questions. First one doesn't require a sense of humor. The second one does. What are you doing in Germany?
I'm visiting a friend.
Okay.
It came up very last minute. When Phil first contacted me, I was supposed to be in Colorado for this. And then I have a friend who needed some help with something. And so I got here a few days ago. And yeah, I'm trying to have a little holiday alongside it.
Productive day, because a mile from here is Chevron. If you go sell some natural gas while you're there, I'll go buy some.
They're going to need it here. We haven't had that conversation yet, but I was kind of interested in what her concerns are about the winter.
There are questions from either folks online or here. I have a question for you all, kind of more along the lines of your 6-month economic forecast that you all are working on. What is your current thinking, Phyllis and Jen, from a standpoint of, with the influx of folks from urban areas we've seen moving into Colorado or moving out of the metro area into rural Colorado? I think it's kind of been a mixed bag, just in my conversations with business people and county commissioners and city council members. It appears that initial interest at the beginning of COVID and coming to a rural area has been, let's just say, maybe a little bit realization to come that things are not as easy to get to once you're over here in rural Colorado, and maybe that 40 acres is a little more to handle than the 1,000 square foot of yard that you had in town. So I'm kind of a little bit curious on what your thoughts are right now about what are you seeing and what kind of impact has this had and what will this have in rural Colorado? Thank you.
So Phil, your question started with, the Colorado cast and our 6-month model. Unfortunately, that model is sort of a state level look. We don't have the data or the ability to drill that down. We're forecasting a measure that actually the Federal Reserve Bank models each month. That's what's called a coincident index for the Colorado economy. It's a value that's supposed to track GDP for Colorado. So it's not like granular enough to give you a local look. So having said that, we believe the state economy is going to slow and continue to slow. And, we got the national numbers this morning that the second quarter was also negative. And so I think when we rerun that model, Phil, we're going to see probably a further decline in the forecast for the strength of the Colorado economy. Now, what that means distributionally, of course, can be very different, because you can have pockets. To your question about is that flow out of urban areas sort of reversing, after the peak of the pandemic. I don't know, maybe Jen, you have more of a sense of this. I mean, we haven't done any specific work on that to see if we could sort of follow the flow of where people are coming and going to. But my sense from reading, just again, what's in the media, and from reading and looking at data from cities like New York, which have pretty significant housing stress again, my sense is that a lot of people who did leave big urban areas for exurban and then even rural areas during COVID are starting to return to cities, that will not end up being a permanent change for everyone. Now, that doesn't mean that there aren't some who will decide that they prefer to be in a, you know, in sort of a different pace of life. But I think there's starting to be mounting evidence that the exuberance to get out of the city is reversing, and that people in some cases are returning to urban areas. Is that your sense, Jen, too? Again, we haven't done this work in Colorado to see if there was, Elizabeth Garner may know better, whether there was a big exodus out of the Denver metro and now people are coming back. You know, she tracks population at that much more discrete level than we do, but it's my gut that people are returning to cities.
I would just add, like, I think some of the influence that, you know, remains to be seen how it fully pans out is this perspective that all of a sudden everybody was going to work remote somehow. And that's calibrating back to some sort of balance, and to the extent that there's more flexibility in workers being able to be remote, we're seeing rumblings of that, you know, there's expectations that, you know, for those workers who work in some kind of office space, come back to that office space physically at least some of the time. And so to the extent that somebody thought they could go to the, you know, and get the 40 acres, like you mentioned, Phil, like may not be in a commute shed threshold that they're willing to tolerate if they have to go back to the office even part-time. I think that's still kind of sorting itself out, and that will be, I think, a large determinant. But, and to the extent that people are 100% free to work from anywhere and prefer a more, you know, a less urbanized setting, or, you know, truly a rural setting in a smaller community. Yeah, I mean, you could imagine like an adjustment in terms of some influx, some more permanent influx into the rural areas, but not necessarily a massive windfall. I mean, I guess it just depends on how you define that sort of threshold. But yeah, it's something that we're watching, and we speak with Elizabeth fairly regularly. And Phil will kind of probably laugh because I have my own informal like measure of who's coming into the state. And I am not kidding. No matter, anytime I leave my house, I see Florida license plates everywhere on the road. So we'll see when the migration data reports come out if we've had an influx into Colorado from parts of Florida.
Thank you. We'll finish up with a question from Rachel, please.
Again, thank you very much for the information. I realize you may not have dug into this topic very deeply, so if not, that's okay. But I'm wondering if you're starting to measure the effect of the short-term rentals on the availability of any housing, because we're just seeing throughout the Roaring Fork Valley where it's much more profitable to rent for one weekend than to a long-term order for a month. And I think that is putting tremendous pressure on the housing as well, and would be very helpful for local governments to understand, do they want to encourage more of this or rein it in at some level? These properties pay residential property tax, but they put a commercial burden on services and infrastructure, and demand more employees themselves. So that, I think, is a new factor you really need to work into your programming. Thank you.
Yeah, we have been trying to find someone who would support us to do this kind of work. And we actually have reached out to some folks to see if they wanted help with it. And then we did receive a call from the Realtors Association in Summit County. And they asked us if we would be interested in working with them on this issue. And we are in the process where we've given them a proposal and we're waiting to hear. So we're hoping that they will be able to, I think they were going to put together a consortium, so it wouldn't just be Summit County focused. But it's something that, you know, Jen and I have talked about for years now, is you know, it's sort of a vexing problem because there's so many aspects to it. I mean, you mentioned the property tax aspect. There's obviously a pressure on housing, but at the same time, it appears to be filling a need for, you know, vacation rental nights. And so what does it mean for local economies if those are not available? And, you know, does that put more stress on hotels? And so, you know, we would love to have the opportunity to dig in and really better understand the role of short-term rentals, both in local economic health and also in what it's doing to housing cost stress. So we're crossing our fingers that that support comes through and we'll be able to do some work in that area.
Phyllis and Jen, we just want to thank you all, and especially you, Phyllis, for joining us from Germany today and in your time out of country. But folks, let's have a warm Club 20 thank you for Phyllis and Jen.
Well, thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Yes, thank you for having us. So nice to join you.
Well, folks, we have up next our wonderful partners, Colorado Space Business Roundtable. And folks, I want to give you all just a little bit of background, and Joe, correct me on this, is our partnership at 8 or 9 years this year. Our partnership is 8 or 9 years this year that you all have been conducting virtually. 9 years. Yes, and folks, I want to thank, because this may be one of the last meetings as AGNC Executive Director, that Bonnie Peterson is going to be here. Bonnie Peterson was one of the spearheads of this operation. Folks, let's have a hand for Bonnie. This is a wonderful partnership, folks. And again, I think it's so important for us within Club 20 and within rural Colorado to be able to partner out with folks. We're going to talk a lot today about what the impacts of Colorado Space Business Roundtable are. And if there's anything that I've learned throughout my life is that patience is a virtue. It's very important. It takes time to build relationships. It takes time to build businesses. And frankly, we're not where we've gotten to in rural Colorado. It hasn't happened in a year, hasn't happened in a decade. It's happened over many decades. And I think these kind of long-term initiatives like coordination with Colorado Space Business Roundtable, it takes time and it takes effort. And I think we see the dividends over the years. And today we're going to talk a bit about those dividends. And Allie, are you going to get us started? Or is Joe going to start us? Joe's going to start us, and then Allie will come up. Let's have a warm thank you for Joe Rice. It's like beyond life size. It's perfect. It's, I think I'm starting to cheat with my picture too. Anyway, hi everybody. I'm Joe Rice with Lockheed Martin Space. And just really quickly, Lockheed Martin.
You can
Really
take it
close.
out.
Okay, there we go.
Take it
Yeah.
out too.
That'll make it easier. Thank you. Joe Rice with Lockheed Martin Space. Really always appreciate being with you. And yes, Bonnie, you did, when we called you with a crazy idea about let's do some metro area outreach, close to 10 years ago, you said yes. And then that started all these other things and that have come from it. So really appreciate you and our long association with Club 20. Lockheed Martin Space builds things people use every day, like GPS satellites, weather satellites, communication satellites. We also build a number of national defense systems, intelligence systems, and of course, exploration spacecraft. Watch the news sometime soon. NASA will announce the launch date for Artemis 1. And that is the mission that's going to take US astronauts back to the moon and eventually onto Mars. Artemis 1 will be an uncrewed test flight to shake down the rocket and the spacecraft, and then hopefully we'll get back on with crewed flights soon thereafter. So watch the news for Artemis 1. Lockheed Martin is part of, or one of the many members of, the Colorado Space Business Roundtable, CSBR. And Colorado Space Business Roundtable is an organization of aerospace businesses, organizations, nonprofits, universities, anybody who has anything to do with space that's interested in Colorado Space Business Roundtable, and large and small. And so we've had this long association with Club 20, as we mentioned. Part of the things that CSBR has done is we call them road trips.
And we've gone around and gotten people from the aerospace industry to go visit with businesses in your communities. And also we've done a number of STEM outreach activities. So Montrose, you guys worked with you on something that you're supporting you and something you're leading as well. So we really think there's a lot of benefits, and we just want to keep it up. Like Phil said, it's a long-term, well, actually now I'm quoting Stacy, a long-term relationship. You know, when we first started these road trips, Stacy was chair of CSBR, and she said, we're not just going to go once, it's going to be a relationship. And so we think almost 10 years later now, and I think next year I'll have to look at the map. I think next year will be the 10th year of the road trip, so we'll have to make a big special thing out of that. We're going to have kind of a conversation with you. It really is a conversation. So please, questions and interrupt us and all that sort of thing. Allie's going to start with a longer presentation, but then also after Allie's done, we're going to have Alex Sweetman. He'll be on Zoom, and because he runs a student program that you all founded, that we founded with you, and is now expanding across the country. So Alex is going to give you an update on your Western Colorado students, as well as how the program is taking off and where it might go in the future. And then I'm going to ask Stacy to say a few words, Lisa and Greg to say a few words, and then Brian also to say a few words. So we'll kind of do a panel presentation, if you will. But first, we're going to talk to our great partners, a member organization of Colorado Space Women's Roundtable, Ali Risak from Manufacturer's Edge.
To some of you, I might look familiar. Last year, it felt like a lot smaller venue over in Craig where we were all kind of gathered together.
The COVID time.
And I had a bit of a teary conversation with you because I was so happy to see everybody, and I wanted to reconnect the fabric of Colorado Space Business Roundtable and Club 20. I want to thank Joe and Stacy for making me aware of Colorado Space Business Roundtable and bringing me into the fold. If it weren't for the two of them, well, gosh, 11 or 12 years ago, I may never have been a part of this incredible organization that is now pretty well teamed up with Club 20. So thank you so much to both Stacy and Joe for bringing me into the fold. I really appreciate it. Some of the things that are going on in the Colorado Space Business Roundtable are we have a brand new committee, which kind of addresses a little bit of I don't know what you want to call it, but I think of it as an initiative that's super important across the country after some of the things that we have had to consider and be thoughtful of and be caring about. So we started a new committee called the Justice, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion. Uh-oh, that's my sister calling from Nantucket.
You need to take it. I can do your presentation.
You can. So the acronym for the Justice, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Committee is JEDI. Isn't that kind of fun for CSBR? So I just wanted to make you aware that that's a brand new committee that just came about last year when our former chair, Aliris Allman, was really looking towards making sure we make an impact on bringing everybody into the mostly sort of white guy, 50-year-old space industry. And I also wanted to talk about some upcoming events. And the first one I want to talk about is, I don't know if any of you know Mike Sneddon from Grand Junction. He was one of the first people who benefited from our CSBR road trips. Mike is an extraordinary individual and has decided that we should have a road trip called the golf tournament this year in Grand Junction. So we are going to have a golf tournament that will tie all of the three pillars of the CSBR road trips together, which is education and caring about kids and their STEM education and bringing them into the space or aerospace fold, to being a part of the community and bringing everyone together on a fun occasion and doing some networking. And gosh, Joe, I've now just forgotten, Stacy, what's the third one? Yell it out. There's a third pillar. Creating supply chain for the aerospace industry. Thank you. So anyway, it should be a really fun day. It's on October 7th. It's at the Tiara Rado Golf Course. The evening before, we will have a little networking get together at Colorado Mesa University, I believe. And then the golf tournament is, they're going to be pairing up in twosomes to try and get more people together so that we can get to know each other, both Front Range and Western Slope again. So I just wanted to tell you all about that. Put that on your calendars and please do join us for some fun. Our annual round trip report, our roundup is on December 1st. That's kind of one of those things that we really would love to have more of the Club 20 membership come and attend. It's a super informative day, and it's a great day to get everybody together to really talk and keep moving forward. So that's all I'm going to be talking about for CSBR. I wanted to tell you a little bit about some of the things that are going on at Manufacturer's Edge, my little hometown. That's what I do for a living. Manufacturer's Edge is Colorado's state manufacturing extension partnership. We're the only extension partnership. We're under the Department of Commerce, under the National NIST. Boy, just black it out all over the place here. National Institute of, oh gosh, you know that if you were smarter than I. Anyway, so we have had Tom Bugnitz, who is our CEO, has retired as of October last year. We miss him dearly, but we've added an incredible leadership team. We have a director of growth revenue, Bill Carlson, who is over me. We have someone who is taking care of our clients, the director of client services, Rob Newell. And most importantly, we've added a regional director on the Western Slope, someone who can care for all of our manufacturers from basically up here all the way down to Pagosa Springs. So Beth Dixon joined our team, and it was very, very necessary to have somebody who can care for manufacturers across this part of the state because we had been absent for a while. So I'd love to have the opportunity to introduce her to you. She's recovering from double hip replacement this week. So it might be a little while before we can get her back out in the territory. And then I just wanted to tell you about some of the facts and figures associated with what Manufacturer's Edge is doing in the state. Over the last 5 years, we have increased manufacturing sales $231 million across the state. We have created 891 jobs created and retained, and there's about $114 million in cost savings. We really do try to promote people to get their supplies and to utilize each other in the supply chain of manufacturing right here in this state, whether it's in the region of, say, the Western Slope, or bringing some of the commerce back and forth across the state. And we have $373 million in new investments. That would be equipment and buildings and those kinds of things. We're focusing very, very hard right now on creating custom plans and strategy to reduce costs in operations, enhance product quality, increase productivity, improve our bottom line, or their bottom line. We're very, very focused on data and technology, making sure that people are practicing cybersecurity risk assessments and becoming familiar with, if not certified, to work in the aerospace industry in the Department of Defense. We are also trying to create strategies and tools needed to recruit, select, develop, and retain the talent for current needs and future growth. So people and workforce is very important. And also working on success planning, creating custom and comprehensive strategies for development and implementation for growth and innovation across the organizations. So that's kind of what we're up to. And we are proud to be members of the Colorado Space Business Roundtable. I think we are up or ready to renew our dues with Club 20, so we'll work on that. And I just can't thank you all enough for allowing us to come and visit with the business committee and be a part of this incredible community of smart people. So thank you so, so much for having us here today. Great.
Alex, why aren't you here in person?
Hi, Alex. I miss you.
Yeah, sorry for not being there in person. I'm actually, oh, yeah, sorry for not being there in person. I'm actually out here in Oakland, California, but I was in Colorado for the CSBR internship program. So I think that was Christian that was talking to the mic, but thanks for the shout out. I do always miss the Club 20 events. All right, am I good to just go forward?
Yeah, and we see your presentation and everything.
Okay, so thank you all for having us here. Just want to give some updates on the CSBR and now expanding out to Aerospace States Association summer internship programs. It's been an exciting year. We've made a lot of progress in the past 9 years of this program, which brings us to a very important deadline for next year, which is the 10th anniversary of this program. So really just a huge thanks to support. It's really been a program that's been pushed forward by Club 20, our rural communities, and of course CSBR. And I think it's been a huge benefit to the state, and we'll go into that a little bit later into these slides. But for anyone who's unfamiliar with the program, so this is with the Colorado Space Business Roundtable. We bring students, we try and focus on rural communities, on underserved populations, bring them to the Front Range, where aerospace is largely hyper-focused in Colorado, in the Denver, Boulder, Colorado Springs area. And so we try and get students that don't have an engineer in their backyard, is how we tend to term it, making sure that they have an avenue to make connections with industry, to learn about the length and breadth of aerospace industry jobs that are available to them, really from every level. We're not just talking about a STEM program here. This is talking about engineering pathways, but it's also talking about things like accounting in the aerospace industry. It's talking about insurance. It's talking about technician roles, really everything that makes aerospace what it is. And we try and bring that all to the students in the same way that Club 20 represents so many different businesses across the Western Slope. CSBR represents so many different industries and so many different job types within the aerospace industry, rather. We try and bring that to the students. And so on the left there, you can see some students from a past program out at ULA. We oftentimes get visitors like Tori Bruno, the president and CEO of ULA, out to see our students as well. So the program history, as I said, so back in 2013, those aerospace business development road trips hit out across the Western Slope. And during that program, trying to drum up supplier diversity, trying to wrangle more support for the aerospace industry. And we added our third tier during that trip when we were approached by some students who were talking about how aerospace industry jobs, aerospace industry training, education wasn't quite as available to them out in Durango, which is where the students reached out to us. It wasn't as available to them as it was to students in the Front Range. And could we help solve that problem, give them a couple more connections, get them ingrained with the aerospace industry? And so we started out with about a dozen students with the first cohort of the CSBR internship program. And that since has ballooned to just shy of 400 students that have gone through our program for this year. And so the 10th anniversary will break that 400 student mark. And we've been really adapting during COVID. So back in 2020 and 2021, we weren't able to have in-person programs, and that's a lot due to the restrictions on the many different aerospace facilities. As we work on federal programs, we had a little bit more in terms of restrictions there, but we were able to bring it back in person this year, but with some really well adapted changes. So we have had actually a 1-week program, which is online. So over Zoom, bringing in partners from across the nation to students, both in Colorado and as we've expanded out to Alabama. So students from both those states learning together talking to each other across programs like Discord, GroupMe, so different learning and communication platforms that are available to students online. And so we found that students in these states are able to collaborate with each other as well, which has been a huge benefit. And so I'll go into a little bit more onto those specific states as well, but the virtual program has been hugely successful. So as you can see on the right, we had about 90 students all online learning together, as well as 4 teachers, so the expanded teacher program, all learning together, learning from nationwide organizations like Lockheed Martin, United Launch Alliance, Boeing, learning from our different advocacy partners like Citizens for Space Exploration, learning from federal organizations, so NASA came and spoke to them, as well as Army Space Command. And we tried to get a little bit of the cross-state education as well. So you can see down there, Arapahoe Douglas Works and the Huntsville-Madison County Chamber. So getting a little bit more of the local flavor so that students in Colorado can learn what it's like in the aerospace industry in Alabama and why it's better to stay in Colorado. And for the Alabama students to learn a little bit about Colorado's aerospace industry and how that works at the ground floor, and why it may be a great idea to come visit Colorado. And so we've had a lot of success for that portion of the program, and we're planning on keeping that as the program progresses year on year. So the Colorado program, we just had our in-person program July 11th through 16th. So just a couple weeks ago out in the Front Range. At the bottom right there, you can see the network geography of the students that were taking part. So really all areas of the state were taking part, students coming from as far as Durango, Honey in the southeast, all the way up to the Front Range to take part in the program. And you can see them there on the top right in the Space Foundation Discovery Center down in Colorado Springs. So we were able to take them to a couple of the university partners like University of Colorado Boulder, Metro State, as well as some new state-led programs and projects like the Colorado Air and Spaceport, and certainly learning from the suppliers, subcontractors, aerospace primes in the state as well. So they visited Lockheed Martin, Boeing, ULA, all in person. And over on the bottom left there, they do have interactive projects. So students were able to build their own water bottle rockets. One of the many ways that we try and foster teamwork with students, one of the things that I say to students multiple times every day, and by the end they're mimicking me on this one, is making sure that the students know that they're going to be peers and colleagues in industry. So the program bridges both high school and college students. Another thing that's fairly unique to this program, but we kind of term it to students that we're allowing them to build their own peer and mentoring networks with other students. And hopefully in 5 years, they'll all have graduated university and they'll essentially be the same for the prime's perspective, from the employer's perspective, new hires, entry-level employees, who hopefully have those connections to help each other out and be more successful in the workforce. So that's why we try and build teamwork as we're going to these different spots as well. So just a quick update on the Alabama in-person program. So each of these is, we only have Colorado students going to the Colorado in-person program. We only have Alabama students going to the Alabama in-person program, but the students are able to learn from each other. So the Alabama program happened 1 week after that virtual program. And so we had students filling in on Google Docs with their connections that they made during that week, filling in the Colorado students on what they learned, and allowing them to learn a little bit more about what makes Alabama fairly unique in aerospace compared to Colorado. For instance, Alabama has a NASA center, so NASA Marshall Space Flight Center down there. And so the students were able to give some of that experience that Colorado students otherwise wouldn't be able to get by sharing that information, which was, I think, very popular with the students and very helpful from the education standpoint. So we've got a couple program growth and outcomes, how the program has grown. So we've got just 4 students there that have gone into industry. So Jackson DePenning, one that's currently an intern at Lockheed Martin, Kwesi, who's from the Western Slope and is now a full-time engineer at Lockheed Martin. As a result of the program, building his network from the CSBR internship program. Austin and Malie on the right there, each going into different areas of the aerospace industry. Austin going into more of the strategy and media communications, which is still something that we do talk about pretty heavily during the program. And Malie still going through university, but working as an assembler down in the Huntsville area, and she's from the Alabama program. And so we've got a large number of the students as well that are in university and are pursuing aerospace related degrees. So it does kind of reinforce that aerospace focus of the program and where those student interests are. And so I just want to close with this one, really just a recap of the program. You know, we're very thankful to Club 20, to the many partners that have sent us students to the program, who have helped support students on the program. And so now is really the time to start thinking about those students that you may want to have in the 2023 program. The applications for that don't open until spring of next year. But just to keep those students in mind, we're definitely looking for students who haven't quite decided what kind of industry they want to go into, what kind of education they want to get, and hopefully convince them that something in aerospace can be a home for them in the state and hopefully in rural Colorado as well, as these areas continue to grow. So just some recaps there, and I'm very happy to take any questions, but really just thank you all again so much for the time to be able to talk about this program and really what it means to the state, what it means to the students that go through the program as well.
Yes, go ahead.
Alex, it's Christian. Can you talk about the age range of young people that you accept into the program?
Yeah, so the age range, we go down as low as 14. I should say that's not the bulk of our students. So the bulk of our students are around 16 years old to about 23, and we've got outliers on each end. So students that are either returning to university, they can be, or master's students sometimes that join the program a little bit higher on that end, and then students that are just very interested and in high school. I think we had at least one student that had skipped 1 or 2 grades. And so he was one of the 14-year-olds this year, but very interested in aerospace.
Maybe Miller, Montrose County, I just want to say thank you so much for being here, and to Joe and Allie for being advocates for space in our rural communities. I think it's really important to get more engagement in our communities when it comes to STEM, especially at a younger age. Historically, I think or statistically, you lose females around 6th and 7th grade to STEM if you don't get them engaged. And then also children with special needs. I can't imagine if Stephen Hawking was not invited to participate in some of these groups. But I encourage you guys to have Joe and Allie out to get your schools engaged and try to capture these kids. And when Joe and Allie came to the Boys and Girls Club, the light in the kids' eyes of space right in their own building is something that we're not used to, because we have to go to Denver to see the museums and to ask the questions. So I beg everybody in this room to please, please, please get your kids and your schools talking about STEM, especially females and kiddos with special needs.
So I think those are all really important points. And frankly, that's one of the reasons that we expanded to the teacher program as well. So there are certainly some liability restrictions and really just the ease of putting on a program like this. And so we tend not to reach below the high school ages. So I don't know if we would be able to go quite as readily to the 6th and 7th grades, but we do definitely want to include more teachers in the program that are able to go and visit these sites, engage with the high school and college level students, and then bring this sort of programming, this material back to their classrooms. And so the teachers that we had along the program this year, I believe there was one exception, but the rest were all K through 8 teachers. So planning on bringing back these sort of lessons learned to their students. And when you go to places like up at the top right there is in the Space Foundation Discovery Center. So there's a couple different areas that have specific education materials for students at those age levels. So for instance, Space Foundation, they have a teacher education program as well that focuses on those younger grades. Lockheed, Boeing, we each have a little bit of education material that we can pass on to teachers and different ways that we can engage with teachers as well. And so that's a really easy way to get this sort of education into the hands of, as we say, the focus areas, the rural students, and definitely the underserved communities. So I think you were talking about students with disabilities, students who otherwise wouldn't have access to this sort of program.
Hey, Alex, Nina Anderson out of Grand Junction, and my daughter Lexi Anderson participated in the internship in like year 2 or 3. She wants to give a shout out to you, and she says Joe's pretty cool too. But just a little update and a testimony for all the Club 20 members. She was a budding physicist out of CSU, didn't know exactly what she wanted to do, and went through the internship that I had heard about through the Manufacturers Alliance with Eric Gertz out of Grand Junction when he was at Capco. She now has completed 3 years with Raytheon. She's going the defense route. The first year was in Newport, Rhode Island, spent another year in Philly, and is just finishing up the year in Hawaii. So she has made a great career. She's now going to Boeing to work on the FAT. And again, she wants to give a shout out to you, both of you guys, and let you know she's doing great.
Thank you. That's great to hear. Definitely send her our best. It's great to see students being able to excel in their careers and really shape their careers through this. I would love to include her on this slide if you wouldn't mind sending some information over.
Alex, this is Bill Vaughn. Thank you for attending today and remotely. And remember meeting you, Denise and I met you when you were interning for Lockheed, and Christy Lee was the head of the program. And thank you. Appreciate you continuing on this. And just heads up to folks, Christy Lee was unable to join us today, but she now is the head of local and state affairs for United Launch Alliance. So Christy will still continue to join us and work with Colorado Space Business Roundtable as well. And this is all good. So I want to thank you, Alex. This is such an important program, and I know we have a conversation about this every year on this issue, but this is life-changing for these students. It makes a huge difference in what they're doing, and I think that there's no better thing that we can do in our coordination with Colorado Space Business Roundtable. We have a young student from Parachute. She now is working for Lockheed in Georgia after attending the Colorado Space Business Roundtable and then Texas Tech. And so she now is working with Lockheed in that position. And then a young man from Grand Junction that we sponsored a number of years ago. And I had not told you this yet, Alex. He started his own business in Grand Junction after finishing up an engineering degree. And pretty much a majority of vehicles in Grand Junction have gone through auto repairs, and problems were taken to his operation for basically retargeting, setting up all the sensors on the outside of the vehicle. He has a shop set up that does that retargeting on those vehicles. So just another 2 examples of folks here locally that we've all helped and sponsored to Colorado Space Business Roundtable, and really encourage you all to promote students to come to this event next June or July, whichever month it's going to be, Alex.
Phil, thank you. And this is Joe really quick. On that, we definitely want to capture all this information about these success stories. And especially next year, we want to do a big, like, where are they now thing, right? So pick up pictures pictures of them and do that. And then the example you just gave is awesome. We want a lot of details on that because that's exactly what we had hoped to happen. Because one of the I wouldn't say criticism, the comments we got about the program is you're taking the kids, you're bringing them to the front range to see aerospace jobs, and then of course that's where the jobs are. And so one of our hopes was that we would, and that's coupled with the supplier outreach, right? We wanted to try to get more jobs out here and have somebody go through the program and then be able to use what they learned there to start a local company. That is exactly what we were hoping for. So we want to definitely capture that. That's what we want to aim. You know, this is a long-term thing. To Stacy's comment, to Phil's comment, right? I mean, we're hoping that this may take 20, 30 years before we get like more aerospace companies, more of these kids to, you know, some of them like the ones going off to Hawaii, right? You know, she's gone off and she's created a career. Well, now maybe when she gets older and wants to come back, settle down, she's going to want to go back home and now, you know, start a business or join a business here. That's the kind of thing we're hoping to do because, you know, Colorado works because it's Colorado. It's not just the metro Denver area, and we want to get jobs all over the place.
Awesome. And I do want to say thank you, Phil, as well. And it's been a pleasure to have the students that you personally have supported, some students going out. And I do want to give a huge shout out because, you know, I've been a part of this program for 8 years. And so that's, I think, why I'm here talking about the program. But this year's program absolutely would go nowhere without Joe Rice constantly cheerleading and making sure that this becomes reality. And especially with Lisa Gregg, who should be in the room as well, who coordinated the Colorado in-person program. So she really knocked it out of the park this year and made it, you know, a great return to that in-person program after we've been virtual this many years.
Lisa, Greg, thanks Tom for that shout out. I do also want to talk a little bit more about that teacher aspect that we did with the CSBR internship this year. This year we did kind of that pilot program, which we called the Teacher Academy. And we invited teachers from throughout Colorado to come and join not only the virtual program, but then also that in-person program. And it was a great opportunity for those teachers to meet with those businesses and have that opportunity to start to create partnerships and have that conversation of, you know, what resources are out there that I can, you know, potentially partner with you or that I can get online, that I can work with my students that are interested in STEM. And, you know, those 7th and 8th graders that necessarily might not be old enough for the internship, but I want to keep interested in STEM and want to keep them going on this, you know, trajectory and this journey. And so it was a really fun to just see the teachers get to meet with those businesses and kind of learn just what opportunities they can bring back to their students. And so that's another thing is, or of course we want the students as well, but if you have teachers that are interested in that teacher academy, and you know, we have them come down and meet with those aerospace companies. So if you have any of them that are interested in that, please let me know and I will get them connected to that too.
Thank you, Lisa. Yes, sir. Yeah, please jump in with a question before Stacy comes up. Yeah.
Just a couple of comments. I came here from the once former great state of Florida. But I had a very fast growing business in Sarasota, Florida, and we were in the aerospace defense industry, and primarily dealing with life critical devices. In the 1990s, we had a period where national unemployment was under 3%. We were having a heck of a time finding labor, both engineers and direct skilled labor. So I went to the local vocational school. What are your subjects? Electronics, and they said, "Yeah, we teach electronics." Well, they had 4 or 5 kids in the program. So I made some suggestions. So, you know, you're not teaching certified soldering. If these people are going to get out of here and come to work for a defense industry or an aerospace industry, they have to be certified. So we set up a program, and I sent some of my certified solderers there to teach. And in the meantime, we trained their folks to become certified. We also sent people to teach how to read calipers and micrometers and things like that. Eventually we set up a program where a lot of those kids came to work for us and for other organizations in Sarasota. And then did tuition reimbursement, and some of those kids went on to become engineers. But I just think that, you know, for aerospace, you need solderers, you need technicians, you need engineers, you need all of that. And you just never know what when you plant the seed where it's going to grow.
Yeah, and we do try and you know, transmit that to students, these different certifications. So some of the things we talk about with students, because those are all great points. And I missed a little bit at the beginning there, but I think got the bulk of it. So talking about certifications that they would need in industry, and we make sure to talk about students that, you know, the university pathway is not the only pathway to be in aerospace industry, that there are a lot of pathways through the certification pathways, through workforce development training, and that those ones are available. And then for all the students as well, we talk about the other perhaps elephant in the room for the aerospace industry, which is clearances, and making sure that they're ready for the sorts of processes that would take place in order to gain that clearance and get those sorts of jobs, whether that's on the Front Range, in anywhere in Colorado, making sure that they you know, are responsible on social media, those sorts of things, that they're prepared for that other kind of level of certification. But fantastic points, thank you.
Right, Stacy DeFore is up. Stacy, it is a pleasure to have you back with us again. Let's welcome Stacy DeFore.
Good afternoon. I just want to say thank you. And I know this is just an absolute thrill to be back, but thank you, Phil. Thank you, Bonnie. Looking around, seeing familiar faces. Christian, thank you so much. But it's always an absolute delight to come back to the community. I'm a Colorado native. I'm investing in homegrown talent. Oftentimes I sit in a room and I hear, we import the most talent in the aerospace industry. And so we're fully committed to making sure that that talent is homegrown talent. We look at the fact that you know, we do look at having a homegrown workforce. It makes it easier to not have people go back to where they came from. And we talked about that a little bit. But one of the things that I wanted to address was something that you had just mentioned about resources. And so in my role at Lockheed Martin Space, I sit in a hybrid role, which we do. I sit in strategy and business development, which is part of the whole capture process. So we look at things, opportunities as it comes down the pipeline. We look at it from the soup to nuts. So we're looking at how we position ourselves to win. And what that means is some of those elements for us to be competitive means that we have to have the best workforce. So what do we have to do? We have to work with our community partners, and we have to work with our academic institutions. And that means our early education, it means our academic partners in community college. You mentioned certifications and technical colleges. That's really one of the pieces that we are laser focused on, making sure that that pipeline is strong. And there are a number of opportunities and resources that are available. Joe had mentioned that Artemis is coming down the pipeline. If you look back to the Apollo era, something that inspired engineers, scientists, and I use explorers in a really fast, like what is an explorer? An explorer is an entrepreneur. An explorer is the one that thinks about a challenging solution or a challenging problem and comes up with a solution to that. So we're really looking at a new era of how do we inspire the next generation. And for those of you that aren't familiar with the Artemis program, the Artemis program was named specifically to address Greek mythology. So in Greek mythology, Apollo had a twin sister, and that twin sister is Artemis. So in an attempt to connect the two in Greek mythology, the goddess of the hunt is Artemis, and she is going to be returning the first humans, which will be the next man and the first woman, a person of color, to the lunar surface. I have had the absolute privilege of working on our lunar rover team, which we're looking to go back to the moon with our lunar rover and our partners at GM Motor Corporation. What could be more inspiring than thinking about the next 10 years and what that means to our kids, you know, to the next generation, for them to actually see humans go back and travel farther than they have since 1972. So we're going back. So with that, Lockheed Martin has a program that we've launched in partnership, which is called Forward to the Moon. So if you have resources in your community, we have a beautiful video that we can put in planetariums and that we can put on a giant screen. So I would ask you to all think of us, Colorado Space Business Roundtable, Citizens for Space, Lockheed Martin, as a resource for content, for opportunities to reach into the community and get subject matter experts to speak to your kids. One of the other teams that I work with, we do outreach for NASA and Orion. So one of those opportunities, we have a number of virtual. We've learned if we've learned anything in the pandemic, we can talk to each other all over the world. That means that we can bring subject matter experts to our rural communities. We know that works. We've been working in this situation. We've been preparing for this for a number of years to see how we work as mission partners. So please consider us a resource. If you have a card and want to give me a card, I can send you more information. We have an incredible launch coming up. We can organize something in your community, a watch party. You know, let's get creative, but let's make sure that we're inspiring all of our Colorado students, and that means in the most remote parts of Colorado. So please just make sure that you give Lisa, myself, Joe a card, Allie, any of us, and we'll make sure that we get you the right information and partner together to have a community engagement for you. Thanks, and I think I would like to introduce Brian Isasaga, who is one of our interns, and he's going to tell you another wonderful story about being part of the CSBR internship. Brian?
Stacy, I think, yes, thank you, Stacy. Thank you, Brian. I think we got one question.
Sure, if it's a question or not. Thank you very much for allowing us to go to the Lucy launch last fall. And we were surrounded by students in one of our buses when we went out there. They were completely smart. But the thing that it made me think of, I had been back in space, what, 20 years maybe? For 20 years. But we think of all those little videos and some of those displays when you go through there, and they are so dynamic. And I sit there and your answer was, we'll give them teaching materials. Some of those big videos are just blow you away. You really don't have to be in a museum to capture that. But I don't know how available that would be for a school to get something that big and dynamic. There's so many dynamic presentations going through this, you know, that whole aerospace thing. I mean, that's what grab them, and you don't even need to take them anymore.
So one of the things that we've developed in partnership with GM Motor Corporation is an online gaming. So you actually control the rover. And so, you know, that's one of the things that we're working hard to see if we can get into our school systems, because one of the things is, you know, reach the kids where they're at the most, and gamification is one of the things that we're looking at. In fact, we just had a meeting with Metropolitan State University of Denver, and they talked about augmented reality in the cyber realm. So how do we visualize a cybertropolis with headsets, and how do they walk through firewalls, and they look at the system of systems? And so I agree with you 100%. I think that if we tighten the communication and we have a meeting and we talk about here's some of the things that we have, we wouldn't have to license the gamification. We can't sell it, but we can give it away. And so that's why you're seeing assets like Forward to the Moon. We partnered with this planetarium, and we have a beautiful story of Forward to the Moon. And it talks about the Space Launch System, the next launch vehicle that is the largest launch vehicle of its kind that will take the Orion spacecraft out around the moon on a 40-day mission, and, you know, upwards of 40-day mission. So these are items that we have. NASA has a large repository. And it is very hard to navigate what might be good contact, but we're happy to help with identifying a resource specific to a need and an age group. And that's one of the things that I want, if anything, I want you to understand the passion and commitment that this group has to making sure that that's accessible to all of the students across Colorado.
Hello, everyone. My name is Brian Sisaka. I'm currently a sophomore at Metropolitan State University of Denver, majoring in aerospace systems engineering with a minor in space commercialization. I wanted to kind of speak to you today about the impact of what the CSPR internship had on me. I went through it last year. I'm currently a first generation college student. So like Alex mentioned, I don't have that engineer in my backyard that I can kind of turn to. So going through it, it was really eye-opening to see, because I didn't know what type of discipline of engineering I wanted to go into or what interested me. So that really was the biggest thing, that and networking. They do mention that, you know, you're going to be colleagues with these people in this internship for the remainder of your career. And at the time, it was something that we all kind of took lightly. And a couple months after the internship, we all kind of started some way or another, started working with each other. There was a group of us who actually came together and got together with like Colorado Space Coalition and learned more about that, and like the Project Lead that they have, formed a group together and are learning more about like space commercialization and the engineering aspect of that. So just learning kind of, like I said, the different disciplines and being exposed to that, as well as that networking aspects. You do get introduced to these people in the industry that, you know, you would never meet off the street or have access to normally, which is one of the best things ever. They're so willing to help you and you know, be friends with you on LinkedIn and connect with you that way, help you out later on in so many different ways. There's so many different engineers and different people with different career backgrounds even that I still reach out to this day that, you know, I have an interest in, like business, the business side of things. So just, you know, picking their brains about that kind of thing and just being exposed to that. So I was actually had the privilege to volunteer with this last 2 weeks, and with the internship that happened 2 weeks ago, and just seeing those younger people who, you know, one of them came from, I believe it was Grand Junction. She'd never been exposed to kind of the different disciplines and what she wanted to do. So going through this program, I kind of helped her meet or learn different things about like Metropolitan State University of Denver, and that actually helped widen her horizon, because she didn't know, being in Denver, she didn't know that they offered the types of courses that they offer, and that she could major in the types of things that she could major in. So it was one of those things that, you know, she lived in the state but didn't know that that was in her own backyard, that she could major in those types of things, that she had that power to become, you know, one of those types of in those disciplines. That being said, she now decided to pursue MSU and become, you know, that type of, or pursue that engineering through there. But I just wanted to, you know, let you guys know that it truly is amazing what they accomplished through this and what you're exposed to through it. It's really an amazing program, and I just wanted to thank you guys for, you know, funding it and trying to keep it together. It's, you know, it truly is amazing. I just, like I said, wanted to thank you guys and let you guys know that it really did change my life and my career trajectory. Even just, I wanted to let you guys know that, you know, it really is making a difference, even if it is just in, you know, a few students. It is keeping that pipeline alive and keeping the careers for sure. So yeah, just wanted to, like I said, let you guys know. So.
And I do have a question for you. So I'm sorry, I caught that you're second year. You're at Metro State?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay. I know an alum of Metro State who advertises for the university. I don't know if you've noticed Joe Rice on that before or not. So that's just wonderful. Yes. I did have a second question for you. You're obviously interning for Lockheed Martin this summer. And then what are your career goals? What are you thinking about here after you graduate, what specialties in engineering or what other field you think about?
That's a great question. Right now, I'm honestly looking at just doing systems engineering with particularly mechanical type of things. That's the discipline that kind of it's piqued my interest the most. And honestly, just kind of being exposed to that as far as career-wise, that's where I want to be, is either designing those spacecraft or controlling them and being able to control them in the long run, or being able to take other people's systems and put them together and make them work as one. And that's just kind of my career goal is to be able to gain that experience and to take that knowledge and make everything work as one is ultimately my end goal. And staying here in Colorado is my goal, honestly. Working for Lockheed as an intern, I'm a co-op intern, so I'll be with them until I graduate for the next 2 years. So learning the different, business with the government relations team, so learning the different business aspects and lines of businesses as well. So that's truly just mind blowing, and it's helping me in the long run.
Questions for Brian? Been there, Eric. Okay, all right. Harry's got a question for Joe or Stacy. Maybe let's have a hand for Brian. Brian, thanks.
Stay for Brian. So yeah, actually, this is Mr. Chair, this is your time for any of us, and whenever you're done.
Joe, Harry, I recall one of the presentations several years back, and I asked a question that we did an answer to on what percentage of technology is actually exported to other countries. You gave me an answer to that. I guess times have changed now, so I'm asking, is Martin receiving a lot of their materials and technology from other countries, or are we pretty much the best? Give us a percentage of how much of that technology is actually coming back to the United States.
So almost all of it, and there are almost all of it is U.S. built still. Almost everything that we do, right, is U.S. built. Now, there are some programs where we work with international partners, and they tend to be our allies, right? Like we don't work with China, for instance. I think it's still, that's one of the great things about, and I think not just aerospace and defense manufacturing, it's always been here, and now as more other manufacturing tends to come back, because we realize that, just because you get it a little cheaper somewhere else, there's a lot of other challenges with that, and put it overseas. So most aerospace and defense work is still U.S. We do have a number of important partnerships with international allies, particularly in Stacey's area that she can probably talk more about if you're interested, with the European Space Agency and the Japanese Space Agency and others. So there are important international partnerships, and most of these programs are U.S. led, right? We are the world leader. We have to be the world leader. The other countries queue on us, and so when we're aspirational, wanting to go back to the moon and onto Mars, then we tend to bring along a number of our international partners as well. And as Stacey was just mentioning a moment ago too, we always want to try to remember to let people know that when we do things out there, it's not just exploring because it's cool, although it is very cool. But we learn things out there, we develop technologies out there that make life better down here. What was the example we were just talking about?
We were just talking about housing, and there's a company called Icon that 3D prints housing. They do that terrestrial, and they also are looking at that technology for the lunar surface. So looking at our housing problem, being able to 3D print homes, and they're doing this here terrestrially on reservations. You see this application already, but that's an application that we've developed as we look forward to cost-effective ways to build habitats on the lunar surface. So as Joe said, these are all ways that we continue to benefit from the exploration and sciences that we gain. As we look at the lightning mapper that's on we look at the lightning mapper that's on our GOES-R satellites. That's going to be able to help us predict the type of lightning strike that could potentially inevitably end up in a fire. So that's how it translates to you and your community. And Joe had mentioned international partnerships. As we look to address the International Space Station longevity, we look at more commercial partners moving into the space, and Lockheed Martin, NanoRacks, and Voyager Space has a Star Lab, which will be a commercialized international space station. So you talked about our competitors. Our competitors of China, they have a space station. They are using that space station to garner political allies. And so having a commercial approach to having a space station with multiple partners like NanoRacks and Lockheed Martin Space, we're looking to fill that vacancy in low Earth orbit so that we can have our NASA customer look outward towards true deep space exploration. So we have the George Washington Carver Research Center that's on that space station that will, take up that gap in research science that we can do for our community that will help better our time here on Earth. So I hope that addressed that. More questions? I did have one more update from Austin Braun, who is one of the interns that you saw. I think this is a unique entrepreneurial aspect that he just recently launched a company with drones. So unmanned aerial systems that will scan all of the cultural assets in countries. So in a country like Ukraine, it is trying to preserve its culture. They'll go in and they'll map all of the historical sites. So there's an application of an intern that came into our program and went into, through innovation and thought, he's going to be changing how we address how we preserve our cultural integrity of each one of the different nations. So I think that's just a beautiful entrepreneurial story, that he's doing right now. So there's over 500 of those inspirational potential starfish stories that we're going to be able to talk about.
Just to follow up, Stacy, when you were talking about our trip to Mars, I stand corrected. I thought maybe that because there was no intelligent life in Washington, we were going to go ahead and try to go to Mars. How would we go about introducing wolves to Mars?
I love that you left that to Joe Rice to address. So I will gladly. No, I think that's a great way to end the discussion.
We still have some time here, folks. It's still further comments, questions. Got microphone, anybody? Just raise your hand. Yes, Rachel.
And Alex is still on too.
Yes.
Thank you all for 10 years of great work and caring about our youth in the West Slope. It's really very significant, and I appreciate it so much.
Ray Beck wouldn't let us forget.
Yeah. The one I'm kind of wondering if you know of or you're involved in these satellites that now do all the fire spotting across the globe, because that's being used to try to track the movements of the war in Ukraine. And some of it is wildfires, some of it seems to be ammunition depots blowing up. And I've just found that to be a fascinating unintentional use of this fire technology satellite. So tell us a little about that.
Well, so fires is actually an interesting one. It's one we're working on right now. So another thing that makes Colorado special is Colorado is one of 2 states. There are 2 state National Guards where the National Guard is permitted to take data that comes from many classified satellites that is of use to wildland firefighters. So think about this is open source, right? There are infrared satellites out there. They detect heat. And can you use satellites that are normally used to detect, say, missile launches and other things like that? And can they help map fire perimeters? But you have to take that information from a classified system and get it to unclassified firefighters on the ground. And the in-between there is the Colorado National Guard. So that's another thing that makes, I think Colorado special. So anything, and Stacy mentioned the weather satellites. It's called GOES, Geostationary Operational Environmental Satellite, GOES. The GOES satellites have a lightning instrument on them called Lightning Mapper, and she mentioned that the lightning strike, and you know, it's interesting, like it's not just the engineers that build the satellites and all that, but there's all these data scientists and everything. And what they're doing right now is they're looking at tens of millions of lightning strikes, and they're correlating them to which ones was there a fire after the lightning strike, and then what are the characteristics of that, and then can we start to build an algorithm that the weather satellites are out there all the time scanning 15 seconds, I think, over the US. Every 15 seconds, oh, hey, here's a whole bunch of these lightning strikes. And it cues a system that goes and says, okay, that's the kind that statistically often produces fire. And we can look at the weather data and the soil moisture and go, okay, we should really check this one out. They cue a missile warning satellite that scans the area. And now you start to see some infrared. And then you dispatch a Sikorsky Firehawk helicopter to put it out. So that's what we're looking at doing, things like that. Yeah, not to mention, you mentioned some of these other satellites that you can see, Digital Globe, and I think Maxar, right? They're called Maxar, right? Yeah, they changed their name. They're doing a lot of the imagery you see from Ukraine, and that's a commercial, off the shelf satellite, and it's just fascinating what you can learn with that. If you want another inspiring story about space, this is like many years old now, but it just every time I watch it, it makes me emotional. When you think about how space makes life better on Earth, if you Google Maxar satellite slave ship, they busted a slave ship. They found a ship that was doing fishing, but it was never going into port. And the other ships were coming up taking the fish, and they're like, okay, why would a ship not go into port? And they had captured people, and they were slaves. And so they talks about how they've discovered that and how they returned these people home through space technology.
I have another question for you.
Well, speak loud and directly.
Hi, is that loud enough for the back row? So we also have, and I'm sure that our aerospace primes are very involved with our national laboratories that are located around the state. I think we have 32 of them. So I'm wondering if you all would like to know a little bit about how our national laboratories that study all kinds of stuff, atmospheric, you name it, oceanic, even though we're here in Colorado, but how the aerospace primes can not only use the National Guard, but these national labs as communication tools. Is that something that's interesting to anybody? Okay.
Set it up, I guess. All right. And Alex is still on too, by the way, if you want to. And Alex, you're on the big screen again, so don't forget you're being viewed on the big screen.
Thank you for being here. Great programs that you guys are doing. Nancy and I had a bet that Larry was going to ask about if those vehicles going to the moon and to Mars were going to be electric. That's not my question.
driven by wolves.
However, so what I, and actually this really isn't a question, but we have a group, and you can look them up, and I can probably give you some contact information called Wireless Research Center. Maybe you've heard of it. We're out of North Carolina. However, we have a project going on in Grant County, part of which is exactly what I think one of you guys had mentioned just a second ago about technology used to fight and detect early detection of forest fires, which we know is super valuable. You can get those things off when they first start before they get to be 200,000 acres. It really is helpful. So I will pass on that information to you afterwards, or you can look them up. But I think it'd be a great partnership for a lot of the things that you guys are all talking about. So just really.
Yeah, what's the name of the company again? I'm sorry.
Wireless Research Center.
Wireless Research Center.
Yeah, it's based out of
Lisa's got it.
Carolina. But we do have a project which we commissioned.
Well, I love the Colorado connection there, because we are working this. We've got a partnership with a company called NVIDIA, and so we are bringing together companies that could play in this firefighting area. So yeah, we'll reach out to them. I'd love to, and if you see them, put us in touch with us. Colorado has a fire COE, right? Remember you guys supported all that through Club 20, Bonnie, and so we're trying to actually what I want to try to do is hold a conference of a bunch of people there this fall and just invite anybody who has anything to do with firefighting, because I found out when you get a lot of people in the room, you don't even know what's going to happen. That's why you get them into the room and stuff happens.
Thanks, Merritt. Great.
Thank you, Phil. I think it was earlier in the year, Bonnie Peterson and I and Nathan, who was the aviation director, who arranged the airport through the college. Were able to attend with Joe's help the 37th Space Symposium out in Colorado Springs. And I say that for a lot of reasons. There was 300 vendors and organizations out there representing aerospace. And Lockheed Martin is probably one of the few, if not the only aerospace company that's actually reached out to the Western Slope to try to create jobs, bring part of Lockheed Martin to the Western Slope. I think that deserves a lot of credit on Joe's and Lockheed Martin's behalf. Colorado Space Business Roundtable is the same thing. I mean, they're reaching out to the Western Slope, you know, and because of their efforts, that it gives us opportunity for economic development in a different field, which is aerospace, connected in some ways with aviation too. So, Joe, thank you for that. And it was a great opportunity to be out there for that space symposium. I mean, there's so much knowledge out there and so much technology now that it's amazing. I mean, most people don't know what's going on in the aerospace industry. And so thank you for doing that. I think I met Joe 10 years ago, and Joe and I served on the Colorado Aeronautical Board together. We've known each other at least that long, so thank you.
Feels like longer, but yeah, it's been great. And yeah, Bonnie came out to the Space Symposium this year as well, and so keep that up. And by the way, you mentioned the supplier outreach, and boy, we're all still working on it, right? We're all still working on getting more jobs out here in suppliers. But we've had some success. Now we want to have more. We should have had more, but we have had some success. We've had SG Aerospace and Gas in Grand Junction. We have Agile Space in Durango. Those two we met through Bonnie, through Christian, and it was this organization that introduced us. And again, some of these things take years, but Agile Space, both of them, the contract value that they've gotten and the jobs they've been able to create because of the contract value they've gotten out of the contract contacts that we've set up is exponential. And I think Capco as well. Yeah, and I think Agile and SG are going to really take off to use that.
Well, thank you all for being here, and thank you for the partnership. My gosh, I had no idea that you guys would come back after that first year. So I'm so glad that you did, and we've built a lot of partnerships. So I just am going to do a little bit of advertising here. So these guys have been coming over here for nearly a decade now, talking with us, and we tried and were successful in putting some groups together to go over there. We need to go over there and see those companies and visit the spaceport and be involved in these organizations, be involved in CSBR, Colorado Space Business Roundtable, be involved in Colorado's Citizens for Space. That is the thing. They do a day at the Capitol. I don't know who is going to replace Vicki Lee, who's invaluable. She's also been another great partner. She was the Colorado Space Coalition. The Colorado Space Coalition got us some of the passes to get into the symposium. Thank God for Joe and Lockheed Martin, because we wouldn't have had a room if it hadn't been. So, you know, they've been great partners from that standpoint, but we need to be involved in those organizations so that we can more fully keep up with what is going on, because we started that Northwest Colorado Air and Space Coalition up here in Northwest Colorado to talk about the fact that nobody knows what really is going to happen in aerospace. And it is a massive, massive industry in Colorado. We're either first or second in terms of per capita spending in aerospace in Colorado. Did anybody know that? Not a lot of people know that. I think there are opportunities in Western Colorado for us to be entrepreneurial and be innovative and identify the things that they're going to need in this industry. But we can't do it sitting here. We have to get over there and we have to be involved with them. There's going to be so many things that happen that these companies are going to need testing. Well, do you realize if you go to the spaceport to launch a rocket, to launch a ship from the spaceport, there's a sliver of time about like this because there's so much airspace congestion. We have wide open spaces. So if we have to do some testing, why don't we do that here? And that's kind of been our message there. We're going through a transition. We have employees, and
I'll tell you, one thing that industry needs is employees, so we need to be marketing that. So I just so appreciate you all, and I appreciate the fact that Club 20 has continued this partnership with CSBR and Joe and Stacy and Allie and everybody. So I just encourage you to continue to be involved in this burgeoning industry, because it's the only place it's got to go is up. So thanks. Thank you all.
So congratulations on your program and finding bright young people and pulling them into the industry. I can see you finding some diamonds already. And I just had an answer to Harry's question about wolves. And that is that I'm quite certain by the time we have a station on Mars that Amazon will already be delivering. and that they're already delivering peacocks and pigs and chickens, and wolves shouldn't be a problem at all.
We're again getting down to wrapping up here, and I just want to thank all Club 20 Business Affairs Committee members and Colorado Space Business Roundtable. And Joe, would you wrap us up, please, buddy? Anything you want to finish with? Final thoughts, man.
Okay, so there's a little thing we do called a cheer, and I don't know if this is what you're looking for, but this is what you get when you call me back. So we have to, so if you've been to a rocket launch, right, you have to do a cheer, right? And it really is, there's a tradition there. You say, there's the first, go Atlas, which is the first stage of launch vehicle, go Centaur, which is the second stage, and then go, what launch did you come to? Lucy, which is an exploration spacecraft. Go Lucy. So go Atlas, go Centaur, go Lucy. So you do those cheers. So we're going to do that here. So this half of the room is going to be go Western. So go Western, Colorado, aerospace. That's what we're going to do, right? So it'll be 3 times go Western, and then everybody is aerospace. So go Colorado, Western, aerospace. What did I do? Oh, hold on. Go Western, aerospace. That's what it is. So yeah, okay. Go Western, and everyone's aerospace. The sites go. You guys are Western. Everyone's aerospace. 3 times. Got it? Okay. There we go. Go Western aerospace. Go Western aerospace. Go Western aerospace.
And everybody for attending today, and greatly appreciate that. Be back together again, of course, in February. And Christian, do you want to do the invitation on our next event?
I do actually have some order of business before we wrap up your meeting, Phil.
Sure.
A little bird told me, Brittany, that it is your 32nd wedding anniversary.
It is our 32nd anniversary.
So for your lovely, these aren't for you, Phil. For your lovely bride, we have a lovely bouquet of roses. Thank you for spending your 32nd wedding anniversary at a Club 20 meeting.
It's only fitting since that's how they got engaged.
And yes, I would love to talk about the networking reception that the Rio Blanco Water Conservancy District, Al and Brandy and that whole team put together. It will be at Elk Park at 4:30. So Elk Park is actually within walking distance of the hotel that most people stayed at, the Blue Mountain Lodge, I think is what it's called. So please join us over at the Elk Park at 4:30. Please say thank you to Al and anybody you see from the Rio Blanco Conservancy District. They have drinks, they're providing hors d'oeuvres, they're taking care of the whole thing for us. So it's a huge, generous thing that they're doing for us this afternoon. And tomorrow morning, we start at 8:30 a.m. in this space. Coffee will be ready before then if you want to come for coffee and pastries. And we're just very grateful for all of our sponsors that we've had throughout the day today, and our committee chairs who have led all of these phenomenal committee meetings, and to all of our speakers. Thank you all so much for being a part of Club 20.